Hi everyone, welcome to this particular Excel class. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to create this particular dashboard right on your screen using Microsoft Excel. So it has lots of functionalities you can actually add to your own personal dashboard. So I'm going to show you how I got everything put together. But before then, let's just look at the website where I got this particular data from. Welcome to Maven Analytics. Right here on Maven Analytics, you can actually join their guided projects. By clicking over here now, it lands you to this particular part. So they have free version of guided project and they have pro version of guided project. So if I click on the pro version right now and search for traffic, so over here we have the traffic data right in here. So all you have to do is just to click on this particular one to run it. So once you have gotten this particular traffic data or any one of your choice, maybe this particular stock market tracker, so all you have to do is to preview what exactly they want you to see. So right now, as you can see, we cannot view because my subscription expired some few days ago before I started making this particular video. So we cannot preview. But if we are under the free version, so we can pick any data of our choice from the free version and we can click on view, and it's going to open up this particular part for us where we can view exactly what they want us to do, and we can see different hints like what we can do to have what we were asked to create use. So use if function over here. If I click over here now, you see the hints, subtract the weekday from each date, and if I click over this particular one right now, it says use the year, month and the day function. So it's just giving you the hint to actually create the project the way it should be. So this is where I got the data from, and you just need to come and set up an account right here. It's free. It's not actually compulsory that you must actually pay for subscription before you can have access to this particular guided project right here. All right, enough of this. Let me take you to something else. So just like what you have seen previously, we call this particular project guided project, and over here this is the first objective, and here is my second objective. Right here is the third objective, and over here is the overall of what you need to actually understand before you start creating the dashboard. So we have the situation, the assignment, and as well the objective, right? So reading through this particular part right now will give you a full understanding of what the data is all about and how you can actually bring insight out of it. Now, coming back to the dashboard, I told you it has a lot of functionalities that you might have not added to your own dashboard before. Look at here right now. Every single time this particular chart updates, this particular text here updates. This is the insight, and this particular part, this pinned part right here is the recommendation we are given. So the same thing happens to this particular part right here. It depends on the location we actually select, and our dashboard will definitely update. So we can use here to actually sort our dashboard, like sort this particular table right here, and we have the insight and as well the recommendation. So coming back to this particular part of the dashboard right here, we have here where we can toggle between the value and as well, can you see it right now? So we have a recommendation here for what we have right here, and the recommendation is very dynamic, depends on the location we actually select from the slicer. Can you see it right now? Once you're done, you can actually have it hidden. So something as beautiful as this. So if you're looking forward to creating a very nice looking and outstanding interactive dashboard using Microsoft Excel, this particular video will definitely help you to do that. So it's all about NYC Collisions dashboard, which is all about accident and traffic. So if you want to actually follow me step by step, all you have to do is to download the data and every resources I have used on this particular dashboard. So see you in the class. If you open up the file you downloaded from me, you're going to see icons. Those icons are the icons I'm going to be using. And again, you are going to see this particular NYC Collisions here and all those particular objective 1 to 3 and the task right here, which we have seen in the introductory part. Okay, so the very first thing you need to do is to actually have this unzipped. All right, don't bother about this one. I'm going to delete it from here Now we have this. So here is a data dictionary. You can have it open to take a look at what is actually going on here. But for me, I'm going to go with this very one. Just double click and have it opened. If you have it open, this is what you're going to actually have. So it's a CSV. I would love to save this as Excel workbook. So let's do that. Go over here, click on File, click on Save As, and now click on this particular browse here. And let's go ahead and choose different way to save this Excel workbook. Later, after all, we're going to change it from Excel workbook to another, file type. But for now, we're going to go with this. So I'm going to have here dashboard. Okay, now we have new data. So let me say the data is some kind of semi-clean, but we have to do some transformation to make sure we have what we need. So to have it opened up, you can click over here and double click anywhere on the columns here. So that has actually, opened up everything for you. Okay, the very first thing we need to do is to Control T. So with Control T right now, we want to convert this data into a table by clicking on OK. So now we have it. So to have it transformed to give us what we want, we need to actually push this into Power Query. So go to the top ribbon and click on Data. And after Data, go over here. You can see where we have this particular from table range. So over here, the first thing I always do is just to make sure I name this to something else. So I'm going to do transformed data. So we have changed the name of the table. So the very first thing we need to do is to make sure we actually convert this to a proper date. So let's go over to this particular part here, click on it and choose this date here. So I want to actually add a new step because if something is wrong, I want to take off this step. But watch here, if this is the first time, you should know that if we click over here to add a new step, the step will be recorded inside here. So we have this particular place called applied step. Inside Power Query, there is nothing like Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y, undo or redo. All you do is to time travel to remove any step you have added and have it back. Okay. So now if I click on add step now, I have just added a step here. And what you can do with this, if you want to remember what you have done here, is to right click and click on rename. So what do you do? So I just typed in change date data type. So this will actually help me to remember what I have done on this particular step should I want to actually remove it or edit it, whatever. Okay, over here we have time. This particular time right now is actually show as decimal number. I can actually click on this particular 1.2 and change it to time. So now I have proper time right in here. So what I want to do with this particular time right now is to have it grouped. And actually I want to extract the morning, the evening, and the afternoon, right? And on this particular date, I want to extract the season like the winter, the spring, and all that. You understand? So let us start with this particular time right here. The very first thing you have to do with time is to look at this particular part where it says add column. So we have transform and we have add column. I wouldn't go into detail to tell you all this or what they all do, but if you want to know much about this, just take my course. It will actually teach you how everything should work. So when I click on this particular add column here now, I want to actually extract the hours. Can you see here now? I click on hour. So I just did. Right now, I have the hour right in here. So if you look at it, it added a step for me. So if I double click on the step, so here you go. So you have an M code written automatically without you doing it all by yourself, right? So if we want to write this particular M code, what we would have done is this. Let me just copy this M code from here and close this here. We can go over to the same add column and go to this particular custom column here.
So this is where you can actually write it. So if I paste in this one here right now and I click on this particular one, it will add a new one for me and it's going to give me the same exact thing, right? So we can practice how to write it by actually double clicking, going to the code environment here to look at what it does. So it just says time.hour and you actually bring in the column called time that we have just transformed. Then you will have this. So we don't actually need this. To actually take it off right now, no shortcut, but just click on this particular cross here. Now you have it gone. Okay, after having this right here, the next thing we have to do right now is that we want to group this particular time. So how do we do that? So we're going to create some kind of interval. So to do that right now, it's not something that we just do with ease. So we have to add another extra column to it. So what I'm going to do right now is just to go over to this particular add column. And this time around, we're going to add a conditional column. So with our conditional column here, I'm going to type in time interval. Okay. With our time interval, we want to group this particular time into 6, right? So what do? If I click over here right now, I can go and pick up the hour from here, then add more of this, add 5 of this here, the 4th one. So here is the 5th one here, right? So now this one will make it the 6th. Don't add the 6th one. The else part here will make it the 6th. So we have to reference so let us move this one up. Then we click over here now, we can access the hour here. Click over here, we can access the hour. Click over here. That is better. Okay, over here we have the operator. If you look at it, so we have the operator here. So this is actually going to determine the value. So whatever we have here, we actually look at this particular value, then we actually return whatever I want to return based on what we have actually, suggested here. Let's just take a look at it. So under the operator, if I click on the drop down right now, I want to use is less than, which is this particular one here. So we're going to use is less than all through. So make sure you select is less than. Over here is less than, and over here is less than. This is beautiful. Okay, when it gets to here right now, what I want to do is to actually look at this. If it is actually less than 4, then we want to actually categorize any time that is actually less than 4 to 12. So 12 a.m. to 4 p.m. You got it right now? Sorry, to 4 a.m. So this is what we want, 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. So over here, anything that is less than 8, we want to categorize it to what? To 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. To be from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. So over here I have space. I just want to close the space here. Oh, let us add a space between it. So add a space here and add a space over here. So over here now, anything that is less than 12. So we're going to come here. We want to categorize it from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So which is going to be 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. You get it right now? So our 2 here should have this. Okay, now over here is going to be 16. So whatever is less than 16, what we want is going to be from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Don't worry, you see the result the way it looks. Then over here we're going to do 20. And for 20 now, what we want is to have it from 4 p.m. to what? To 8 p.m. 8 p.m. So other than this, we come over here and we do 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. So this is how we want to actually categorize this, or to create an interval between our time. This will actually help us to look at how many crimes, or sorry, was it crime? How many accidents or how many collisions we have between this particular 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. right here. Let us see if I click on OK here. So we have just added this, and if I click over here now, you can see we don't have any issue. You can load more to see if you have any error or any blank or null. This is something very important. You want to check that. If you have any mistake when you are categorizing this, you'll find out that you have blank or an error right in here, but we don't have that. Okay, if I double click again now, it's going to take me back to where we left. So I'm going to copy this one here. Right, you can type it in though. So once you come over here, you right click and say rename, then you paste this one here. So you can type in column. So this will actually help you to track back what you have done should you want to actually make any adjustment. So once you have done this right now, we want to take a look at it by going over here. Now we change the data type first, so it's now text. Beautiful. So now I can move this one by right clicking, go over to move, then move to the beginning. Beautiful, huh? Okay, now I want to select over here, select and click on OK. Let us look at all the time we have. By coming over here right now, you can see it's actually 12. So if I keep scrolling down now, can you see it now? So it's between that range, so which means you're correct. So 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. 12 a.m. not p.m. a.m. So now let us select a different one to verify if what we have done is correct. So this time around, I want to select from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So if we click on OK, so we can verify by clicking over here now. Everything we see is actually on p.m. and it starts from 4. Can you see now? 5, 6, 7, and the maximum should be 8. But over here, we have maximum to be 7:59, approximately 8. You understand? So here is actually 100% correct. So we can load more to see more results if that is what you want. This is what you need to do if you want to actually, create some kind of time interval to know what happens between this particular time to this very time. So you have just seen how to get it done right now. Can you see now? Okay, fine. This is beautiful. So whenever you actually filter rows to verify something, never forget to actually clear the filter or remove the filter. So when I filtered, look at what happened. When I filter through here, it added here a step for me. So which means if I want to clear the filter right now, I can decide to actually remove this step from here, or I will come over here and clear filter from here. So whichever one you want. So if I just come over here to clear, you can say clear filter. So the step got removed from here for me. Beautiful, right? Okay, we have just achieved this. The next one we need to do right now is going to be right in here. So what do we need to do? We have to actually create what I call seasonality. So how do we do that particular seasonality? It's something very simple. All right, to have it created right now, let us go over to this particular same add column. This time around is not going to be on the conditional column, but it's going to be on the custom column right in here. So we're going to be writing a little bit of M code ourselves, 100%. So let's do it. So let us click over the custom. So right here, we're going to type this one to be season. So over here, what we're going to do, we're going to have what is called let. This is how you start to code inside we want to create an M code. So in. So let an in. Inside here now, what we want to do is to actually type in M. So what is the M for? The M is actually the variable. We're going to be referencing this particular M all through. It's the variable we're actually setting. So it's going to be equals. So this is going to equals date dot month. So here you have a suggestion, date.month. So inside this particular date of month, we want to actually supply the column we want to extract the month from. So let me show you what is going to happen right now. So with an open parenthesis or bracket here, we want to reference this particular date here, and we can actually have this closed. You get it right now. So now what we have done is to declare here that we want to extract the month number from 1 to 12. So when that particular month number is being extracted, we are going to use this particular M right now. So the month number is going to be extracted from this particular line of code, and it will be stored inside this particular M right here. So now we can reuse it. So for we to reuse it right now, we can come down here. So we want to say, okay, if. So the if here, we now check if M. So the M is the variable, right? Is equals 12. Or M is equals 1. So make sure it's correct. It's equals 1. Yeah, I think it equals 1. Another or again, or M is equals 2. So what are we saying now? So if M contains December, January, and February right in here. So what we want to happen is this. We can use then. So we want to see winter. So I believe you understand the month 12 is actually December, the month 1 here is January, and the month 2 is actually your February. So this is the winter month. You understand? You can space it to make it some kind of very clean to read if that is what you want. All right. So once we have done this right now, we are going to go down and type in else. So if M here is equals, should it be equals? So if M here is less than or greater than or equals 3, that is match. And M here is less than equals 5, that is May. Then we should actually categorize this to what? To spring. You get it right now. So we go down again and we'll type in else if M is greater than equals 6. That is June. And M is less than equals 8. Then so what we want now is to categorize this into summer. So otherwise right now we now type in else. So give us this. So you get it right now. If you look at it right now, the error we have been having all through is now clear for us. So it has marked this. So if I just go ahead and push this off right now, you can see we have this underline saying that we have an error, but when we actually close by giving the last else here, we have everything to be correct. So this is what it is right now. So we have just categorized the date column into season column. So if I go ahead and click on OK here now, we're going to have a new column added. So there is no error, there is no empty. You can open up this right here, load more to actually load the results, and make sure we have the 4 seasons to actually appear right in here before we agree that this has worked 100%. Can you see it right now? Okay, over here I'm going to change this one to text. Very important. Then from there, let's go over here. And we have this one renamed into season column here. So whenever I want to actually have anything to do with this column to change anything, I can just come here and either click on this or double click over here, and it's going to further open this particular part for you. Then you can actually get it done. All right, so this is what you can actually do. Let's go out of it. Okay, so right now we have to check across all the columns to see if we have some kind of blanks. So in case you don't have this here, if you go to view, you can see you can turn this particular place on to check the column quality. Over here, it gives you the column profile, right? So what is the column profile going to do for you? So if you click on the column profile, it tells you if there are duplicates over here. Let's go to this particular interval, for instance. So the interval here means that we have more collision on this particular 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Look at it, it has long bar followed by this, and the lowest one is actually 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. right in here. Okay, so if you look at it right now, this particular place has shown that we have some kind of inconsistency. So let me show you what inconsistency we have. So over here, as you can see, we separated the 4 p.m. The 4 from PM, the 8 from PM. The same thing happened here. The same thing happens over here. But over here, something different happened. So we did not separate it. So this is actually creating some kind of inconsistency. And over here as well. So we can quickly glance through it by using this particular, column profile we have right in here. So right now, this is a quick fix. We have to go ahead and fix this. So how do we do that? That was why we actually created this particular part. So we can quickly know where that issue or that step is because we have it named. So it is named after the column. So I can double click over here. So right now we are here. I can quickly go ahead and separate this particular 4 from PM and this 8 from AM. So this creates something that has to do with what we have before. Then you click OK and it will actually be updated right in here. Okay, so if I scroll all through to this particular end now, let us look at this particular part here. Over here, we have some blanks or null, which we can see physically right now. So, and over here, you can see it's giving you some kind of column statistics. So while you can actually look at the distribution of the column over here, which is something very important that you have to look at. So if you keep scrolling down now, you see a lot of things going on here. So what I'm going to do with this particular column right now is that we have what we call unspecified here. Can you see it now? Unspecified. So we want to categorize anywhere we have this particular null to unspecified. So to be on the safer side, to make sure you are correct with the spellings, you can actually go ahead and click on it on the column here and just copy this one over here. So Power Query is some kind of case sensitive. So what I'm going to do right now is to right click and go to what we call replace values. Then I told you about being Power Query for being case sensitive, right? So this particular null shouldn't be capital letter or uppercase. So it should be written the way it is. So null like this, and we'll replace it with unspecified. Then we'll click on OK. So now it has joined the group of unspecified. Now it's 100% complete. All right. So the longitude and the latitude is not really needed. We don't actually want to keep those columns. We can actually go ahead and truncate those particular columns from here. So right click and go ahead and have this one removed. So gone. So we have to reduce the column to make sure we keep all of the columns we want to use. So you just scroll through here. So now over here now we have street and almost 55% of the street were not specified. So previously before now, we don't have anything called unspecified. If I'm not mistaken, we do not have it. If you check through here now, we do not have it. So what do? Right away, we want to actually make sure we categorize all of those particular nulls into unspecified by clicking over replace values. So case sensitive, be careful when doing this. So now instead of 55%, it's giving us 0%. Now we have everything 100%. So you just have to check across all the columns to make sure you actually do this. So here we go. So we have null over here. Those are the street that they did not capture the data for. So what we have to do is just to do the same exact thing right here. We are doing data transformation and cleaning. Note that. So we have null and paste this in here. So the same thing should be done to this one. So we'll replace values here. So finally, you click on OK. All right, let's say we are done with this right now. So what is the next thing we can actually do? I think we have achieved everything we need. So the next thing we can do right now is to go ahead and load this to Excel. I want to say Power BI. This is not Power BI, but we have Power Query in Power BI in case you just get it started. Everything we have done right here, right now, can be done to the data you want to analyze inside Microsoft Power BI. I have a lot of videos on Power BI. You might want to check that out. All right. So we have two ways to load this into into Excel rather. So you can go to Home. So once you're on Home, don't just click over here. Otherwise, to just give you the default settings. Over here, I'm going to click on this particular drop down. Then we have two options here. The first option is to close and load. What happens when you do this? When you close and load, it loads this straight up to Excel interface for you or Excel worksheet. Then when you close and load to, it's going to give you an option to load this to a different machine. Maybe when you have millions sources of data, this is when you need to use close and load to. So you don't load to Excel worksheet, you load to a different part of Excel that you cannot see until you have it opened. And that particular part of Excel can hold like 10 million rows or even beyond. It depends on the kind of data that you have. Okay, right here we're going to go ahead and close and load. So we are expecting to see our data on a new sheet. Check it out. We have a data right here coming in. So we have transform data. That was the name we changed when we actually loaded this particular data into Power Query. So just give it some time. All right, 100% our data is ready. We have 238,421 rows loaded in here without any error. Successfully we have transformed our data, right? Let's say out of excitement you just clicked over here and you closed it, and you're a newbie, you have not done this before, and you'll be like, oh, how can I get this back? So don't panic, I'm going to show you how to bring it back. Let's go over here. Now click on this particular data part here. In case you're on Home, click on data. Now you have here called queries and connections. So click on it, then you have this back. So maybe you have forgotten a particular thing, you want to redo it again inside Power Query. How do you get back to Power Query? You don't have to follow the same route we actually used to get into Power Query before. All you have to do, you can hover over here and you have everything here. You can look at it column by column, row by scrolling through vertically, and you can click on edit to edit from here. Now it's going to bounce you back to Power Query. This is one way to get to Power Query. It's something very simple. So if I go ahead and close now, and that way to get to Power Query is to right click over here and you click on edit, and that will actually open Power Query back for you. You see that right now? It's something very simple and easy, right? Okay, the next thing you have to understand is that if you have new data that you just actually pasted on beneath here, so when you have new data, you just go ahead and do Control-Shift down arrow. So you have to paste the new data that just came in, right in here. So once you have done that, to make sure the data is captured and updated, this particular one here. So what you need to do is to make sure you click over here. When you hover over here, it says refresh. Then that will actually refresh your table and it will update the transform data for you. Automatically, Power Query will pick it and actually refine the data and make sure it's cleaned, and it will give every single action we have done right on Power Query to this particular part right in here. All right, everyone, successfully, we have actually created a new table by transforming our data. So it is time for we to delve into the analysis. Okay, go to your data, the data you downloaded from me, and open up this particular first objective here. So over here we have this. So if you look at it right now, we have our first objective here. So you have to go ahead and read through what you need to do. So we're going to identify seasonal patterns. So this is a guided project from Maven Analytics. So you have to look at this particular part here. So whereby you read through what you are going to do line by line. So we're going to be doing this as soon as we get to this particular bridge. So all I want to show you is what it contains. This is the second one. This is the third one. And over here is what you have actually watched in the introductory part. So by me looking at this, you don't actually have a part where it says you should create a KPI, but we always know that KPI is very important when we want to create dashboard. So first of all, what we need to do now is to actually create some kind of a rough sketch of our dashboard before we start laying the dashboard inside Microsoft Excel. So for the first time, we have to understand the first objective. The first objective here says your first objective is to calculate the number of collision by month and year and visualize them using a line chart. So over here, it's giving you the direction on how to get this done. So it says calculate the count of collision ID by year and month and visualize it using a line chart. So you have to filter out the incomplete month of April 2023 and modify the line chart so that each year is shown as separate line. So please pay attention here, don't skip. So over here it says apply formatting tool to finalize the chart and summarize insight from the analysis. So the second one here says visualize weekly trend. This is very important because this is the reason why we actually pushed our data into Power Query and have it transformed the way it is. So over here it says extract the weekday and hour from the data and from the date and time column. So calculate count of collision ID by weekday and hour. Please pay attention here. So create a heat map to visualize collision hotspot by time of day and day of week. So please listen to this part. It's very important. So after all that, we are going to actually create a 3-scale color, and we're going to be focusing on the most dangerous period of the week. So we have the final part of this particular dashboard here. So over here, what it's saying is this: we are going to analyze contributing factor. And how do we calculate that? Calculate the count of collision ID by contributing factor. Now we filter just the top 10 contributing factor by collision and sort them in descending order. You see that now? So it's giving us how to calculate it right here. So this is the final objective, then we get into this. So right now, what we're going to do is to look at how we can create a rough sketch before we start analyzing. So you don't just jump into Excel and start analyzing. Instead of using a rough, a white paper and create a rough sketch on it, or you can use a whiteboard, just like OneNote, a quick note right here. So I'm using a quick note. If you have one, please, you can actually start using this ASAP. So all I'm going to do right now is to actually create some kind of rough sketch here. So I'm going to create here my rough dashboard. So you can see that now. So over here, this is the canvas of my dashboard. Can you see this now? So I'm going to drag this down here. So this is the space I have to create my dashboard. So over here is going to be, let's go to insert, draw, and change this to this. So this is going to be title. So my dashboard title. So if I just draw this particular line right now, this is just my top bar. So my top bar here, this will contain filter or slicers. This is what is going to contain that. So we don't have any particular part where in the objective it says we should actually create some kind of KPI. But for me, I want to create 3 different KPIs. So over here, I'm going to have my first KPI, my second KPI here, and my third KPI. So don't mind me, it's just a rough sketch. So we're going to have the total collision here. So total collision. So over here is going to be the, let's say the casualty should go into here, and injury should go into here. Then if you look at it, it's talking about a line chart. So over here is going to be where our line chart would be. So that line chart is going to contain the collision by year from 2021 to 2023 right in here. You get it right now. And it's going to actually take the objective or some kind of insight we're going to be drawing from the data based on what the line is, and it's going to be very dynamic indeed. So after that, we're going to create a different chart again the chart will go over here, and this chart will only visualize the year data, and we bring in insight into it as well to see what is going on. Okay, if you look at it again from the objective, we have a particular part where it says we should actually, calculate the top 10 contributing factor by total collision. This is where that is going to be. Top 10 contributing factor is going to be right in here. Okay, let's talk about the heat map. The heat map should actually be somewhere around here. Don't mind my rough sketch, but it's going to make our dashboard look beautiful because this is what we're going to follow to create our dashboard. So over here is going to be some kind of week versus time interval analysis. So it's going to be some kind of heat map. So heat map will be here. Then aside the heat map, we want to show the row. Should I call it row? So we have some couple of rows. So which is going to be here, we're going to show the motorist, the cyclist, and the pedestrian by collision. And we want to see it by injury and as well by the numbers of casualty over here. It's something very, very important. And finally, we have our final chart right in here. This one is very, very important. So we are showing the seasonality. So don't mind my handwriting. So it shows the seasonality right here. We want to see which particular season. Is it spring? Is it winter? Is it summer? We have more collision, then we want to show something like that here. So most of what we have just listed right now are not some kind of listed in the objective, but we want to give something much more, insightful than what we were asked to actually create. So if we go back here, and if you check over here now, it's saying it's basic. So this is the basic one. You can say this one is advanced. This is intermediate. So we are creating a basic one. Because it is basic doesn't mean you can just do basic dashboard. So we're doing something much more advanced than just basic. So what about this? Let's just look at how we can actually represent what we have right now on our screen inside our Excel workbook. All right. Let us create a worksheet for our dashboard. So click on the plus here. Now have this renamed to dashboard. So once you have done that, we have to go to the top ribbon. So click on view. From view, click on this particular headings here to have it removed. And the next thing you have to remove here is the grid lines. So we have just done that. We have something as plain as this. So at default, Excel will give you something like this. So if you want to make it look like a real dashboard, you have to make sure you click over here. It depends on the kind of screen you have and the version of Excel you have. So over here, you click on auto hide ribbon. I'm using Excel 2021. So you can use something beyond from 19 to 2021 will be fine. Excel 365, you can follow up so well, and you have new functions as well. Okay, let's just concern ourselves about the color right now. I already have my colors in place. So look at this particular one here. So if you open up the file you downloaded, you're going to see colors right in there. Then that is exactly what you're going to use. Okay, over here, I have some group of colors here. Then the first color I'm going to use is this particular one. So I want to pick up the color code from here. You can right click and you go to format, or you control 1. So once you click over here now, you go to more colors and you can copy the color code from here to use, right? So once you've done that, you just go ahead and cancel. So let's go over to dashboard environment. So once we are here, we do Control A. So what Control A does is to highlight the whole cells we have inside this particular worksheet. So once we have done that, we right click and go to this particular format cell here. And now we can actually change it from here by going over to fill, and we go to more colors, and we click over to custom, and we can paste in our color code right here. Then we click on OK. So okay here. So if you look at it right now, it's not as white as what it is before. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do right now is to go to the top here, and from here I click on insert, then over here I click on illustrations, then shapes. Now I take this particular rectangle. So once I've done that, I'm going to just drag it in here and bring it below here. then I'm going to just drag it all the way to the top, something like this. So I'll just make it a bit smaller right here, just to create something very fancy for me here. Okay, I have something like this. I'm going to just do a duplicate of it. So once I've done that, I'm going to move the duplicate and make this way. Just watch me do it. So I'm just going to keep something like this. I'll bring it to start from here. So once I've done that, I just have to make sure I bring it all the way right in here. Something that will be enough for me to actually, have some kind of something at the top of it. So once I'm done now, I can hold my control key to select both of them, Control 1, then come over to here and go to line and say no line. Over to the fill color, I choose white. So check it out. It looks like this, but this is not giving me something very, beautiful that will interest me. So what I'm going to do is to click on this particular first one, go over to here. Now click on shadow, then click over here. Now we're going to take a shadow coming to the right hand corner, the offset. So if I click on it right now, it's going to give me something like this. It looks a little bit weird. I don't like this. So let's click back on it. And now we are back here. We just have to visit this particular place. Let us put this at 90. So 90 looks quite okay. I think this is beautiful. I love this. So let's just go over here now. And I'm going to click over to this particular preset. I will choose the one that has the offset at the bottom. So we just have to do here. I'm going to do 95 for this one. 95. So 95 looks quite okay for me. So this is what I want. Okay, the next thing we have to do right now is to create some couple of KPIs. So we want to create 3 KPIs. Don't forget to reference back to your OneNote if you have it. If you created this particular sketch on paper, you have to reference this. So we have 1, so we have 2, and we have 3 right in here. Okay, let's do it. So let's go up here and get this particular one, drag it down. Let's come over here. So we're going to do 0.96. So we do that by 2.16. And it's going to give us something like this. So if you look at it right now, it has the rounded corner. We just want to reduce that. So I'm just going to go ahead and have this reduced like this. Okay. Once we have this now, we can actually position it right here. So we want to make a way for the header. Something like this will be okay. So over here is going to contain our header. So our title rather. So let's go to insert, illustrations, shapes, and we'll take this particular text box here. So I'm going to type in NYC collision dashboard here. So once I've done this now, let's go ahead and crank it up a little bit. Something like this will look okay. So now we just have to make sure we reduce this and we push it right in here to make sure it sits right over here. Then we go over here and we say no fill and no fill on the line. All right, I think this one looks okay for me. So I can just bring this one down a little bit. So once I've done this now, I'm just going to go ahead and do copy. And I'm going to move this one over here and have this one moved here. So for the time being, I think I'm quite okay with this. So we can adjust things later after all, but for now, we are good to go with this. So all I'm going to do is to hold my control key to select the 3 of them, go to the top ribbon, click on shape format and click on align, then you align to the top, right? So once you have done that, you distribute, horizontally. So we can shift things around after now, but for now we just want to go with this. Okay, let's talk about the color we're going to use. So we're going to use color for the total collision, and another color for the casualty and for the injuries. So let's go over to the color. So over here, this color should be for my total collision, right? So this particular color here should be for my casualty, and over here this is for my injuries. So I can actually copy this and go over to my dashboard, then paste them down here. So with this now, we should have the color already available. So if I click on this now and do Control 1, and I can click over here. So we don't have the color existing here right now. and there is no color picker from here to be used. So what we can do right now is to make sure we select this particular one here. Then we go over here, we click on this, and we just pick the color using the format painter. So here we go. So for this particular one here, we have to select this, and here we go. So for this very one, we select this, and here we go. Okay, nicely done. So now we are not going to have this particular color variable listed here. Oh, they're not listed yet, but no problem. We already have them, so we can use them anytime we like. Let's do this. Delete. Okay, so what is next right now? It is time for we to start analyzing our data and bring up the KPI, but not so fast. Let's quickly go over to the top ribbon here, click on insert, and over here illustration, let's do shapes again, and now we pick up the circle. So hold the shift key to draw a perfect circle, just drag this and release it. So I'm going to just move this one and keep it over to here, just like this. You see that right now? So once I've done that, I'm just going to say no line. And over here, I want to select this particular color that represents the color of my background. So now we just have to double it by clicking on Ctrl D. So we push this one over here. I can move it down for a reason. I'm going to tell you why. So duplicate it again. And once I've done this now, I can just go ahead and select by holding my Ctrl key. So now bringing it down means that I want to size it up with this particular one. So what I'm going to do now is to go to the top ribbon, align, then click on align top. So if you now look at it right now, they are on the same, size at the top. So with this right away, we're going to actually bring in our icons. So let's go over to the top ribbon, insert. Now we go for illustrations and shapes. Oh no, not this, my bad. Let's go to pictures, and now this device. So do you remember the three the icons you have inside the listing downloaded? Let's go ahead and pick it up. So I'm going to just choose Maven. Oh no, not this one. Let's do it again. So icons. So I can bring all the icons. So I'm going to go with this one. So if you look at the icons are already, named. So we have icon for accident, we have icon for this rate, we have an icon for another accident here again, we have a car doing collision, we have a clock. So this is for a reason. So let's pick up this particular one for accident here, this one here, and let's go with this. So you now see how this will come to play. Now we click on insert. Can I bring this over to here and make it look smaller? All right, so deselect and separate them. So over here now, we want to actually get this one for the total accident. So I'm going to bring it in here and resize it to fit into here. So now, can you look at this now? So this one now should actually going to be for the death rate. So we can just go ahead and have this right here. Right? So over here now, this is for the people that got injured. So I'm going to keep this over here. Nicely done. Beautiful, right? So this has given us go ahead to start bringing in the listing. So over here, I'll go to the top ribbon, insert. We are going to insert here this text box. So it's just going to be here like this. So the next thing right now is to actually open up a new worksheet. And over here, we're going to name this to be some kind of analysis 01. So we're going to have two of them, but for now, we're having the first one. Okay, going back here right now, we have to create our first pivot table. Then all we have to do is just to go to the top ribbon here and click on insert. And from insert, we just go over here to click on this particular pivot table. And it's asking us if we want to actually create this on a new worksheet. But for me, it's no. So I'm going to click existing worksheet. Then we go over to the worksheet here. Let's select something like here and click on OK. All right, everyone, we just created our first pivot table ever, right? So you can quickly name your pivot table to make it easy for you to connect the slicer, when you are or when you're done with your dashboard and you want to create some kind of filter between them. So going over to the top here right now, we can click over here, and this pivot table is named as pivot table 1. You can just call this one KPIs. That is all. All right, let's create our KPI. Remember, this particular KPI is not part of the objective of the dashboard, but something we just wish to actually add to make or to spice it up a little bit. So to do that now, we can use this particular collision here. The question is this: why are you using collision? Collision is actually the ID for every single thing that happened, every single accident. So all the rows in the data set has data. So if you choose to use a particular column that does not have data all through the columns, that's going to be a difficult thing, right? So I'm going to drag this and put it over here, and automatically it's going to default to sum, because what we have here is just nothing but a number. If you look at it right now, it's giving us collision ID. You get it now? All right, going back to analysis right here, we can just click over here and look at this value field settings. So once you click on it, you change it to count and you click on OK. So now we have this instead. So what do? We can just go ahead and do Control 1 and do number. Then we do here number. So we don't want any decimal number, so we just put 0 over there. We use comma separator, then we click on OK. So over here now we have gotten this. So the next thing we want to do right now is to check if this is actually involves injuries, or there is some kind of casualty, whatever. Then how do we get that done? If we go over here right now, we can scroll through to the right hand corner, and over here you have those particular columns. If you check them out, those columns I just highlighted right now. So we have injuries, we have our injured persons, and the numbers of casualty right here. So where you have 0 means there are no casualties, and where you have 1 would actually give us the numbers of casualty we have for that particular collision or accident, right? So what we're going to do right now to know the total injuries and total casualties we have, we just want to use this particular column, not those particular ones. So if you look at those ones here, they are for either pedestrians, injured, killed, cyclists, injured, a killed one, motorist, and as well this. Okay, let's go back to our analysis here. Now we have to scroll all the way down and we check where we have persons. So we're going to drag this particular one in here, and we drag this particular one in here. Okay, if you look at it right away, what we have here is actually on sum, and that's exactly what we want. We don't want to use count. What will happen is if I turn either of them into count. So count will give me the same number as this one, but not the same number. If you look at it right now, it's different. So why is it different? Let's just take a look at it. So over here, if I just click over here now and scroll down, we have some couple of blanks. Let us see the reason for the blanks. So all you have to do is to actually go this, and you scroll all the way down, you click on blanks, you click on OK. So the blanks happen as a result of no record. So, and I'm going to tell you first time that whenever you see blank on value area, the blank is equals to 0. Even though if there is no 0 sitting right there, it's automatically 0. Right? So that is exactly what happened. So if you actually listen carefully when I was telling you about what you can do to actually have this particular count of collision created, I told you you can actually use a column, there are some kind of consistent data inside the rows. And that was why we choose collision ID, because we know for sure for every single, incident, we have record for the ID, right? So don't choose a particular column that we are going to be having some kind of blank rows, and that's exactly what actually played out right here right now. Although we are not looking forward to actually create it as a count, instead we want to take it back to the sum. So we are using sum to know the numbers of the injured persons and now the numbers of casualties that we have. Okay, we have all of this. This is exactly what we really want to actually have. So the next thing right now is to represent this inside our dashboard. So quickly, if you want to make sure you clean this particular place up right now, you can click over here and do Ctrl H and type in sum of, which means what we're trying to do right now is to remove the sum of from here, then you say replace all. So it has been removed from here. So if you want to remove the count here, now you can remove it. But in my own case, I want to just make sure I double click on this one and just say total. I don't know if I get it right. Pollution year. Okay, here we go. Better. Now, when somebody comes to the back end, we want this particular place to look as neat as whatever, over here. So what we can do right now, I want to set here some kind of color like this. So which means whatever is here is here. Whatever is here is a different thing entirely. So I just love to do something like this. So once we have gotten this right here, right now, the next thing we have to do is to go over to our dashboard and look at how we can represent it right in here. So over here now, I can manually type in what I want here. So I'm going to type in total pollutions. And once I've done that, I'll go over to the top and I'll just increase this particular size a little bit. So something like this will look quite okay. And I want to choose to use it on white color. So next I'm going to drag it over here. And you look at it right now, it's not beautiful. So we do Ctrl 1. Then we remove the outline out of it. So we can just adjust it a little bit. So once we are done and we like it, this is good. So we can duplicate this for this particular part here. So now this is going to be so once we are done, we duplicate this one and we change this one to so you get it now. So here we go, nicely done. So we want to make sure the space we have here is actually equals to this one. So which means I'm going to bring this one backward. So move this one forward. All right, we have this. So if I hold my control key, I see a plus. I can just go ahead and drag this down. This will actually create for me a duplicate. So now we can go to here, go to view, go to here, and now we pick it up this. And we just go ahead and reference this one and click on OK. So watch what happens. Do we have to actually go back there again? I guess no. We just duplicate this one and we have it over here. So we duplicate this one again. We have it over here. So once we have done this now, this is sitting on D. We can change this one to E. So we have a different number. This one now, instead of D, we have F. So we have a different number. Let me show you how it works. Going over here right now, we have this one sitting on D, on E, and on F. So that is what we have done here. Okay, this is looking very beautiful right now. The next thing we have to do is to make sure we change the font color of our values. And after that, we change the size. So let's go over here. So we click over here. So I'm going to just choose a different font type. Let's go to the top. So we have the one that has light. And let's do 24. So let's go ahead and choose white. Then once we are done, we are good to go. This looks quite okay. So we can keep it over here. Then go over here, double click on it and have it on this one and have it over here as well. Then the KPI is ready. So we have gotten our KPI down. Can you see now? So our KPI has been created. Nicely done. Okay, now it is time for we to go to what we were asked to do, which means we have to look at our first objective. So we are right back on the first objective right here. So the first objective says identify seasonal patterns. So your first objective is to calculate number of collisions by month and year and visualize them using line charts. So this is what you have to do. You have to actually calculate the count of collision ID by year and month and visualize it using a line chart. And the thing that is very important in this particular aspect is for you to filter out the incomplete month of April 2023. And after that, you have to modify the line chart so that each year is shown as a separate line. And once you're done, you have to apply formatting to finalize the chart and summarize insight from the analysis. So I think in everything, this is the part where you have to do some kind of much more advanced work. So this particular one here is something very simple that anybody can actually come up with. But right here, we have to give out insight. And this particular insight should be very dynamic. So how do we do that? Let us take a look at it. So if we go back here now, we can reuse this particular pivot table we have right here by just doing copy using Ctrl+C, and we come over here to paste it. So when I paste mine over here, so Ctrl+V to paste. So once I have pasted this particular one right now, I don't need this particular one. I don't need this one as well. All I need is just the one you have right now, which is the total collision. So the next thing I'm going to do right now is to bring in the date right in here, right? So I want to bring in the date. I'll drag the date and keep it right in here. And automatically it's going to actually create some kind of grouping for me. So if you don't want this particular grouping and you want to group it to something else, you can right click and just say ungroup. So when you ungroup it, will ungroup everything and give you normal date. But in our own case, we want to group it. So let's go ahead and group. So we can group by day, we can group by quarter, you can group by year. And once you click on OK, it's going to be grouped and all the groups will be right here for you. So in this particular situation, based on what we have seen on the date, on the instruction of the objective, we can remove quarter away from here. We can take off the date from here. And now we have the month and the year. So with the kind of chart we want to create, the year should be dragged into the column area. So we're going to have something like this. So this is not looking beautiful at all because we don't want to actually have this particular grand total here. It's going to make things look worse. So to remove it now, you can actually right click and you see where it says remove grand total. You do the same thing to the one at the bottom here. So you now go for remove grand total. So is this enough? Oh, a little bit. So if you look at it right here, right now, it's actually giving us row label, which we don't actually want. We want to make sure it's giving us or reporting the right column name. So to do that now, you click over here, go to the top ribbon. So go to design and we click over here. We just choose to use the show in tabular form. So right now we have the month as a header right here. Okay, so what happens if I decide to go ahead and actually create my pivot table with this? So now I can just go ahead and create a line chart, which is going to be this particular line chart here. So if you look at it, we have this particular one going down, right? So what do you think is the problem here? Let us take a look at it from our main data source. So this is going to be the data for 2023. So if we go over here, so we filter through the date and we only select 2023. And once we click on OK, it only filters down to 2023. So right now we go back again. We actually just do this and we want to go ahead and filter by April. So we click on OK. So once we filter by April, we can now see that the most dates in April, if we further bring it down again and click over this particular plus again and we go down, this is actually just 9th day of April. It stopped at 9th day of April, right? So let me clear filter from this particular date column. We have done that. So let's go back now to here. So can you check out this particular part here? So check out here. So it says filter out the incomplete month of April 2023, which means we have to filter out the month. So, but the question is this, how easy do you think it's going to be for we to filter it out from here? So if we decide to filter it out now, so there is no way we can do it over here. So if we decide to bring the month, and we feel like we are wise enough to actually bring the month in here, the month will be removed from here. So which means we can't apply filter over here. So now this is the time for us to start thinking of what to do. This has to do with our thinking ability. So guess what we can do to have this particular one here that is not completely removed? Anyone with idea? I just have something doing. Keep thinking, keep thinking. Okay, if you don't have anything to bring, I think somebody just guessed right. So let me show you what you can do. Let us delete this away from here. So right now we cannot use this particular pivot table, but we're going to use it. So this is the value we have to remove from here, right? We don't have to remove the month, but we have to remove the value from here. Then it will not be plotted for April, right? If I just decide to delete, look at what I have. So we can't make this change for the selected cell because it will affect the pivot table. Okay, that is nice. So the next thing we can do right now is to actually duplicate this particular table, but make it dynamic. So if you're using any version of Excel from 2019 to 21 and above, you can actually use dynamic array. So I'm just going to put an equal sign here and reference this particular part here. Then hit my enter key and it will spill this out for me. Can you see this now? So once I have gotten this now, I can just take this off from here. But it's not working again. It doesn't allow me. So this should have been the fastest way to actually have this done. But because I'm using dynamic array, I can't delete any part of this. It is just going to be like the pivot table we have created, and we try to actually get this deleted by clicking on delete on our keyboard. So what do we do instead? So we just have to delete it from here. So now we have to manually create this. So I'm going to reference this particular part. So hit my enter key and I'm going to just drag this one to this particular part here. And once I've done that now, I'll make sure I create for 2023. I'll drag it all the way down to here. So right now we can just go ahead and delete from this particular part here to here. So this has actually created what we want for us, right? So I'm just going to make sure I have this one to be bold, and over here, those particular values should actually be on comma separator to keep the back end very neat. So no extra decimal number. So here we go. We have something like this. The next thing I'm going to do right now is to create my chart with this particular area. So just go over here, insert, and now insert a line chart. I want to insert this particular kind of line chart for a reason. So if I do that, this is what we have. So if you look at that particular one that came down this video at a time, it's actually gone right now because we have taken it off. Okay, we have this. It is time for we to refine this. So the legend is very, very important. We want to keep the legend. So the question is this: how do we keep this particular legend, and how do we make it look beautiful? So I wouldn't necessarily need to keep this particular axis here because I want to actually identify the max and the lowest value, so I can delete it. So go over here and take off the particular grid lines. So for the legend, I want to make sure I move it to the left, right hand corner rather, like this, right here. So now I can just go ahead and do something like this. Okay, we have each line plotted for us. This is looking some kind of beautiful already. So the next thing I'm going to do right now is that I want to highlight the highest value area for every single year. So which particular month has the highest collision or the highest accident, whatever it is. That was why I created this particular kind of a line chart to be very easy for me to do that. If you have been watching my videos before now, you would have seen me done this. So this is not the first time. Let us take off this particular title from here. We don't need it. Okay. With this here right now, the next thing I'm going to do is just to go over here and add a new column to it. So we're going to be adding 3 different columns. So I'm going to do 2021 max. So if I drag this one to here now, so we have 22-23 max right in here. Okay. So once we have done that now, We just have to create it once and we'll replicate it for others. So it's something very simple. All we are looking for is just the max area. So what is max? Max is the highest value in your range or in your data range. So if I just go ahead and do max right now, and I reference this particular part for 2022. So what I have here is 9471 is the max. You get it right now. But we want this to be dynamic. Specifically, when we place the slicer, we want the slicer to affect the max that will be returned. So how do we go about it? So this is where we can actually use the if condition to get things done. Let's try it. So over here, I'm going to just say if. So I'm doing for 2021. I want to ask if this particular number here is equals to this particular max right here. So instead of me to reference this particular max, I would rather type in the max in here to further calculate the max again. So once I've done that, I'm just going to highlight this particular environment because I want to avoid moving of the cell. So we create absolute cell referencing using the F4 key. The F4 key should work for you. If it doesn't work for you, you can have it done manually. But guess what? How do you do it? So it's very simple. Can you see this now? This is just a dollar symbol. So you just have to make sure you surround the column with dollar symbol. Can you see? Column Q, the starting point and the end point has dollar symbol all through. That is how you can get this. Once you have done that, you can just go ahead and close and add a comma. So it's going to ask you if this is true that this particular 7719 is equal to the max, which is this one right here. What do you want? Return this. So when you reference this, don't lock it down because you want this to be copying down, to be moving, to make it dynamic every single time. So otherwise, right now, maybe just say, give me nothing. So you can decide not to specify anything here, or you can just decide to specify something. But in my own case, I'll just go ahead and click on this. It's going to give me false. So this false here is not an ideal. So don't worry, I'm going to show you what to do, but you have to know this first. Okay, just go ahead and copy this down. Guess what? We have this. So this one is looking at 2021. So if we just go ahead and just move this one to here right now. So look at the number we have here. The same actual number we have right in here. Can you look at that? That is beautiful. Okay, how do we make sure we represent this particular one inside here? So what do? We are doing for 2021. So I'm going to right click here and go over to select data. So once I've done that, I'll click on add. So I'll add 2021 max. And over here, I'm going to just delete this one from here. Then now I'm going to reference this particular part. Then now we have something like this. I'm going to click on OK. Over here, click on OK. So because we have this particular false, it's going to give us this particular weird lines right in here. And what we want is not those particular lines, but just this little dot right in here. So what do? How do we fix this? It's simple. So instead of us to have nothing after this particular, if the result is true over here, so I'd rather have just give me blank. Let's see if this will work. So we have just gotten blank in here. So blank seems to be equals to 0. So not seems, blank is equals 0 automatically. So if we ask now that, okay, let's do this. So let's say over here, we have not typed anything here. So I'm going to say is equals blank. I'll reference here and click on this. So it's giving me false. Can you see now? It's giving me false all true. And over here, this particular place is equals blank because there is no formula or functions used here. So it's giving me true, that is equals blank. All this one says true, that which means it's not blank. That means something is sitting here like 0. So what do? If I double click here now, I'll come over here and add NA. So you close the bracket for NA and hit your enter key. So now I'll just copy it down. So despite that, it's still giving me some kind of NA here right now. So now if you look at it, it's still giving me false. So this should actually work for this. Can you see? It's gone. It has deleted this. This is the only thing that can do it. It's not still blank, but this NA will trigger it not to give us any value showing up here. So now we have a color that corresponds to color for the 2021 max here. So let us quickly look at how to actually get this done. So over here now, I want to work on this particular color. So before I do that, let us actually conclude on the color we want for this particular whole chart here. So I'm going to do Ctrl+1, bring this up, and over here, we choose to go with this particular, do we have the color? Let's go to our color here, and the color I want to use is this particular color. So I can color it, I can copy the color code here. So the color code copied. So let's do it by going over here. So now select it by just selecting this, not the circles. So go over here and line. So we just go ahead and paste this one. Ctrl+V to paste. So now we've chosen our color. Okay, once we have done this right now, we want to go ahead and remove those circle that is in blue. So delete key, oh sorry, that delete key will not do it. So I wanted to remove it, it will not do it. So, but let us go over to here and now go to marker. So instead of me going to marker, I'll just go to this particular no line. So no, not this. So I will go to marker here. So once I am on the marker, for the fill, I'll say no fill on the marker area. So for the border, I'll say no border on the marker area. You have to be on the marker here to get that done. Once you have done that, we only have this particular one, active now. So we'll click on the one that is active. We go over here, we go to the marker again, and right away, once we are here, we click on the marker options and we choose this particular bulletin, and we just increase the size. So I'm going to choose to go with just this, let's go with 10. 10 is okay. So this particular 10 now, we have to change its color by going down. We just go ahead and change the color to the same color we have here. So we have done that. We go over here and we change the color for the outline. So this is what we have. So we have highlighted this particular part here. So if you look at how easy it is right now, so this one is going to be more easier. Let us do for 20. So once we have done that, we have to just make sure we select the legend here and have it deleted. We don't need it. So to replicate the same thing for other ones, so let us go ahead and delete this one. So all I have to do now is to just make this one smaller. So come over here and duplicate by copying this. So we have to paste this over here, and now I'm just going to push this one to 2022 and push this particular one to 2022. Push the last one here, hit my enter key, then double click on this one, and this one should go for 2023. And over here, we move this. We just move this right here. I'm going to click on OK. So watch what happens if I just go ahead and double click, it copies down, and it's actually pointing to the months that has the highest values. Okay, quickly, we just have to do this again. So right click over here, select data, click on add, and add the one for 2022. So you just delete or backspace, and you select for this particular one. Then you click on OK. You click on OK right here. Quickly, we have gotten it. So once we just click on this particular line now, for this line, I want to leave it at this particular color. So what I'm going to do now is just to make sure I maximize it for you to see what we are doing here. So if I click on this here, I want to aim the dotted line. So Ctrl+1, then I'll click over here. I'll go to marker. Once I'm on marker now, I'll click on this and just say over here, I don't want to see any dot, then as well the outline. So successfully they are gone. So I'm going to focus on this one. Remember, we are using 10, so we go over to here. So we go to marker. So right now we just choose this, we choose the bulletin. So we're going to use 10, and once we use 10, we just have to make sure we select the color for it, and we choose to do for the outline. We select the same actual color for it, or you can decide to just take off the border or the outline. So we have done this right here. So finally, the next one now is for we to right click over here, select data, and click on add again. Then we just select this one, and over here we just do this, and we select this particular environment here, Then we click on OK. We click on OK here. We do the same exact thing by selecting this particular one, Control 1. We go over marker. No. So over here. So we have to make sure we click on this particular one. Then click over here. Then finally, we have to make sure we put this one on 10. So once we are done, now we are using the gray color. So we want to go down and choose to use the gray color like this here. So we just go for no border on this. So we have something like this right here, and it is good enough to go to our dashboard. So we don't want to actually keep the legends right here. We have to remove the legends here. So just double click and have it removed. Have this one removed. So for the main legend, we want to leave those ones right in here. So if we go back here right now, we have done justification to the first objective. What we have not done justification to right now is to actually apply formatting and finalize the chart and summarize insight from the analysis. So we have to summarize insight from the analysis. We have not done that, but we have to position this on our dashboard first. So I'm just going to make sure I resize it. So go over to the dashboard environment. I'm going to drop it right in here. And it is time for we to agree on the size we want to use. So let's go over here, insert here, shapes, and pick up this, drag it down. For we to be on the same page, go over here. Let's do 2.43. We do that by 4.9. So here we go. We have something like this. So I'm going to position this right here. So if I want to be exact, I can do something like this and make sure there is a space that is wider than what we have here. So now I can click on this one, hold my control key, select this one here, go over to the top ribbon, now align. We align to the left hand corner. So it's going to position this rightly for us. So now we click on this now and we choose to use the white color and no outline. So beautiful, we have something like this. But if you look at it, it's fitting into this particular color we have right here. We have to make sure we pull it off from the background a little bit. So let's go over to the effects and click over here. So we choose the one that has this particular offset center. So once we have done that, let us put this at 95 or 98. And let's see what we have. 98. So 98 looks better. So now it's pulling itself out from the background. So we can decide to actually, reduce this to 97, 95. So I'm using 95. So I think I'm going to go with 95. So now we have to pick up this particular one. So right click and say bring to front. So we move this forward, bring to front. We now have this over here. So you can stretch this to this level here. So now next again is for me to go over to here and take off the fill and now take off the border. So if you go, you have something like this. So you can click over here now and reduce the inner part of it this way. All right, so once we have gotten this done, it is time for me to bring up the title. So the title now, I'm going to duplicate this particular one. So keep it somewhere around here and change its color. So let's go with something like this. So I'm going to bring this one here. So reduce the size to this. So here, I'm going to type in monthly versus yearly collisions trend. So something like this looks quite okay. So this here does not really leave room to people to make some kind of decision. So we have to actually add something that will help the end user to make decision, which is something very, very important. All right, if you look at what I have on my screen, this is just something similar to what we're about to do. I want to break it down so that you can actually understand exactly what we're about to get into. So I want to create some kind of yearly collision peaks or year-month collision peaks right here. So from 2021, I want to extract the max month, which is the month we have the highest collision. In 2022, we extract the month with the highest collision and the numbers, and as well for 2023, and we make recommendation on what could be done to avert such a thing. Then that is what the end user is very interested in, not the trend per se. So how do we get this created? This has to be dynamic. When this changes, we actually want the change to affect our recommendation or our so-called caption. So how do we go about this? Let's just keep this over here. So just going to drag this one and have it here. All right, let's start from the bottom here. So this one is not really important. For the first time, let me show you the instance we are going to use. So over here, I'm going to do max. So I'm going to do position. I'm going to do max month. Then over here, I'm going to do results. Okay, my results should be something that is a different place. Okay, now those are all the things we need to actually have something done. So this particular max will be drawn for every single year. So let's take, for example, we want max for the year 2021. So what we need to do is to actually use max function here to retrieve what we have here as the max value. So you get it now. So we have returned max value for 2021. So what we really want right now, we want to get the position of this particular max. This will actually help you to create a very dynamic caption. So over here now, to get a position, we use the match function. So the match function now is asking for the for what you're looking for, its position. That is the lookup value. We can type in our lookup value. So which is this particular one here. Then it's asking you for the lookup array. So where can we find this? You can find it right in here, right? So next now, we want exact match, we put 0, we close, and we hit our enter key. So to make it easy right now, what we're going to do in the formula is not referencing back this particular one. Instead, we're going to be doing this. So we do match function here. So the match function is looking for the lookup value. We're going to be using the max direct in here, and the max references this particular part here. So closes it, and it's going to ask us for the array. The array right now should be the same place, which is going to be this very one here, and comma, we use 0 for the exact match, we close. This is what we're going to be using inside the formula instead. It's still going to return the same 6 for us. Can you see now? So the next thing we have to do right now is to return the month that has the max value. So this particular position will actually help us to do that. So let me show you what you can do in 2 ways. So now to get this particular month returned, we use index. If you have been watching my videos, you must have seen me use this a lot. So the index is going to help you to return something. It's looking for the array. What do you want to return? Where is it sitting? That is what the array is talking about. So we want to return something from here. So put a comma right in it. It's asking you for the row number you want to use to return this. We can choose to use this as our row number. And again, so which particular column? That is the next thing. So we have used row number now. Which particular column do you want to return something from? So we are going to forget about a particular column. So let's take this off. So let me do it again. Let's do index. The array should be where we want to return something from here. So the row number should be this particular one here. So here we go. We have the row number. If I close and hit my enter key, it's giving me June. But this is not how it's going to look like inside our formula to make it dynamic. So we're going to do this now. So index. So once I have gotten the index, what I want to return is actually from here. So we want to use the match function to return something. We type in the match just like what we have done before. So what are we trying to use match for? The match is going to return the position of something. And that position should actually be the max value. So the max value now should be found using the max function, and it's going to select the max value from here. So we close, and when we actually do the match function to return the max value, we tell it to actually return the array. So you get it now? So we have actually checked the max value, which is this, the lookup array right now. What is it looking for? So we go over here to say this is the lookup array. Then over here, we use 0 for the exact match. And it's returning the same exact thing here. So you have to understand this before we start creating this. This is not a video where you just have to watch and within 2-3 minutes you're done with it. You just have to, spend some time doing this. It can take you 1 week to actually get it done, but no problem. So all you have to do is to watch and make sure you practice. So if you have not hit the subscribe button, like or share or leave a comment. Leaving a comment is something very important to me. Please go ahead and do that right now. All right, I've shown you the skeleton part of what we're about to achieve. Right now, I'm going to be calling this one the results or insight. So this is what we really want. It is time for we to do the right thing. Okay, so there is something I want to show you that is very important. You see this particular thing here called, I think I'm going to use caps. So I'm going to use this a lot. So maybe your question will be like, what is the functionality of this? This is actually for a line break. When you want to create some kind of line break between what you're doing to have a new line, using this will be perfect. So I'm going to be using this particular one to do line break. Try to remember this. I can actually go ahead and move this from here to this particular part. Take a look at it. Okay, now it is time for we to get it, started. So before we go on, I want to use some symbol, and that symbol could be found using your Windows key. The full stop on your system or on your PC could actually help you do that. So once you have this now, you can actually get some couple of symbols from here. Can you see now? There are lots of symbols you can actually use right here. Can you see them? Lots of them. So I might choose to use this one for what we are doing. So here we go. So for now, it's not yet the time. So I'm going to put my equal sign here. So what I need to do right now is to say, you know what? I want to get the year month collision peaks. So what I need to do right now is to actually, first of all, create some kind of headings, if I'm not mistaken. So inside here is a text. So I'll do year/month collision peaks. So if I go ahead and close and hit my enter key, all I have is just this. It doesn't really make any sense for now. So if I double click on it right away, what I'm going to do now is just to say, okay, I want to concatenate this and create a line break. To create my line break right now, I use this particular char and then inside it, I close. So if I want to have two line breaks, I create two of these, but I'm just going to have one for now. For an instance, I actually add something else here. So this will actually help me to some kind of have a line break. So the next thing now is for me to actually have my first, caption or my first insight for 2021. So what am I going to have for 2021? For 2021 right now, I want to say, okay, the year 2021. So we have to put this right here to actually just say we are interested in the year 2021. So what we want to do right now is for we to return the max results. I don't know if you get me right. So we want to return the max month. So to return the max month now for this particular year, what we need to do is for we to actually say, okay, we want to use and the ampersand here to concatenate something else do it. Then, sorry, is it dollar sign? No, ampersand here. So we're gonna use index. The reason why this is not giving us some kind of suggestion was because we have not closed this, if I'm not mistaken. So if I now use this now, I type index, so you can now see this. Whenever you're not seeing it, that means you have made a mistake somewhere. So the index now, based on what we have done here, we want to return this particular result. How did we do it? So we did index, and we say we actually want to return the month with the highest value right here, right? So comma. So the row number now, to determine the row number, we have to use the match function. So the match function is looking for the lookup value. So the lookup value now would actually use max to return one number, and that one number is this particular number here. So how do we do that? We put match here. So we put max here. That max will go into this particular part here to return the max value. So we don't need to lock down because we're not trying to copy. You get it now? So we close, and that is actually just our max. So it's now asking us that, okay, if that is a lookup value, where can we find this? We now go back again and reference this particular part. You get it right now? We reference it again and we say, give us the exact match by giving it 0. Then we close. So once we have gotten this done, if I hit my enter key right now, I should have, this. But if you look at it right now, this particular one here is not looking beautiful. So what can we do to make sure that particular line break we actually added works? So I'm just going to expand this. It doesn't really work. So to see the result right now, I can push this into, let's go ahead and insert a card. So we insert a card here. Just insert a card over here. And inside here, I'm going to do equals. And can you see? So we have this jump into a new line. So to have the result inside your Excel worksheet, so you just have to come over here, insert, home. Then from home, we just do wrap text. Now you can see what we have here. So if I just drag this now, so you can see we have 2 lines. So that 2 lines happened because we use this particular char 10 right in here. Can you see it now? Right. So let us actually keep writing this. So we have actually retrieved the max month. The next thing we have to do right now is to make sure we return the value as well. What is the value for the max month? So what I'm going to do now is to add an ampersand here. Then we have to actually, get in the value, and the value should be nothing but max. So max here is going to search for the max value from 2021 over here. So once that is done, we close and we put an ampersand here to concatenate again. So there is something we need to add to create some kind of comma separator. I have not added that right now. It's going to be too much information. I'll do that later after all, but just watch it. So the next thing now I want to do is just for me to do here. I want to add collusion. So we close, and if I hit my enter key right now, you can see everything is coming together. So there is no separation here, and there is no comma separator. So if I double click over here right now, the very first thing I have to do is to look at where it's starting from. This is June. That June should have been this particular place here. After the max, we just need to actually add here some kind of an ampersand. You see that now? I think so. Yes. So, sorry. Let's see what that's gonna be. Okay, over here, we want to actually add a bracket. So the bracket now will be, we are going to have the bracket this bracket will actually say, okay, you know what? I want to put my month, this June month, inside outside the bracket, but this particular number and the collision should be inside the bracket. To do that now, what we need to do to put it inside parentheses is for we to come here. Then once we are here, we are going to do double quotes, open parentheses here, this, and space, then close this and have this here. You get it now? So if I have done this now and hit my enter key, now we have it open. But the mistake we made is that we didn't push it out from here. So now we just have to go over here and put a space on this particular part. And if you look at it now, this is quietly done right. You get it right now? So once we have done this, the next thing we have to do is to make sure we enclose it right here. So we come over to here where we have our final result right in and have it closed. So we just have to come over here and put in another. So we have to go inside here and have this closed. And if I hit my enter key, this is what we actually have. You see that now? So this has actually created for our what do I call it? Our 2021, and this is exactly what we want. The next thing we have to do now is to create for 2022-23. This is going to be very easy. What I'm going to do now is just to copy everything from here, right, to make it easy. Let's make it simple. So I'm going to copy everything. I think, do I need to do that? Yeah, sure. We can replicate the same exact thing we have here. But before that, let's see. Over here, I want to have some kind of circle on 2021. So when I type in 2021 here, I want to give a space and do Windows key, full stop. We have this. So make sure you're on this one and you're right here. Then you scroll all the way down. You pick up this particular circle that has to do with this red circle here. And the step up from here, if I hit my enter key right now, you might not see the actual result now. Let's bring this forward. Can you see it right here? This is what we have, right? This is what we really want to create. So once we have done this now, it's very interesting. So we have something like this. What I'm going to do right now is to actually copy this particular part from here and Control C, right? So I want to come over here and put an equal sign here and paste it down here and hit my enter key. I have the same actual result I have right here. So right now I have to just make sure I move things around. Instead of me to actually return something from here, I'll go over here. I'm going to push this one over to 2022, push this one over here. If I hit my enter right now, I have different values, but there is something I should have fixed before I do this. Let's go over here. So over here right now, this one returns the max value, right? So if this one does return the max value, what we want to do right now, we want to format it and make sure we have comma separator, just like what we're now having here. So we can use the format function with the text function. We are not in Power BI. The text function here. So with the text function here now, what we need to do is to come at the end of this particular text here, max, text, max. So we come at the end of it here. So we put a comma right here right now. How do we want to, at the back here. So how do we want to format this? We want to format this using some kind of comma separator. So we use ampersand, comma, double it, close, and close this and hit our enter key. So we have to open another one here. So we have this. So let us quickly apply this over here. So this is the max area. Let's go over here. So this is the max area. So start from here and do text, the text function, open it up. So come at the back of the closure of this particular parenthesis, put a comma here inside double quotes, hash, comma, hash, hash. Then you close this, you close, and you hit the enter key. Now you have this. So once we have gotten this right now for 2021, for 2022, we just have to quickly change this one to 2022 manually ourselves. So here we go. We have it. So we just have to make sure we duplicate this same thing over here for our 2023. So we can combine them after all. So we paste this one over here, you double click and you drag this one into here, move it and put it over here, put this over here. And once you do this, you have a different value again. So double click and turn this one to 2023 and you hit your enter key. Okay, we have all this. It is time for you to combine them together. So all I'm going to do now is to combine it using this particular part. I'm just going to copy without the equal sign. So I can just copy this from here. So what I'm going to do now is just come over to this particular part here. So let's move this. So once I'm here now, all I need to do is just to make sure I actually add a line break to it. To add a line break, I just want to do here ampersand. So we do char. So put 10 over here. I'm going to close this right now. So once I've done this, the next thing I'm going to do is to actually add under ampersand again. Then once I've done this, I'm going to paste this one over here. Watch what happens if I hit my enter key. I have the second line. So can you see? It has its duplicated. And here we have for 2021, 22, and we have it here. So to make it simple, we can just go ahead and copy this without the equal sign down to here. And we do the same exact thing over here. You can see how easy it is. So over here, we do ampersand again. So we do the char and put 10 over here. We close the ampersand. So we paste this one over here. If I hit my enter key, I have something like this. Can you see how beautiful it is? This is awesome. Okay, now that we have gotten this, it's nice, but it's not yet done. So if you look at it over here, so we have this particular part that says recommendation. So what recommendation can we give to this? So this recommendation can now be manual based on what we have seen right here. So we have actually, given it the 3 different years and the month June. In 2021 we have June, 22 we have June, and 2023 we have March to be the highest collision month. So what kind of insight can we actually give here? So let me duplicate this one. Do I need to do that? I guess no. So yeah, I can duplicate it and wipe off what is inside it and type in the recommendation right in it. So the recommendation we're going to give now should be based on what we actually suggest for the teams to actually do. So let's just type in our recommendation here. So I'm going to make this one bigger. Let's just make the text bigger for we to see it so well. So my recommendation now will be some kind of double click to activate the edit mode, so you can type in something here. So what is going on? Step off it. Okay. So I'm gonna click on escape. So right now we should be able to type something here. Oh no. So what I'm gonna do now is just to go ahead and take off this from here. So now we have this. We can remove everything from here by typing something on our own. So now I'm going to type in the recommendation I want to give to the end users of this dashboard. So I'm going to say deploy targeted So I don't know if my English is correct. So I just said deploy targeted enforcement, improve road signage, and run public awareness campaign during peak collision months. So we are focusing on months, but we are doing it for every single year to know which particular month. You can see for 2021 and 2022 is actually consistently on June, except just March that the month where the year we don't have the complete data right in here. So this can actually be our recommendation. So how do we bring this together and actually have this right on our dashboard? So it is time for me to get this in. So over here, I'm going to copy, can Control X to cut it. So I'm going to come over here and type in, that is recommendation. So I'm going to paste this recommendation right in here. So this recommendation, I want to have this particular icon right on it. So I can manually get this icon from here, or I can actually go ahead and bring it dynamically in here. So what do? So we need to go ahead and go to Window, Full Step. So I think the icon should be found somewhere around here. I don't know where I got it from. So we have the icon here. You can just look around until you found the icon. The icon is among those icons we have here. I don't know the actual place I got it from, but I know for sure you can actually get the icon from here. So now here is it. We have the icon. Can you see it now? So we can just do this. So over here, we go to our dashboard. We're going to go ahead and go to insert, and we insert a text box here. So with the text box, just going to insert it here. I'll click on equals over here. Then we go over to analysis and bring in this here. So we have it here now. So I'm just going to bring this down. So I will have to align it properly. So bring this down. So over here, I'm going to click on this one and just shift it down manually myself. So once I've done that, I just have to make sure everything is showing up here. And here we go. I do something like this. I can just go ahead and reduce this a little bit. So now it contains here for me. So I can just manually fix these things around. So go to the top here. And what you can do is just to change the color. Maximize it. So make the color to look calm. Let's select something more brighter. So something like this. So year, month, collision peaks. So we have identified it here. But unfortunately, this particular color we have for the circle here shouldn't be. So let us change them. So let's quickly go back to analysis. And now we double click over here. So for 2022, I want to change this here. I can remove it, Window, Full Step, and I'm over here. Scroll down. Then I choose this. So this one for 2023, remove this, Windows, Full Step. So we scroll down and we go with this particular kind of color. Oh, does it take effect? Let's see that. So now we have the colors here. So the colors almost represent these particular colors right here. I think by now we can now feel like this particular legend should be gone. So now we take our legends off, and with this we can drag this to cover up to this particular environment here. So can you see? So the legend here is okay. So if I click on this now, I can Control 1 and have this removed here. So here we go. So it's a detailed dashboard. It's going to take a lot of time to get this done and have something very nice. This is okay. So we have a recommendation. So our recommendation right now, where does it come in? So this recommendation will be for later. For now, let's forget about the recommendation. We're going to bring in the recommendation when we are almost done with the dashboard. It's something that is going to be dynamic, but for the time being, let's still leave it this way. So this is nice. We have just completed this particular path. So we have a little issue here to be fixed. So if you look at this particular value here, it's supposed to actually be switched to this particular one. Let us understand something. So I'm going to go over to analysis. And over here, we have injuries to actually be 116226. So if we go over here, it's not actually the case. So we have to swap this one, move this one, and have it right in here, which is correct. Then this one actually is going to be right here. So a quick fix, we've just done that. So what is next now is for we to get this particular card here duplicated. So I'm going to bring it over here. But before we do that, what are we going to have here? So if you look at it right here, we have this particular 3 KPIs created, and quickly we have actually gotten this very chart, which is our line chart created. So right now we need to create a chart that shows the value of collision or accident for every single year that we have inside our data. And one of the beautiful things is that we want to show the year-over-year change. So it's something very simple. Let's see how we can achieve that. So all right, we're here. The next thing we have to do is to make sure we create the dimension for this particular card that just got duplicated. Go over here and go to this particular shape format. And now we are here. So over here, we're going to make this one to be 2.4. 2.43 is okay. So we just have to change this particular weight over here. So we're going to do 3.01 and it gives us something like this. So this is awesome. So what I'm going to do now is just to make sure I position it rightly. So I always love to bring this below here. Once I've done that, I'm going to click by holding my control key, then click on this particular one. So don't end the chart, in the card. So we've just done that. So go to the top here, go to align, and you align this one to the top. So something like this. So this is exactly what we want. So once we have gotten this done right now, this particular card is ready to go. So let's go ahead and start getting things done. So the next thing we have to do is to scroll all to this end. So we need to actually duplicate this particular table. Ctrl-C to copy. So over here, I'm going to just paste this over here. Then I'm going to create a margin here. So that shows that this one continues from here, or begins from here rather. So what I'm going to do now is to take off the month and bring the year right into it. So we have something that looks like this. So we don't want to create something much more complicated, but what if we try to create something that can actually highlight the highest, year that has the max collision wherever. So it's something very simple. What we can do right now is just for we to just reference this particular one, this whole part here. So reference it. If you don't have a dynamic array, you can just do manual referencing. So we have this here, and I'm going to just do max year. So for my max year, you already know, you can use the if function to trace which one is the max. So if this is equals max, we've done this before. So reference this area, your F4 key, to lock it down, close, put a comma, then retrieve this. Then if it is not, just give me nothing but blank, close, and hit the enter key. So now we have the max to fall here, so we have to do this. So the reason why we are bringing it down was because we want it to be dynamic. When the max changes to 2022, we want it to actually reflect right here, while here will be blank. You get it right now. So we can actually go ahead and some kind of give it comma separator. So no extra decimal number. So the next thing I'm going to calculate right now should be the year-over-year change. It's something very simple. To calculate the year-over-year change, what you need to do is just to do year-over-year change. So it's going to be the percentage. So to get it done right now, this is our, based on the data we have right now, if we want to change, calculate the changes between 2021 to 2022, we start from here. So when we start from here, we put an equal sign, open bracket. Now what do? We take the current year and we subtract it from the previous year. Then once we have done that, we divide it by the previous year. Close, divide by this over here. Then once you hit the enter key, this gives you this. Copy this down, and now what do? Control 1. Then you go over here and percentage, you click on OK. So right now, as you can see, so we have the changes between 2021 to 2022 here is actually down by, 6%. And this one, 22 to 23, is down by 76.78%, which is something very good. We don't want crime to be on the positive side. They're all on the negative side, which means crime started reducing from 2021 down to 2023. Okay. This is enough for we to actually create our chart, but we want to actually create some kind of caption. So I'm going to call this one caption here. So to create a particular caption right now is something very simple. It's just something similar to what we did create the other time. So we're going to create a quick one before we create our chart. So what I'm going to do right now is just to say, okay, over here equals, and I'm going to do here, year over year, change, summary, right? So now we need to actually make sure we some kind of get a line break, and to do that we use the ampersand here and we use the char. So we just have to supply 10 in here, then we close. So right now what do? We just have to make sure we create something like this. Let me just help you. Okay, I think I have as an example of what we want to have somewhere around here. Okay, this is gonna, I always love to manually create something that looks like it so that it's very easy for me to reference the part that will actually help me to make it dynamic. So if you look at this right now, I already have this here. So we want to create something like this. So what we have gotten now is that this particular year over year summary here is exactly what we have right here. So we want to see the changes between 2022 to 2021, then 23 to 2022 right here. And we just tell why something like this happened. Okay, let's do it. So what I'm going to do right now, double click here, and over here, we have to do under ampersand here. Then the next thing I'm going to do right now is to just say, okay, over here, we want to say 2022. So give a space before you close this. Then we put here some kind of ampersand. Then we are going to actually reference the values. That is the value, the changes between 2022 to 2021 is what we need to actually reference right now. So to do that now, we just have to come over here and use this. But remember, this will actually create a huge list of numbers for us with a lot of decimal. So we have to use a function that will actually convert this into a percentage. But before that, let's do this and show you what the results would look like. So now, once I've actually selected this, the next thing I'm going to do right now is to actually say, okay, I think I'm going to just do this. Now, look at it. I have very huge number. So to make sure I always keep this particular percentage without having this long list of numbers, what I'm going to do right now is to click back here and use the text function over here. So the text function, then we go over here and put a comma inside double quotes. We do 0.0. So if you want to get two decimal numbers, you do 0.0. If you just want 6%, you just do just 0. Over here, I'm going to close this. Before then, add a percentage format. So here we go. Can you see? So if you wanted two decimal number to show, you add one more 0 to this particular part right here. So one more 0. And this is going to give you something that looks like this. So in my own case, I just want to have one decimal number. I can just go ahead and take this off, and here you go. You have this. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do right now is just for me to make it dynamic. So there might be a situation where either of these particular percentages will be positive or negative. So we want to show something. Like if it is negative, we want to see drop. We want to use drop. If it is positive, we want to use increase, right? But how do we actually integrate this into our formula? It's very simple. So let's go back here. So right now we have gotten the percentage right in. The next thing we have to do right now is to use the ampersand here, and over here we're going to write if and actually start getting this down. So we're going to say over here, if this particular value is some kind of greater than 0, can you see that now? Then if that is true, what we want right now should be increase. That is increase. Then otherwise, give me drop. You see that now? So I'm going to put an ampersand here. And what it's going to do, if you look at it right here, we have 2022 is minus 6.8 drop versus, can you see this now? So now that is what we're going to add right in here. So I'm going to do here space VRs. So we close this and now we'll type in 2021. This is the two comparison years, right? So now if I go ahead and actually close and hit my enter right now, oh, we must have flopped somewhere. That is gonna be, where could that be? So this should actually have a full step here. Now, yeah, yes. Shouldn't have this here. So now, here you go. So there should be some kind of space between them. Let's go ahead and take care of that. So there should be space over here. Space over here. If I hit my enter key, okay. So not yet. This should be a space. This should be a space. So those are the places where we need to actually have spaces right then. There should be always space. So if I hit my enter key right now, you can now see year over year change summary. Remember, if you want to actually make sure you have it to show you with a line drop, all you have to do is to just make it this way and go over here, and there you go. So now year over year change summary. 2022 is actually 6.1 drop versus 2021. So if we take a look at what we have right here, we have something exactly like this, but we don't have this here. We just have to put this over here. You get it right now. Okay, this is nice. So what if I want to actually have something like a dot over here? So what I'm going to do right now is just to put a full stop here. Then I'm going to do Windows full stop. Then we try to look for something that would make a lot of sense right there. So let's kind of pick up this dark one. Still, let's go with this. Let's see how it looks. Okay, I think perfect. This looks better. You get it now? So what I need to do now is just for me to kind of go ahead and copy part of this and replicate it for the second one. We don't have to do this over and over again. I don't know if you get what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do now is to copy from here. So copy with Control C. So once I've copied it now, at this particular part here, we want to have some kind of another ampersand here. Then we do this, then close, and under ampersand here. So we paste this one over here. So we can now drop it to this very part here. Drop it here, drop it again. Okay, hit my enter key. Okay, fine. I want to test it out to see if this is working. So what I need to do now is just to go over to here, insert. I'm going to pick up any shape of my choice, drag it down here, and put an equal sign over here. Then go ahead and connect this. So can you see what we have right now? You get it. So the next thing I'm going to do is just do some kind of tell why we have a lot of changes. Specifically, look at what we have here. 2023 drops likely due to incomplete data. I don't know if that makes sense. So we can actually come over here now. It's going to go into a new line. To go into a new line, you know the drill. So then close, and now we have to leave the comment right here. So the comment should actually go into open parentheses and close. So 2023 here, drop likely due to incomplete month or data. So we close. and hit the enter key. So one thing again that you have to remember is that you can make this particular part right here dynamic. But I'm going to stop it right here. It's going to be your assignment to make it dynamic, because sometimes we might have this particular month complete if this data is a live data. So once it changes, we want to actually give us some kind of increase, and you just leave anything you want to leave right there. So we have done this right now. It is time for me to create our chart and make use of this, because this is very dynamic. Okay, if you remember, over here we did create this particular pivot table and we never named it. So to make it easy, let's go over here, and now we can name this one to month. Month, year. So once we have done that, we can go over to this particular part here and name this one to year. So that is beautiful. So if you want to check out how dynamic this could actually be right now, you can actually come over here and let us go by location. So I'm going to do add slicer. So let us test it out to see what happens. So if you look at it, it's changing. So can you see now? It's dynamic. It's changing over here. But for now, we don't need the slicer. So all we need is to create this chart. So look at what happens. If I go ahead and create chart by inserting chart, because I know the chart to use, and I go over here to select this particular chart here, we're going to have something as blank as this. So to make sure you plot the chart rightly, just make sure you select the range and go over here. Then you click on insert and click on this particular recommended chart here. It's going to plot your chart for you this way. So go ahead and click on this one, and this is what you have. Okay, once you have this, you can get off this and as well the legend. We don't need it, so we don't need to keep this one as well. We take it off, and quickly we can Ctrl X to cut it off. So over here we paste using Ctrl V, and we push this one right here. So we're going to make it a bit smaller. So quickly do Ctrl+1, turn off the border, and now we just have to go ahead and take off the red lines. So the next thing now is to click on this particular bus here, click over here. Let us actually make sure this one's a bit maximized. So here we go. We have something like this. So remember, we are trying to actually create some kind of effect in it. So once I click on this one right now, I want to actually use this color. What color could I use? Let's just use it of this particular two colors right here. So I'm going to come over here now, click over here, and let us go with this particular color. So now I'm going to drop this particular color by 50%. So it's going to create something like this. It's too much. Let's go with 30%. This is what it is. So now click on this one right now. Don't change the percentage of this particular one. Just leave it at this. So it actually highlights it differently. So what about this? This looks cool, right? Okay, now we can just go ahead and copy and paste this particular one right in here. I'm going to keep it somewhere around here. So we have to look at this. Yeah, let's go and pick it up. So we go over to here now, and what would this be? Year-over-year change. So this is it. Now we have this right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag this down this way. So now click on it. Don't click on this particular one. Click on these particular ones that are not highlighted and add the data label to it. So something like this is okay. So we just have to click on this one, go to home, then we click over here. We actually do this. So we can bring this down a little bit. So right now, there is no way or no room to bring in the caption. So all I have to do right now is just to reduce this a little bit, and now make sure we are consistent with this. So here we go. So, and just drag it this way. So once we have this now, we can just go ahead and copy this title then have this over here. So here is going to be total collision by year versus year over year change. So you can drag this right in here. So maybe this particular place is not really important. Take it off because this part here has spoken for that. So here you go. You have something that looks just like this. Look at it. So this particular part here add more insight to this particular chart. We're not just looking at number. We are looking at something that can actually help us to make decision. And we are happy that crime, or sorry, I said crime. This is accident or collision. That the incident all around the town is actually dropping, not growing. So this is beautiful. So now we have to close this particular parenthesis or bracket here. We go over here and we double click on this particular part. Let's some kind of open this up. So double click here now. You have it closed right in here. Then hit the enter key. And once we come over here right now, done. So what about this? Interesting, right? All right, if you look at it, we have actually achieved this very one, which is KPI, this one, and as well this one right now. So we want to show the top 10 that we were asked to show, which is top 10 contributing factor by total collisions. So how do we go ahead and do that? It's just a table, something very simple. So let me show you how to achieve that. Okay, we are here. I'm going to duplicate this. On this one, we don't have to create any dimension. I can just bring this over here now. So keep this over here. Then stretch this particular one down to this particular end. So make sure there's a white space here. Don't fill up this particular part. And drag this down to fill it up to this level here. So this is what you really want to actually create. And finally, we have achieved something like this. Okay, once we have done this right now, what comes in here is this. So I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this particular part here and keep it over here. So inside here, I'm going to type in top 10 factors by total collisions. So in case you're doubting where this is coming from, this is what we were actually asked to do. Let's go ahead and check this out. So I think this should fall onto this particular second objective or the third one. So over here, so you have this. Can you see it now? This is the second part you have to read to understand what exactly you're trying to get into. And as well, we look at this particular part to make sure we create something very right. So read through it to understand what exactly we're about to delve into. So we have actually gotten the header. The next thing we have to do right now is to actually start to analyze the data. So over here, I'm going to need to click on this particular part to create a new sheet. So in this particular new sheet, I'm going to just call this one formatted table, right? Or we can call this one heat map. So this is where we create our heat map right in. So we are going to go over to this analysis again. And now we need to actually duplicate this particular table to be used. So copy. So once we've done that, we paste it over here. So we just want to create a margin, just like what we have done before now. Beautiful. All right. Do we have everything it takes to get that created? I believe no. It has a calculation behind it. And this time around, I'm going to show you something you might think is not really possible. So the very first thing you have to do is to make sure you remove this particular one from here, then you have this one removed as well. So it is blank right now. So I'm just going to name this particular pivot table here to something. Let's say top 10. Right? So let's go over to transform data. So you have two options to actually add a new column. You can add a new column to already transform data, which will not affect the original data, right? Or still, you can actually add it on the original data, which is right here. But remember, if you have it added here, you have to refresh your data that is coming from the Power Query to update this particular one. You get it right now. So which one do you prefer? So let me just choose to do it right here. So if I choose to do it right here right now, we can go over here now, and let's see if I scroll all the way up. So I'm going to insert a column between this and this. To do that, I have a shortcut, Control Shift, then plus key on your keyboard. Then we have a new column. So I'm going to call this one check. So what is it doing? This is going to check if there is some kind of number greater than 0 right here and as well right in here. So if that happens, we are trying to calculate all the casualties, both people who actually lost their life and as well people who just got injured. That is what we want to actually calculate. Watch it. So to get that done right now, we have a function called if. So equals if all function. So the if all function will help us because we're trying to check two different columns right here. So the first column is to actually check if this particular column here is greater than 0, comma. That is the second logic should be this column here is actually greater than 0. Then if that is the case, what we want is to return 1. So close it now, and now we are doing if. So if you understand how the if or function works, what actually comes first is the or function, not the other way around, not if. So the or function now says if something is x, y, and z, and the second one if this. So if that is true, you have to close and put a comma right on it. It's now asking you if it is true. So now the if function is taking effect. If it is true, give me 1, otherwise give me 0. So remember, anything 0 cannot be some kind of aggregated. So now we have one at where we have numbers. So over here, if you quickly look at this particular part right now, check it out. So we have 1 here, which is only this one is true. We have 1. This one is 0. We still have 1. So in a situation where we have even 2, which is something greater than 1, we're still going to have, 1 over here. If both of them contain 1 and 1, we're going to have 1 here. It doesn't really matter. All we want to do is for we to check if there is something greater than 0 here or here, not and. We don't want it in both. We want it in either of the two columns. You get it right now? So I just call this one check. You can name it anything you like to say, whatever, but stick to what I'm doing to remember all of this. So once we have done this right now, let's just go over to our transform data and try to find it right in here. It wouldn't be here. Can you see it now? We can't find the column right here. Let's bring it up. So go over to data. Once you are in data, go ahead and click on queries and connections. So you're here, try to refresh this. You have to give this some time to actually refresh and update your data for you. All right, so let us check it out and see if that has been updated. I'm going to close this one here. Let's go over to here. So we have our check inserted here, but it's not actually inserted between this and this. But in all, we have it. So this is correct. Beautiful. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you have not done that. Like, share to your friends, and let's do it. Okay. It is time for we to go over to our analysis. Before we create anything, we have to understand the question first. I don't understand it. Let me just go and take a look at it again. So the question says, calculate the count of collision ID by contributing factor. So filter the top 10 contributing factors by collision and sort them in descending order. So now you have to calculate the percentage of dangerous collision for each contributing factor by taking the number of collision with an injury or fatality here and divide them by the total. You listen to this particular part. This is where the juice is. This particular part here. So if you understand this, you're done with this. So we're going to name our column, new column after this particular part here. So which is going to be percentage of dangerous collision, right? So now over here, it's saying actually add data bars to the percentage of dangerous collisions value to visualize the result and summarize the insight from your analysis. Let's go. Okay. Now we are here. So once we are here, we're going to do contributing factor. We drag it in here. So if you look at it, we have a lot of contributing factor right in here. Can you see? A lot of them. We don't want to actually visualize every single contributing factor in here. Instead, what we want is just the top 10. So what I'm going to do for the first time is just to go over to my total collision, which means dragging this particular one inside here. So this creates some kind of sum of collision ID. So we've talked about this before. Just click over here and make sure you switch it to count. Beautiful. So we just have the count. Can you see it now? So we have the count. So the reason why I have this here was because I did this particular text wrap or wrap text. I don't know what it is. So we can only remove it from the original place we actually have it in. Let's do that over here. Remove it. So we have one that is somewhere around here. You can just come over here and have this removed. So if we now go back to here now, so we don't have that issue again. So what we want to actually do here is to keep the top 10. The top 10. So what I'm going to do now is just to right click over here and filter and select top 10 and do top 10 by the count of collision. So you get it right now. Top 10 by the count of collision. So is that the case? So if you just remember what you have read, this is exactly what we're going to do. So I'm going to just click on OK. So we have this. Remember that column we added called check. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag the column into here. So if you can't find any column you're looking for, what you can do is just to make a search of it. So unfortunately, we can't find it here no matter what we do. Let's try it. So just check. So it's not found. So what you can do right now is to some kind of come over here, right click, and you see refresh, then click on refresh. So it has been added for you. Drag it in here and make sure what you have is not sum, but count. Oh, sorry. It's going to be sum, not count, but sum. Listen again, not count, but sum. So we have it already here. So once we have gotten these particular two columns here, what we want to do right now is to make sure we added a new column and calculate the percentage of dangerous collision. So over here, I'm going to do a percentage of dangerous, I don't know if this is correct. Okay, now we have this. Oh, how do we go about it? I think it's going to be for we to divide this by this. So what we're going to do now is just to make sure we pre-format this particular area by percentage. So we're not without any extra decimal. So once we have done that, now we are good to go. We can calculate our percentage. So we're going to take this particular one, this check here, we divide it by this very one. Once we hit our enter key, we have 19%. We can drag this down. So this is what we have. Can you see now? So we have unspecified as well. Unspecified here. So this is what we were asked to actually create. We've just done that. So if I go ahead and clear my filter now, clear the filter from here. So you can actually see, you can drag this down. it will give you a result for every part of it. But we don't want this. What we want is for we to actually make sure we some kind of, let me rank this first, sort this from largest to lowest, down for me. Then from there we can start seeing the percentage of dangerous collision over here. Then we can now keep the, I think I'm gonna get off this particular unspecified. Oh no, we don't need to do that because it was not specified under the instruction given to us or the objective. So let us just go ahead and keep the top 10. So this top 10 should be according to the collision ID. So if you do it the other way around, you're gonna have different results. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So over here, you can just go ahead and delete this particular portion. So look at our results. Look at what we have here. So check out what happens if we decide to do it the other way around. So you click over here and do it by this. So we have different group of, contributing factor right in here. So we're going to do it based on what our objective says. So we just go with this particular one. In case we have different results, check out what I'm using under by here. So click on this. Then we have something like this. All right, this is what we really want to actually have. The next thing is for we to actually create our formatted table. So I already have a place to actually have it formatted. This is where I'm going to format my table right in. So over here, I'm just going to click and equal sign, then come over here and select this. So now I have something like this here. I can drag it down. So what I want to actually have this with is the numbers of collision. So we just have to go back again and pick it up, which is this particular one here. I'll change the name later after all. Then we drag it all the way to this level. Then the percentage, which is the dangerous whatever. So we'll pick up this particular one. The check is not really important. It's just for us to create this particular part here. So once we get this done, we copy down. We have this. So we have to format this into a percentage. So we can control 1, then go over to percentage here, and we can use 1 decimal place. So here we go. You get it now. So once we have this now, the next thing we have to do is just to some kind of try to look at these names. Let's go over here. And this one shouldn't include the percentage, or should it? Yeah. We're going to take this particular part off. Then over here, we have to just call this one total collisions. So once we've done this to this particular part, we'll come over here, it's updated automatically. So what we're going to do right now is just to some kind of format this area. So quickly, I want to turn off the grid lines. So what I'm going to do for the first time is just to make sure this one here stands out, Ctrl D. So I'll come over here and bring it down a little bit like this. So now select this particular area and just go ahead and open it up. So nicely done. Then we just have to do this. Okay, what I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to create under one by referencing this very one here. This is where my bars goes into. So I'm just going to bring it down. So once I have this here, we can now go over to the top ribbon and go over to here, this particular part. So can you see this now? So we want to select the colors we have been using before. Let's see if I go over here now, we can pick up this particular color. So, but the thing is this, I don't want this particular value to show. I'll just say show bars only. So click on OK. So we have something like this. Can you see this now? So we have something like this. So what if I decide to sort by this particular dangerous collision here? let us take a look at this. So over here, it says, I think something like that is over here. Add data bias to the percentage of dangerous collision, values to visualize the result, and summarize the insight from your analysis. I'm thinking, okay, let's say here, so now here, filter top 10 by factor by collision. Okay, now we have done it right. Sort them in descending order. So in descending order, if you have not sorted your own, you have to come over here and actually right click and sort. You can see you can start from smallest to the largest, start from largest to smallest, any one of from largest to smallest is what we're going to keep it at, right? But if you want to sort by a particular column right here, let me give you a bonus here. So I'm going to do sorts. So once I do sorts, I can actually reference this particular part here. So I want to sort using the sort function. We're going to be using this later after all. So I want to sort by this column. So you start counting from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you put 4 over here. So once you put a comma, you are sorting descending. You have to click on this one, and which is this. You are doing -1. Then once you click on OK, so now it's sorting from the highest to the lowest value. So if you want to actually use this particular style here, so what you can do is just, so on this particular heat map area, you have to start doing a new reference. So you can actually come over here now and reference this particular part instead. So you reference here. So over here, you are going to reference this particular part here. So over here, you're going to reference this particular part. That is beautiful. So what I'm going to do right now is just to copy this down, and this will be affected automatically. So copy down. Now, can you see it now? I think this is better, but they actually instructed us to actually sort by this. But I feel like doing this, guys, you're just playing your games. All right, we have done this. So over here now, I want to make sure this one here is actually fitting this particular tool. So what I can do now is to just go over to Ctrl+1 and go to alignment, and from there, general center across selection, and click on OK. So you see that now? Beautiful. Okay, quickly what I'm going to do here now is just to make sure this particular part, open it up a little bit, and go over here and just increase this one a little bit by 12. So nicely done. So it is time for we to actually get off by going to view, get off the grid lines. So the grid lines are off, get no more here. So now if we want to use this on our dashboard, how will this look like? So we're going to actually make sure the header stand out separately. So let's go over here and pick up this color for the header. So what about this? So right now we can copy this with Ctrl+C and go over to our dashboard. Then once we are here, right click and go over to here, step into here. Once you hover over it, you see link picture. This is dynamic. So there's a difference between link picture and just picture. So let me show you the difference. What the heck is this? So let me show you the difference. If we go back to this particular heat map area, it's still copied. So go over here now and just right click here. And so over here it says picture, paste picture. So this paste picture is pasting just the picture for you. And it's going to be on a cell, right? So on a cell. So now this here would actually take the reference of where we actually brought it from. We don't need it. So now we have another one, and that kind of paste. So make sure it's actually copied from here. Then once we are here now, you right click, and once you hover here, you see this particular picture. This picture is actually static.
If I double click on it right now, nothing happens. I'm still within here. So the link picture that will be updated, if you double click on it, it's going to bounce you back to where you actually linked it from. You understand this right now? So let's go back to this and take off this one. We're going to be working with this. So I'm going to keep this over here, just like this. Okay. But if you look at it right now, this is actually a lot. So which means we have to work on the spacing, right? To make it right. So let's go over to this particular heat map area here. And now I'm going to select this particular area and work on the spacing. Just drag it up a little bit. Okay, let's take a look at it. So now we can bring this down and the spacing works. So this is exactly what we really want to show over here. Can you see this right now? I think I deserve a round of applause. So just leave a comment if this actually gives you something that would be very, very much important for you to add to your dashboard. So don't forget to hit the like button, share to your friends. So let's keep going. All right, if you check this particular part right here, so you can see this very line. So it says you need to actually summarize the insight from your data. So let us do our best to do that. So what we're going to do right now is that you can see this particular data is the same thing with this one. It's just that we actually try to sort it by using the sort function, so that we can sort this one. This one is not part of our pivot table. So if we have to sort it, we have to use external way to actually sort it. So we use the sort function. So over here, we're going to do insight. And what we're going to do right now, we want to find the most common factor and the most dangerous factor as well. Then we actually prefer provide our recommendation on what could be done to reduce some kind of accident or whatever. So let's scroll down. So we want to make sure we're still looking at this. So I'm going to do recommendation here. So under this particular recommendation, what I'm going to do right now is just something we have done before. It's not really far from it, right? We're just going to repeat the same thing. So over here, I'm going to do equals, and inside here, I'm going to do collision cause summary. So make sure there's a space. So right now, we want to some kind of have it drop. So we do this, put 10 over here. We close this, so we add the ampersand here. So now it is time for we to start getting things done. So inside here, we want to say most common factor. So when we say most common factor right now, we are referring to this particular part and this particular part right in here. Total collision and retrieve the factor name and how many numbers of collision it has. So to get that done, you already know the drill. It's index. So the index is asking for the array, which is what we want to retrieve. We want to retrieve something from here. The next thing is for we to use the match function. The match function would utilize the max function to retrieve the maximum value from this particular part that is going to use to retrieve what we want from here for us. So once that is done, we close and we tell it to actually find it within this particular part. I have explained this in the beginning of the class. So once we have done this right now, we can put a comma and say return the exact match. So go ahead and close this. And if I hit my enter key right now, we have the collision cause summary. So to make sure it's showing this rightly, I want to make sure I go over here and get this. And so let me just put it somewhere around here now. So we want to turn on the formula bar and reference this over here. So now we can see here. So
most common factor is unspecified. So the name is not actually specified. This is what it is. So I'm gonna keep it somewhere around here. So now we want to retrieve the value for it. So how many collision do we have for that? So to get that done right now, we have to come over here and add under ampersand here. And what we can do right now is to actually put the value inside some kind of bracket. So how do we get that done? We just have to close this and under ampersand. So over here, we're going to use the max function to return the max value from this particular part here. So if you look at what this is going to return to us right now, it's going to return the max value for us. So we can quickly go ahead and close this and space. So now we have switched to this particular part. Solutions. So we close. And if I hit my enter key right now, can you see what we have? We have the number right in here. So what we need to do right now is to actually format this particular number to have comma separator right in it. So if you double click here, this is the value. Start from the max area here. So we use the text function. The text function, you come at this particular part. So put a comma right in it. And what you need to do now, inside double quotes, you do hash, comma, hash, hash. Then you close this. And once I hit my enter key right now, so we have 59,000. So let us check it out and see if that is true. Unspecified here is giving us 59,549 collisions. So you get that now. So what I want to actually add right now here is to actually use something to stand the most common factor out. So if I double click on it now, most common factor is here. I want to put a space on it, my Windows key full stop, so we can locate what we can use to get it stand out right from here. So let's go for this and see if this will make sense. So if I hit my enter key right now, so it does make a lot of sense. So we're going to use this. So we have just actually created for this now. And you know what I always do? I always love to copy and paste, right? So if I double click over here right now, I can go ahead and some kind of copy from this particular end to here, Ctrl C. And over here, I want to add ampersand here, close under ampersand. So if I paste this one now, I can now move this away from here. So I'm moving this particular one now to here. So move this one to here. Finally, move this one to here. To here. So move this one again to this particular part. Move this finally to here. If I hit my enter key, I have this particular one here. So I'm having one collision. Something is wrong somewhere, but not that bad. So we have most common factor and most common factor. We're going to change this one from factor to most common dangerous factor. So here, most common dangerous. So most common dangerous factor. So instead of us to format this here as some kind of values, we're going to format it as percentage. So we have to put 0.00%. And if I hit my enter key, now we have 63.68% right here. Can you see this now? You see this? So this is what we actually have. So once we have gotten this done, I think this is exactly what we want. So over here now, let's say this one now is our insights. So here, this will be our recommendation. So our recommendation right now, we want to actually write what we recommended based on what we have actually draw from the data. So this is my recommendation. So, and if you look at it, when we actually created the recommendation here, which we have not used, so we added something to it, and that is going to be this particular, let's click over where we can get it from. So we added something like this here. So I'm going to copy this. I believe you still remember where I got it from. So come over here now, and we're going to just paste it over here. So now we have something like this. So it's time for me to come over here and add it. But unfortunately, there is no space for me to add it, just like what we have right here. This is where we have to step up the game a little bit by doing some little programming to have that done. So what about this? It's something very easy, very simple. So we have to bring in the inside first. So what I'm going to do right now is to actually quickly go up here, go to insert illustration, shapes, and I'm going to pick up this particular one, drag it down just like this. So the rounded corner is pretty much, so I'm just going to reduce it and make it to look just like this. So with my Control 1, I can have this work done, something like this will be cool, no outline for it. So I have something like this. So once I have this down, so I'm going to shift this away from here. Then let's go ahead and duplicate this one. So inside the duplicate right now, I can just say, maybe let's do recommendation here, something like this. Okay, once we have done that, we can just make it as a button, make it very small. So we have to change its color to this particular color here. So I'm gonna make it round to look like a button. So when I come over here, then make sure you centralize it. So once you have done this now, so you have to look at where you want to keep this. So I can actually go ahead and keep this somewhere around here for the time being. So later after all, we can look at what to do to put it at the right part. So I'm going to keep it somewhere around here for now. So here we go. So once I have this here, this one is going to be right here. And I want to go to the top again and copy this, bring up a shape. And the shape should be something that looks, let's go with this. Drag it down. So we can rotate the shape. And we copy the same exact color from here. So we have this here like this. I'm going to hold both of them, right click, and have them grouped together. So yeah, they have been grouped. So now, whenever we actually click on it, we just want this one to appear. So I want to make sure it's aligned properly with this particular part here. This is nice, right? So the next thing I want to do right now is just to go over here, insert, go to illustration, shapes, pick up this, and drag it here. Then let's go ahead and pick up our first insert. So let's go with this one. So once we have this here now, so let me show you something. If I keep this over here, this looks nice, but what if I want to make sure there is more space between the collision cost summary and the main insight? So we can go over to analysis again, double click over here. So we have to duplicate this particular part. So Ctrl C to copy. So give a space over here and paste this one again in here. I think this particular one is not really important. You can remove it. So if I hit my enter key right now and go back to my dashboard, I can see this. There's a space over here. Can you see this now? This is what you can do. If you want to have multiple space, you can copy it more and more and duplicate it. So now we have something like this. I want to make sure this is something like this. So I'll just make sure I bring this up a little bit and change the color of the text to white. And now it should be no fill, no outline. The color has not been changed. So now here we go. So I'm going to duplicate this now and drag this down here. So let's go back and bring in the recommendation. So we just go ahead and grab this one. Then we'll bring in the recommendation down. We align it properly right in here. So we go ahead and change the color of the recommendation. So we have something like this. So this particular color I have for this particular stuff that is before the most common factor here is not really giving me some kind of what I want. So I'll go over here now, double click here and change this particular one. So let us have it removed. Window, full step. And now we can look for colorful one and use to stand it out because we're using a dark color. Let's go down. So what can come out on dark color? I think white will. Something like this will come out. So if we have this now, we can just copy this one, Ctrl C, and I am going to take off this particular one and have this here. So if I hit my enter key, go to the dashboard environment here, I should have something that looks like this. So what if you want to have space? Go back to it again, and this time around, double click and just come over to where you have them, and one space over here, one single space will actually give you this particular space. So this is what we really want to actually have. And we have gotten it done. So hold your control key, select all of them, select this particular one as well, right click and go ahead and some kind of group them together. So this is grouped. So we have done the justification to bring in it all here. So the next thing we have to do right now is to look at how we can actually hide it and show it up when we need to show it. So it's something very simple. I'm going to show you that process. Don't forget to like, subscribe if you have not done that, and share to your friends and family. So your comment is very important for me to know how you feel about this dashboard. So let's keep going. So if you look at it right now, we have something here that is messing up a little bit. Let us fix it. So I'm going to go over to here and double click here. So we have everything shifted to this particular part. So this particular first line here shouldn't be looking at this. So what we can do is to manually correct it. So we are going to find our marks over here. Done now. So then we have to select this area to correct it again. That is nice. Then under the marks again, we have to highlight this area and this. If I hit my enter key right now, we should have the correct value. So if we go back to here, so we now have the correct value. So that is what I just want to actually fix. So if you have the same error, just like what I have, I believe most of you must have solved this before now, but we have just done justification to this. So let us make this particular, part here to be hidden. So what I'm going to do is to go over to here. If you check it right now, we have just this particular part to be fixed. So what do we want to do here? Comma separator. So I'm going to go over to my analysis, prism, now to this particular heat map area here, and highlight this particular part. Then let's go over to the comma separator here. Then you take off the extra decimal places. Okay, now 100% fixed. So to do this right now, we have what we call VBA. So we want to use VBA to actually tell what happens to this particular, insight and the recommendation we have here. So we want whenever we click this should appear. If we click it back again, it should be hidden. That is exactly what we want to do. So how do we go about it? Go over to the top ribbon And from here, you have to make sure you click on this particular, developer here. So when you click on developer, go to Visual Basic. And now you have something as blank as this. So over here, this is our project. So you can actually right click and you're going to see all of this. So click on insert and insert this particular module here. So here now you have this blank here, and you can rename this one if you really want to. So I think so, but we don't have to do that. We can just leave it at module 1. Then we can start writing our code here. Okay, for the first time, we can actually do sub. Then this sub is going to actually take the name of the button we are going to actually use. So let us call this one here. I'm going to call it toggle recommendation 01. So you can see I don't have a space on it. If I just hit my enter key right now, it's going to end the sub for me. So you can actually make sure I expand it. So inside here is where my code goes into. So what I'm going to do right now, to make the code very simple and easy to understand, I'm going to leave a comment here. So this comment will be called declare a variable to reference the shape group. So one thing is this, we don't know the name of our shape. I knew why I leave it. So because I want you to actually remember. So what do we do to actually, get the name? Let us minimize this. So once we are back here, the next thing we have to do is to go to the top ribbon again. Then over here, go ahead and search for this particular selection pane here. Can you see? So once you click on it, it's going to give you this particular thing here. Then if you click on this, we have grouped it. It's going to give us this here, group 9.5, right? Oh, sorry, group 9.4. So if you want to change the name, so be it, you can do that. But in my own case, I'm just going to leave it this way. You can rename it. So I'm going to copy it to remember it. So once you have done that, let's go back to Visual Basic again. So over here, we're going to just declare this variable. So call dim as HP for shape as shape, right? So what we have done right now, we have declared a shape here as a variable, and we're going to set it to set the shape here to equals active sheet dot shapes. So now this is where we have to actually tell this particular VBA what the name of our shape is. So with open bracket here inside double quotes, we're going to paste in the one I've copied. So this is the name of my shape. I don't know what the name of a shape is. Whatever the name is, paste it right in here, which means you can't copy me if the name of your shape is different. You have to bring in the name or type in the name of your shape right in here. So now we have just successfully created that. So over here, we're going to do check if the shape is currently visible. So we want to check if the shape is currently visible, then we want to set it to invisible. That is what we want to do right here. It's simple. So we can use the if function. With the if function right now, don't forget that our shape, our variable name is actually shp, right? For shape right here. So dot visible. So it's just like we're asking if this particular shape is visible. How do we know that? So we're going to just do MSO true, which is this very one at the bottom here. So if this is visible, then what do you want to do? If it is visible, we want to actually set this. So I can do here if visible
then hide. So hide it. So which we already know that this particular line of code, what it does is actually checking if it is true. So if it is true, that means it's visible. Then if that is true, what we want right now is to go ahead and actually hide it. Then we can do shp dot visible. Then we set it to what? To equals false, which is this one here. So which means we have actually turned it off right now using this particular line of code. This one checks if it is true. Then this one checks, this one actually set it to false. If it is true, set it to false when it is being clicked. So over here now, we can do else. So under else now, so we want to do here if hidden, show it. So which means if any of this here, if this is false, then that means it's hidden. We want to actually show it. So how do we do that? Dot visible. Then we want to set it to be equals true. You get it now? So over here we have if. We just have to do end if here. So end if. So we can bring this up. Okay. This is what we need to do. So this should actually work right now. 100% correct. Let us take a look at it if it works. If I click over here to run the code, so it has been hidden. If I click back on it again, it has showed up. So let me quickly explain back the VBA code to you. So over here, we declare the button name. This is what we're going to actually use to configure the button that we're going to click on. Then right here, if you look at what I have here now, I just said declare a variable to reference the shape group. So now the variable name is actually called SHP. You can just name it anything you like. So you can name it to recommendation, button, whatever you want to name it, is all your choice. So we set it as a shape, which means we're going to use shape to do this. So now over here, we actually set it. So we are going to actually check the active sheet, and we check a shape inside a particular active sheet, and there should be something called object or a shape, and the object name is what we need. So which means we need the name of this particular one here. So which is this particular group 49. So yours might be different. So make sure you type in whatever the name of your own is. So once we have done that right now, we have done successfully pointing it to the right shape. The next thing we have to do right now is to check if there is some kind of current visibility, just like what you have right now is visible right here. Then if it is visible, what we want to do, if SHP here is set to visible, which means it's true, that means it's actually visible, then we want to actually set it to false. When we set it to false, that is actually this. Can you see it now? So otherwise right now, if it is hidden, like if I click here now, it's hidden, then set it to true. That is what makes it to bring it back to the screen. You get it right now. So try to remember this particular name because we're going to have more than one, So if I come over here right now, I can just click on this particular shape here, right click, and go over to assign macro. Then we now click on this particular toggle recommendation, then click on OK. So now we can make use of this. Can you see how easy it is right now? So what I'm going to do is just to duplicate this one and bring it over here. So remember we have a recommendation for this that we didn't actually, brought here the other time. So now if I click on this, it's hidden. So why is this one still active? That was because this one has actually given us a different number, group 39, instead of this particular group 49. You get it right now. Okay, over here, what I'm going to do quickly is to ungroup this. So ungroup everything. So once ungrouped, I'm going to get this one deleted. So my concern is about this one, then highlight. Let's go over to analysis and we scroll down to where we have that recommendation writing. So which is this one here. So here we go. So we have an issue. Let's fix it. So if I double click here, this one here shouldn't be here. It should actually start it. So now here we go. So we have something like this here. So what I'm going to do right now is to make sure I have this on white, showing up on white. Beautiful. So now I'm going to just duplicate this, and over here I'm going to keep this one here, double click, Ctrl A, recommendation. So we can just resize this. I'm going to keep it somewhere around here at the top. Then this time around, let's see if I go over here, can just paste in this particular icon over here instead. So then I can just keep it here. So now I'm going to go over to this particular part and delete the icon from here. So if we go back now, we should have something like this. So what I'm going to do is just to click, hold your control key to select all of them, then right click and go to group, then you group them together. So once grouped, we have a new name, so which is group 7, right? So what I'm going to do is to go over to my VBA. So we are back here again. Then I'm going to copy everything from here. So Ctrl C to copy. So remember the name is group 7. So once I've done that, I'm just going to make sure I paste it down here. So we have a new code. We just have 2 things to change. So this particular group is called group 7, which is this. And the toggle here should be, instead of 01, I'm going to use 02. You get it right now. So now this is going to work. So what else do we need to do? So we have to actually look at how to get a button here. So do we have to just use something like this? So I'm going to duplicate it. So to me, this is going to look very huge for me. If I keep this over here, it's not bad, but it's going to make this to be too busy. So what I'm going to do now is just to do Ctrl 1. And I'm going to take off the fill color from here. So now let's go over here, hit text, and so choose this. So once I have this here, I can decide to keep it here. Right click and go over to assign macro. So we assign the second one, then we click here. So this works. So what I need to do now is just to some kind of point this to this particular part right here. So if you want to reduce this now, what you need to do is just some kind of click on it and have this reduced. So if you're reducing this now, it's actually affecting everything. So I'm going to Ctrl Z again. Then what I'm going to do now is just to go ahead and double click on this one. That activates the, the object alone. Then we can now make it smaller without affecting the text inside it. You get it right now. So be it. So we have something like this. So whenever we click on this one, we have it. So quickly, what I need to do now is just to make sure I have this text on a different color. Let the color be this very one here. So recommendation here, whenever it's being clicked on, so it actually appears. But one thing is this, you have to train your teams or whoever is going to use this particular dashboard to know what it is. That was why I said recommendation here. So click to view recommendation. You can type that in, depends on what you want, right? So we actually added this one because of space. We can add the recommendation right here. So it has to be here. So whenever this one is clicked on, we now see what the recommendation is about, what we have actually displayed right in here on the chart. You get that right now? So we don't need to have this one over here again. So this time around, this is good. Can you see it? Very nice. But if I open it up, open this one up, this one looks bold. So we want to check what is the font size here. Let's go over here, go to home, and over here is 11. Then this is the font. So I'm going to click on this, double click to activate this one. So we want to have this one on 11. So better.
So once we have this on 11, we can just go ahead and double click to activate and reduce this. So double click to activate this one again. Then you have this reduced. You don't need to have something huge, right? So now can you look at how it is? So this is exactly what you can do to create something very much more beautiful, dynamic, and insightful that would actually make the end users to connect to the data and use the data to make decisions. So what about this? So we have a situation here. I'm creating this on the go. I have not done this somewhere before, so I might actually have little challenges. So along the line, we're going to solve this together. So if you look at this now, 2022 is giving us 76.8, and 2022 again is what we have right here. So which means we are repeating the same thing over this particular part. That is crazy. So this is just a silly mistake we have made. Let's go to analysis. If I double click over here right now, we are supposed to be looking at this here, and this here, I don't know how it changed. Let's go back. We should actually have over here 2022 to 2021. So, and the next one should be 2023 to 2022 right in here. So which is not correct. Let's go back and actually fix that. So we are going to go ahead and click on this one. So if this is 2022, that is gonna be this 2022, 2021. So here we go. Then this should be 23 to 22. That is not the only fix we need to do. So 23 to 22 here. Now the next thing now is the value area. So this particular part should be looking at this very one, which is correct. Then while this particular one should be looking at the first one, which is 2022 here. So the same thing, this one should actually be looking at this particular 2022 here. If I hit my enter key, this should actually solve it. So let's go back over here now and look at the changes between them. So here we go. We have the correct value. So my bad. I'm so sorry. Maybe somebody must have fixed this before now, but I just have to come up with how to fix it. It's something very easy. So if you have the same mistake, just like what I have right now, go ahead and solve it. All right. So we are back to the objective 2 again. So over here, we have to some kind of calculate the count of collision ID by weekday and hour. So now we need to create heat map. And the most important part is this particular part here, where we have to create some kind of white and red 3-color scale. So how do we go about this? It's something very easy. So let me show you how to do this. The very first thing I want to do is just to have this duplicated, which is the shape right here. Then bring it down. So I can bring it more down here. Now I can fill it up to this very level here. So you see that? So we want to have this white space. It's very important. So I might want to actually have this one extended a little bit. So here is okay. So now we just want to have the title right in it. It's very important. So based on what we have read from the objective, so this one should actually be weekly versus time interval collisions. Okay, we have this, right? So how do we go about this? If you remember, over here we have what we call time interval, which is this here. This is what we're going to use, but we don't have the week. So how do we add the week? It's something very simple. I think we can do that without going to the source file. So what we can do now is to actually add a column here. That wouldn't affect anything right here. So go Control Shift, then plus key, then that will actually add this here for you. Then we can actually do week name. So with week name here now, we want to extract the week name here. I can just type in equals. So I do weekday and I reference here. I hit my enter key. So this is not working. I think it's weekday. This should work, of course. This should work. So I want to go over to home and I want to choose to use number. So we just do this. So we should have 1 to 7 is working. So we have 1 to 7. This works. Okay. Once we have 1 to 7, what we want to do right now is to use the text function. Beginning to forget this step right here. I think so. The text function should be able to do this for us. So I'm just trying to remember what step we should take to get this done. I think what we can do is to use the text function here. Text function. So the text function is looking for value, and over here we do text. No, we can do date. Okay, when we do this reference, we come over here. We do the. Let's try this to see what's gonna happen. Okay, now it seems this works. Oh no, this is exactly what we want. So it works. I was having it very difficult to remember. So now what I can do is to use the shorter format of it. So we take off one of the days. So we have something like this. So which means we're going to have this right here. All right. Once we have this right now, the next thing we have to do is to actually make sure we update our pivot table. So let us go over to analysis and scroll to this end. This one is not important any longer. I can just go ahead and something like this. So now we need to actually create a pivot table with this data we have right here. So Ctrl to copy, and over here I'm going to just paste this one here. So once I've done this now, so we have to right click here, show field list, and I'm going to take off this and take off the contributing factor away from here as well. So once done now, the next thing I'm going to do is to bring in, I think that's going to be, we're going to bring in our time interval. So we bring it to the row area. So we have something like this. The next thing I'm going to do right now is to bring in what? I'm going to bring in the week name I added. So it's not appearing here. We have to make sure we some kind of refresh this. So now it has appeared. I'm going to drag it and have it on the column level. So this creates something like this for me. This is exactly what we want to create. So right now, so we are going to use this to create what we want, but not from here. That was why we have this particular heat map right here. So I'm going to create it beneath this particular one. So what I want to do now is to actually reference, go ahead and reference this particular part here. So hit the enter key, that creates this for you. So the thing is this, if I decide to use this particular part now, it's going to affect what I have right in here. So what I need to do is just to make sure I some kind of double click, copy this, Ctrl X, hit my enter key. Then I want to just make sure I do it over here. So if I Ctrl V to paste this one now, so whatever I do to this to fix these columns wouldn't affect what I have here, because this shouldn't be some kind of tampered with. Okay, now with this now, I want to go ahead and copy this particular header. So go over here. So it has been copied. Then we can actually use it on this particular part here. So nicely done. So once we've gotten this now, I'm going to open up this one. everything shows up right here. So the next thing is for me to some kind of highlight this particular environment here and do double click to compress it. So we can manually now go ahead and adjust this to open it up a little bit. Okay, I think I'm cool. So over here now, I want to make sure I select this environment here down to here and have it opened up a little bit. So I'm going to do more a little. Okay, now here, I think this should be okay. Okay, so once we are cool with this now, the next thing we have to do is just to make sure we some kind of create our, should I call it color scaling? I don't know. Yeah, I think that it is. All right. We were given some kind of some kind of instructions. So over here it says white and red. White is white and red. 3 color scale. So how do we go about this? Let's try it. So highlight the environment you want to actually get a color writing. So first of all, I want to make sure I have comma separator right here. It's important. So once I've done that, let's go over to here. And this is my color scale. So you can see different ones right here. But in my own case, I want to actually do a custom one. So go to more rules. And once you're here, change this one to 3. That is beautiful. Okay. So now, if we come back here again, it says modify the heat map to a white, red. So, and over here, 3 color scale to keep focus on the most dangerous period in the week and summarize the insight from your analysis. So how do we go ahead and do this? So the maximum value here, this is the maximum value. I want to set the maximum value to this particular color. So the minimum value here should actually be on something like this. And the midpoint should be this color, but not actually this color. We want to actually make sure we tamper with the color and make it look a little bit, bright, or I don't know, not too dark as this though. So go to more colors here. And now we have to select this particular color type and click on OK. We can come back here and modify it later after all. So now we can click on OK. So this is what it is. So now we can concentrate on this particular part. This is where we have the highest resolution. Can you see right now? We have just gotten it highlighted, right? So if we want to go by what we were being told, so this actually works. So I might want to use a different color. Let us go to our color here. So what if I go with this particular color? So let's Control 1. So we go to more color, and over here, I'm going to copy this color. Click on OK. So let's go over to dashboard, to our heat map, and make sure this particular environment here is selected. Then we go over to this particular conditional formatting. This time around, we click on manage. So we click over here, edit rules. Then we click over here, we go to more. So we paste in our new color. So here we have this. And if I click on OK here, OK here. So we have it more brighter. So I think this looks perfectly okay. Okay, what I want right now is to make sure this value disappears and make it appear whenever I want to actually have that. So I think the only way to get this done right now is using VBA, just like what we have done previously. So how do we do that? So we can do it by just doing Control 1. And over here, we can go to custom. From custom over here, by having this cleared and have this here.
I think so. Yeah, it's gone. So we're going to have something like this. But this is just going to be static. You have to do it every single time to bring back the number and have it hidden. So we have to make it automated. How do we go with this? Okay, this is nice. Before we do that, we have to make sure we take this to our dashboard. So there is one thing I want to have the total over here. I can just type in here total collisions. So now all we have to do is to do the sum function, and we sum up this particular environment here. So we're going to copy this across to this level here. So which means we have to open it up a little bit. It's just okay. I don't know why it's not showing up. This is giving us the sum. So I want to go ahead and add comma separator, take off the extra decimal number. So now, okay, everything shows. Just manually double click to reveal all the numbers. So finally, we reveal this particular one here. So this is not included as part of this particular one here. We have to include it. All I have to do is just to click over here, then go over here and just select this part. So it has been included. So you can see it right now. So whenever this shows up, I want it to be different. I can click on bold to have it bold. So it will to stand out from the rest. So I don't know if you get what I'm talking about. Okay. Once we have this now, we can just go ahead and copy, Ctrl C, we go over to our dashboard, we right click, don't forget what we have done, we want to make sure you hover and use the link picture. So once we have this now, we can bring this over here. So can you see this now? So we can actually increase the height a little bit by going over here now. So we can select down to here and open it up a little bit. Let's check it out. Let us affect it just one more time. And this time around, we're going to do it for this alone. Okay, let's go. So we have it here. So if you look at it, this particular one I bolded does not really make any sense. So I want to go back to my heat map and remove it from bold, Ctrl B. So we want to have it on normal. So this particular place, we actually speak volume for it. So what I want to do now is to go back to here and just make sure Ctrl B to bold it and better. So here we go. So we have already gotten this done. What we don't have right now is toggling through it to make sure we only look at the scale without looking at the numbers. So how do we go ahead and have this done? Okay, let's try it. We want to go over to this particular part. Now we insert, we go over here and we want to write a new code to have that done for us. Okay, before we get started here, we have to declare new variable, and this is going to be a new set of code, right? So first of all, we open sub. So the name of the button should be toggle numbers. So our variable should be dim RNG for range as range. As range. Okay. So we declare that variable for worksheet. Dim. So WS for worksheet and RNG for range. So here is going to be as worksheet. So should I call it worksheet? No, this should be worksheet, not workbook, worksheet. So as worksheet. Okay, once we have done this now, the next thing we have to do is to some kind of set the sheet and range. This time around, we have to know what the name of the sheet where we have that particular heat map created, not the one on the dashboard. And again, we want to see the range that this number contained. Let's find out. Going over here right now, we come over here. The name of the sheet is called heat map. And to grab the range, this range has number. So if we go over to view and click on formula bar, so what we see here is just K22. So K22 here has to do with the first one we clicked on, and the ending part here is actually Q28. So how do we actually grab the range, which is everything from here? It's not simple. So put an equal sign here and highlight the first down to the end here. Your range starts from K22 and end at Q28. So which means over here is our K22 and the ending part here is Q28. So to grab them together, you put an equal sign, then you just highlight the environment here and you just copy this particular path. So Ctrl-C to copy. So once you have done that, try to remember this particular heat map here. This is the name of our worksheet. Let's do it. So we go over again. So this time around, we have to do set worksheet. So we have a variable called WS. So set worksheet equals sheet, and the sheet name is what we're going to set in here. So the sheet name is heat map. Heat map. You get it now? So here we go. Now we are going to set the range. Set RNG for the range. So equals I think now worksheet dot range. Then what is the range? The range is the one we have copied, so we pass it in here. So close and close this. So what we have done now is to point VBA to the worksheet and as well the range we want to actually use conditional formatting right on. So the next thing now is for we to some kind of create toggle. Toggle visibility based on the current format of the top left cell. Okay, how do we go about that? So we're going to use if RNG for range dot cell. So it's cells. So open the bracket. So 1, 1. So it's trying to look at the range. So we close, we do dot number format. So the number format right now should be set to equals. So we're trying to make it invisible right now. To make it invisible, you actually add this in 3 places. So we click and we have just some kind of set it to invisible now and say then range dot number format again equals. So we want to actually set some kind of what do I call it, comma separator right on it. So we already have it. We can skip this particular part for now. Let's skip this particular part to see what is going to happen. So we have skipped this particular part and we're going to do else. So else right now should be RNG for range dot number format equals. So this in 3 places again. And if. So
So let's see if this works. So if you want to see if it works now, we can, okay, let's just apply this particular toggle number on a particular button. So I want to use this. So to copy this now, it's not going to be easy. When you try to copy Ctrl C or you click on it, it's going to open up. So what you need to do is to right click, then to activate this for you. Once it activates it for you, just go ahead and Ctrl C or Ctrl D to duplicate. So you move it away. You can have this right here. So this is too bright. I'm going to affect it a little bit later. So now I can edit what I have inside it. Let us call this some kind of toggle number. So make it small. Keep it somewhere around here. Right click and assign macro. So we go over to toggle number here. So let's do this. So it's working. Can you see it now? It's working. If you bring it back right now, oh no, what happens? It does not show back. Something is wrong somewhere. So let's see what the problem is. Okay, let's go back to our VBA code. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I'm seeing this. So if I toggle from here, so it has hidden the number for us, but it's not showing up again. So what seems to be the problem? Let us verify our code here. So over here, dot cells number format equals this, then oh no, my bad, I caused it. I should show this back again. So how do I show this back? We want to do here, we actually jump this. I wanted to do it the other time. RNG for range dot number format. So we're going to set it to visibility. So we put an equal sign here. So we do hash comma hash hash 0. Then we close this. Okay, so let's try to see if this is going to work. 100%. So it's working. Can you see it now? It's working now. So which means this would actually make it work. So 100% correct. So this is exactly what we want to create. So if you want to actually concentrate on the color alone, so without looking at the values, so we can now see that Friday has the highest because the grand total actually shows it, right? And this is highly dynamic. It responds to whatever slides that we place on it, right? So we can actually concentrate on where we have more, brighter color of orange. I think this is orange color, I presume. Let's try to see if what color is it. To check the color now, I'm going to do Ctrl-1 over here. I hover. This is red, not orange. Oh, sorry. I'm not good at colors so much. So this is red, but the red is not very, whatever. All right, let's see. So now we have achieved this. I believe you must have gotten exactly what I have right now. So you can toggle to only keep this. So if you want to just look at the numbers, you can actually bring it and view the numbers right in here. So I believe you must have achieved the same exact thing right here. So what I don't like now is this, right? So what can I do? Let's go all the way. Okay, we don't need to go all the way up. Let us double this. So duplicate this. Keep this away from here. So now over here, right click and delete whatever you have in here. So done, right? So on this particular one, you are going to go ahead and what am I going to do? So go to format shape. So we have this up now. So we can say no fill and no outline. So we can now bring this over here. So that will actually help us to some kind of make this a bit smaller. So whereby
when I go over here, don't affect the weight of this. So you can keep this over here. So without making it look very huge. So we can apply the same thing on this particular one. So what I'm going to do right now is to copy. So once I've done this now, I just have to some kind of select. So to make a quick selection, you go over to home, find and select, then select object. You just select this environment here, you right click, and you go ahead and group it together. Where is your group? Oh no, this is crazy. I can't find the group here. So let's do it again. So I'm going to select this environment. So right click again. Now group is not here. What seems to be the problem? Let's go to the top here. And on that shape format, we should find group. Then the group is not active. What could be the problem? So let's try to find out what the problem is. So the problem now is that this here, if I just move it and hold my control key to select this one, right click now, I can now see the group is active. But previously, what actually stops it from not being active? I don't know. So I'm going to just do it again. So we centralize this text. Sorry. Sometimes difficult to get this done. Centralize the text here. So all I need to do is to step off, go over here, and select object, select this environment, make sure everything is captured, right click. Oh no, I think I get it. So the reason why we're not seeing the group was because we have this cursor blinking. If you look at it in detail, so that will not make it to look active. So once you have actually selected it, make sure you aim at this particular edge here. Your cursor should be pointed at it, right click, then you now have this. So you group. So once you have done that, we can do the same exact thing to this particular one here. So duplicate it, move this one away, right click, activate edit mode, delete the text we have here. So make it a bit smaller. So you can now bring it over here. So right click on this one, then move it, then pull off this, and let us go ahead and keep it somewhere around here. So what we can do now is to go over to here. So now we can select, oh no. So I can select from here. So it wouldn't affect anything as soon as everything is not in the middle of it. So it wouldn't affect it, but you have to be very careful while doing this. So in the edge here, right click and click on group. So it has been grouped. So let's just try to look at it. It's still working, 100%. It's still working. What about this? Interesting, right?
So right now we have to change the saving file type just because we're using VBA. So our VBA will continue to work as soon as we are still actually here. But by the time we have it closed without changing it to the right file type, there'll be a problem. So what do? You can go to File and go to Save As. So from Save As, you want to select, Browse to browse where you actually have it saved in previously. So it was saved as Excel workbook. So right now, we're going to change it to Excel macro enable workbook, which is this particular one on highlight. So once we've done that, we can change the name to, maybe we want to add VBA. Enable, I don't know. I just want to add it. Just save it anything you feel like is okay by you. So I'm just going to go ahead and save. So this is how it should be. So the next thing we have to do right now is that we are almost, let me use the word almost done with what we are supposed to do based on the objective. But I think there are more things we can add to this dashboard. So we're going to be looking at the total collision by role. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If you come over here right now, you have this particular pedestrians, the injured and the casualty, the cyclists, the injured and the casualty, the motorists, the injured and the casualty right in here, right? So those are the roles. So we want to see how many injured pedestrian, cyclists, and motorists we have. So the same thing, we want to see how many cyclists, pedestrian, and motorists, casualty we have. So how do we combine all those together? So this is going to be something different. So let's go over here and on a dashboard environment, we want to make sure we duplicate this. Okay, now the height is okay for the width. We want to change the width. Let's change the width to 3.62. So something like this here. So I might just bring it down now. Then hold my control key, select this one. Let's go over to the shape format. Then we align to the top. So this will give us equal alignment, and the spacing here is okay. The next thing now is to have it duplicated, and this one should actually fill up this particular part. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to just bring it down and hold my control key to select this very one. So aim the card, not the chart. Now what I'm going to do is to go here, align, realign to the right hand corner. That is nice. So deselect and select this one, select this one. Let's go back again. Then now you're lined up. Now you deselect. So what we need to do right now is just to make sure we fill this one up to this level here. So beautiful. So now we're going to get title for both of them. So over here, what we want to show is actually going to be total collisions by role. Then we do something similar to this one. So what we're going to have here right now should be by season. Okay, how do we go about this calculation and creating the chart? If we go back here right now, we can grab this. I'm going to paste it over here. So quickly, we have to get off every single thing here. So we want to make sure this pivot table here is named. So it's named heat map. So this one we just copied right now is going to have a new name. So let us name this one to role. So you understand why I'm doing this later after all. Okay. So once we have gotten this now, the next thing is for me to activate the field list. Then let's push off this. And as well, we don't want to keep this one. So we have a blank one now. So the next thing we're going to do is to go over to the bottom area. And we'll start picking things from this pedestrian here. Then cyclists. Then motorists. Okay, those are the ones we want to actually pick. Once we are done, let's go ahead and have the setting. So we have sum on all of them. We want to take off the sum. How do we do that? We just do Ctrl H. We type in sum of. If it is not working for you, it's case sensitive. The first S here is an uppercase. So you replace all of them. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do right now is to make sure I transpose this header. is very important. So how do I do that? We have a function called transpose. The transpose function, sorry for that. So with the transpose function now, it's looking for the array, which is what we want to transpose, should be those right in here. Then once I'm done, just gonna hit enter, and I have this here. So I'm going to name this one roll, and we want to get the values. So you can quickly make the header stand out. So do we have to do manual reference just like this? No, I think there is a way to get it done dynamically. So we can use HLOOKUP here, we can use XLOOKUP here, it depends on the version you're using. So I think XLOOKUP will be faster. So all I have to do is to do XLOOKUP. So with my XLOOKUP right now, the lookup value should be something like this. And the lookup array should be this top one here. That is where we can find this. So absolute cell locking, F4. So if I put my comma again, it's asking for what to return. Return something from the top here. So just because I want to copy down, I'll do F4 again. Now I can close and hit my enter key. So automatically it returns something from here for me. Watch what happens if I copy it down. So this is exactly what we have. So if you look at what we have here right now, this is it. So this particular one is this very one here. This particular one is this one, which is this very one. So we have returned exactly what we want. Okay, now we have to create what is going to show up on our chart. This is not what we're going to show. It wouldn't make any sense. So if you look at these two now, they're almost the same thing. The difference is just the injured and the killed we have right here. So how could we make it right? So let me just copy. Oh no, we don't need to copy. So over here, I'm going to do let's okay. So I'm going to come over here and do roll. So injured, and we bring in the casualty here. Okay, nicely done. So once we have this now, the next thing we have to do is to, so between this pedestrian and this one, they are the same thing. We're going to combine it in one. So because now we have splitted them, this particular injured and this one here has been splitted out. So what we're going to do now is just type in pedestrians, and over here is going to be cyclists. So lastly, motorists. So you have it now. So we need to get the values. So we can manually reference this. So the next thing now is to get for this. So which is gonna be this one. So we get for this here. So we pick this one. And finally, it's gonna be this one here. Then we want to get this value. All right, we have this. This is going to be for our chart. Can you see this now? It's something very simple. This will actually go for building our chart. So what is next? What can we do next? The next thing we have to do is to choose the kind of chart that will be okay for this. So highlight the environment or the range. Let's go over to insert. And from here, we go to here and we'll pick this. So this is the chart that will be okay for we to get this visualized. So I'm going to get everything. The legend should be moved to the top. It's important. Now for the title, we don't want the title to be here. So for the legend, I want to make sure the legend comes here. We can position the legend anywhere we like. So for this particular axis here, we want to turn it off. So we are good to go. Can you see it now? Okay, so let us take this one to our dashboard. So inside our dashboard here, I'm going to paste this one down and resize it to fit in what we have here. Okay, here we go. I want to bring it down a little bit. So bring it down. So further bring this one down a little bit. Just click on this and shift it down. So the next thing I'm going to do right now is just to bring up this. So we don't want to actually have the fill color. Then for the border, I want to take it off. Now click on this one and increase the size of the gap width or the width. All right. So once we have this now, we need to some kind of go ahead and add the data label. So just click on the chart, click over here and click on data label. So we have it. So let us concern ourselves about the color. If you look at it right now, this here, let me give you a full screen to see it better. So if you look at what we got here right now, so we have injuries here. This is the color, the card color for the injuries. So our injuries now here, which is this particular blue color right now, should actually capture this particular card color, right? So for the casualty, so we have this particular color for casualty. So this particular one, which is this very color here, should actually match this particular color right here. You get it right now. So how do we go about that? So if I click over here now, I can go here and click here. Now we have the color filled up. So we click on this particular one, then we'll have this color that matches this one right here. You see this now. So what we can do is to make sure we change the color of the text. So here we go. The color of the text, I'll always do Ctrl D to bold it so that it will pop out very well. So here we go. We have something like this. So if you don't have the color, we have our color here. You just have to be here. Click over here, then click more colors to pick up the color code from here. Then here we go. This is the color right here. Right? So you can now see how to pick the color. So now that we've gotten this here now, the next thing we have to do is to look at how we can actually add caption, just like what we have done for others. So I'm just going to duplicate that and keep it right here. Can you see now? So over here, I'm going to stretch this out. So this is now what's going to be here. So we have to quickly go back to our analysis and see what we can do. This very one is going to be very simple. So what I'm going to do right now is to extract insight. Extract insight. So to do that now, what I'm going to do now is just to do, I want to just see the max row based on that is max based on injury. So max based on
So how do we extract that? Then this is going to be, we can use the max function here. With the max function, we just highlight this environment here. And with the max function here, we can highlight this here. And we have to return which particular role. So here now, this is the role here. So here is the max values. So this is going to help us to build our recommendation and build our insight. You can see how I'm making it easy. So to get it now, we just have to use index. The index is asking us what we want to return. We want to return something from here. So how do we capture that? We use the match function. The match function is looking for the lookup value. This is the lookup value. And again, it's asking for the lookup array. So my lookup array should be right in here. Can you see it now? Right in here. So we want the exact match, 0. So we close and hit on enter key. So it's giving us motorists. Can you see it? Motorists. So we have to do the same thing for this one. We don't have to go through the process again. We can just go ahead and copy everything from here. So now we just do Ctrl+V here. So it's going to be a duplicate of this one. Just double click on this and try to change this to here. Once I hit my enter, oh, I have this error. So we want to make sure we push this one here. Now I have this. Can you see it now? Okay, once we have done this right away, it is time for me to actually write our recommendation. So here we go. It is time for you to write our recommendation. Our recommendation right now is going to be based on these two. We can decide to include these particular values, but what if we decide to just base it on these two? So over here we can type in let's do collision impact summary. So we want to actually add a line break. Oh, sorry, should actually have this here. So line break now is 10. So that is for single line break. If we want to actually add multiple line break, we actually make it 2. I've shown you how to do that. Okay, with this particular line break here, what is actually gonna be so what I'm going to do right now, I will reference this and I'm going to add and to connect it together. So this one, sorry, and so and our percent here and reference this. So if you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Collision impact summary, motorists and pedestrians. So what I'm going to do now, before this here, I want to actually add focus more on. So if you look at it right now, here it's going to give us focus more on motorists and pedestrians. So we can now, I can now add a line break again. So which is going to be this. So what I'm going to do now is to actually give him the action. So here it's going to be install more crossings.
and frequent so just something very short, not too huge. So this is what we want. Let's see if we pick it up here, if it's not going to be too much. So let's go here, and I've given you the idea, so we can reduce it and you have the idea already. So you just want to reference this one. Okay, I think this is okay. Let's go ahead and grab this particular one to make it this way. So if you check it out right now, this is what we have. So this is actually collision impact summary. So focus more on motorists and pedestrians, install more pedestrian crossings, and investigate frequent collision hotspots. So this is based on what we have right here. We have just given our 2 cents right now. So this is all we have to build here, and we have just achieved that, and this is something very, very huge. Can you see what is this right now? This is beautiful. So the next thing we're going to do right now is to build for our season. If you go over here, we added this particular season where we have winter, spring, summer, and others. So we want to go ahead and see what we can do about it. So coming over to analysis environment here, okay, we just need to copy the existing pivot table. It's not a big deal. I'm just going to copy this particular one. So don't forget, whenever you copy any pivot table, you should actually have it renamed to match. We don't need this one. Let's get it off. So we go over to this this here. This one should actually be for season. So I can right click now to change what I have here. So I don't want this particular check, and I don't want this, but I want to actually have this particular season here into here. So we have this. This could be some kind of simple chart, but I'm going to take it a bit further. So reference, create an array of it, and have it here for you to be able to add more columns to it. So all I want to do right now is to actually identify the max season. So for which I identify the max season, we've done this before. We are going to do if this particular one here is equals max, and the max will be found here with our F4 key. We close. If that is true, we want to have this, otherwise give us nothing. So we close and we hit our enter key. Now we do this. So this has given us the max. What I want to do here, okay, I think it's okay. So we have gotten this. It's just gonna be a quick chart, so I can just select this. I've shown you what would happen if I decide to, because I know the kind of chart I want to use. So this is the chart I want to actually use right here, but it's going to create something blank. The reason why it does that was because I have actually selected both of them together. To actually create it now, you have to select these two, go over here, now create a desired chart. You have this. You can come down, bring it down here, and once you step off and click back on it, you can now drag this one to it. Do you see how it is now? So if you want to avoid going through this, you can actually select all of them, and you assume that you don't know the chart to use. You now go to recommended chart, then it will actually recommend chart for you. Then you can pick up this one. This is on that way to actually have it created. Can you see this now? Beautiful. So we don't want most of the axes, like the legend is not required, this one as well. Then for the axis here, we want to turn off the
vertical axis. And for the title, we don't want the title, so we want to actually have a data label right on it. So, but if we do that, it's going to be for this and for this. So for now, I'm going to turn it off. So I'm going to be selective. So click on this one and add the data label to it, and that will actually subtract this. Okay, once I've gotten this now, I can do Ctrl 1 and overlap it by giving this 100%. So what I'm going to do is to click on this one. So let's go over here and pick up the color we want to use. Let's go with this particular color here. I'm going to make this particular color to 50%. Then that will actually help me to set this one on highlight. Let's go ahead and choose the same exact color. So we have something like this. So we can make it a bit smaller. Ctrl X here. And we go ahead and Ctrl V to paste. So we move it to our desired environment. We can stretch it to cover up for here. Okay, there we go. We have it there. So we want to actually give it our recommendation. So we keep this over here. So let's go ahead and actually do something about this. So what we are going to do right now is just to actually say here max collisions. So that is gonna be here. So we're gonna do equals. We already have our max here, but we can't equal the max. So we're gonna do max. So we do the max. We just get the max from here, and we get the index. So we retrieve dynamically from here. So the match should be this one, and we actually go ahead and say find it from here. 0 for exact match. So why do we have any thinking we have flagged somewhere? So our array, this is for the match. So let's do it again. So equals index. The index is looking for what to return. Return something from here. The match is looking for how could we find something from here. We give it the value. So with the value now, it's going to go over here to search if there is any of this number right in here. Then it's going to return whatever is here. So we do exact match 0, we close and hit our enter key. I think now is okay. So we can now build our recommendation here based on what we have right now. So to build this particular recommendation, it's gonna be here. Let's do equals collision picks by season. So don't forget this particular line break of a thing. Okay, the next thing right now is to say here so can you see it now? So once you have done that, so now we can now give our recommendation. So I would love to give underline drop here.
So recommendation goes here. So what do we want to suggest for recommendation? For recommendation, we just have to say launch seasonal road safety. So launch seasonal road safety awareness. So inside parentheses here, okay, we don't need this one. Then I'm gonna put full stop here, and over here I'm gonna do improve road infrastructure. So this should be my 2-cent recommendation. So we already have this. We just have to go ahead and pick it up. So over here, we go here, pick up this. What the heck is going on? So let's do it again. Equals. You see this now? I will have to go ahead and grab this here. Okay, I will tell you first then that we are done with all our visuals. So everything is actually 100% correct now. You can just go ahead and do auto. So if you look at it, this is exactly what we want. We have successfully created this particular dashboard to 100. So for everything we have here, from this first objective to the second one, now to the third one, now to the main task itself. So here we have the situation, we have the assignment, and we have the objective, and we have even gone beyond the objective. So the lesson we don't have right away is actually adding slicer to our dashboard. If you look at what we have right here, it's exactly what we have actually created inside Microsoft Excel. So which means this actually helped. So we're going to actually add slicer to our dashboard right now. So let me show you how to do that. And what kind of slicer do you think is going to be an ideal? So if we go over to the data here, so we might want to actually break the data down by the location of where this particular collision happened. So can you see here? This particular column will be an ideal for us, right? So what do? We can go over and click on any of the pivot table we have right in here to create that. So let's just locate that column. This is gonna be this one. Right click over here and add slicer. So here we go. We have added a slicer here. I'm gonna Ctrl X to cut it and Ctrl V to paste it right in here. So we are right here. It is time for we to actually look at where we can actually put this particular slicer right in. So what I'm gonna do right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items on this particular slicer. If I go all the way to the top, I'm going to just put in 6 for the column. So I want to have 6 columns here. So which I've just done now. So once I've done this, I just have to make sure I do this. So I'm going to stretch it until everything shows up very well. Okay, nicely done. So this particular slider should be somewhere around here. And I don't want to see any of the header. So this particular header should be gone. So I will go ahead and just say slicer settings. For the header, I want to make it disappear. So click on OK. So we can now resize this to fit. Then this should actually sit right here, right, Lee? Can you see it now? It should sit right here. But the problem now is that this particular button will be obstructed. So what do? We just have to take it off. So where can we actually put this right now? This should be moved somewhere. And so what we can do now, we have no option than to remove the here to make it shorter. So we can just reduce this a little bit. So now this can fit into this particular environment here. Can you see? So all you have to do is to educate whoever is going to use this to click on this to reveal this. So in that case, I'm going to push this from here down to here. You get it right now. All right, so this one now can bounce to this level here. So if you look at it, it's not making holistic sense. So what I'm going to do now is that this particular color here of our background, I want to make sure I grab it. If I go over here, click here, I can go to more colors and grab the color from here. So using the hex code. So to make sure this particular slider blends with the background now, I want to go over here, then click slicer and right click on this one to have it duplicated. So once I've done that, I just have to go to format. So from format right now, I want to just go to this particular border. I'll say no border. For the fill color, I want to go over to more colors, custom, then paste in the color code I've copied right in here. Then I'm going to click on OK. So now click on OK over here. So for the selected item with data, I want to go ahead and do format. So I don't want any border for it. And for the font, I want to make it bold. Then for the fill color, I want to use the same fill color. So I will actually paste in this particular hex code I've copied previously and click on OK. Then click on OK right here. Now for the selected item with, okay, I think we must have flopped somewhere. Let me click on OK to look at what we have done first. So it has not been applied. Let's go over here, click on this one to apply it. So it has been applied right now. So look at what happens. It's taking shape. It's making a lot of sense right now. So what I'm going to do now is to click on this one and bring this to front. Or you can actually click on this and right click and send it to back. So why are we doing that? We don't want it to appear on top of this one. Then this will look good, better. So I can now go ahead and bring this down. So it's going to send whatever behind any of this one and it's going to look very okay. So look at what happens if I select Brooklyn here. So it only affects this particular one. So first of all, let's do some kind of connect our slicer to all the charts. So now I'm going to right click here and go over to report connection. So this was the reason why we actually have our slicer's name, so that if you want to subtract it from any one of them, it will be very easy. But for the time, for this particular kind of dashboard, we just have to make sure we connect it to every part of it. So you see that now? So once done, just go ahead and click on OK. And your dashboard will be filtered using this particular current location. Can you see it now? So this particular slicer will filter based on whatever is being clicked on. Can you see? This is beautiful. So Staten Island. And if we select unspecified, the location here is not specified, then we can see the trend and every single thing gets updated. Okay, this is not really cool. Whenever I make a selection, it's actually not too stand out. So what am I going to do? For the unselected one, I don't want to actually have a border around it. So I'm going to select my slicer. Now we go to the slicer here, right click and go to modify. Then what I'm going to do is going to be unselected item with data here. Now we want to go to format, and for the border, no border. For the font, I want to actually make sure it's on italic once it is not selected. And it shouldn't be this dark. So I'm going to select something like this. So then for the fill color, I want to change the fill color from white to this particular color for the unselected item with data. That's for the background. I'm going to click on OK. So watch what happens if I click on OK here Can you see? Then the selected one now will be bold and it will come in this. So if I want to make sure this one is more stand out than what I have right now, I can actually go ahead and go to the top. Before then, let's copy any of this color. Okay, we don't need that. Let's just go ahead and click on this one. Then slicer, we modify it. Then, so we want to say selected item with data format, and now the fill color for the selected item. Now there should be no border, but for the fill color, let's go with something that looks like this, right? Okay, now we want to actually add border, so the border should actually be a bold border, something like this here. But we want to change the color of the border. The color of the border should be this particular color right here, and it's going to just be beneath it. Can you see? But we have to select this one to have a bold one. So we click over here. You can see what we have here. Then we click on OK. Click on OK right here. Can you see it now? So whenever we make a selection, it actually is going to be on this highlight. Can you see it now? So there is no limitation to what you can do here. You can just play around to see how creative you could actually go about this. So once we have done this right now, we can actually go ahead and duplicate this. Let's change the color. So over here, I'm going to do filter by location. So we can reduce this, put it at 11. So if I want to actually add an arrow, so Windows, full stop, I think we could actually find an arrow here that we can use. I don't know if that is true. I'm thinking. So let's go over to here. Now, here we go. Then go with this one. But now, I hate this colored one. Let's some kind of scroll to where we can find something without any color. What about this? The same thing. So what about this? Okay, better. So now we can just go ahead and take off this. So here we go. We have something like this over here. Okay, all of these are based on the recommendation we are given. So the data contains lots of columns, and we have not utilized all the columns we have inside our data set. So there are more insights we can actually draw from the data itself. So if we go over to transform data, we can actually look at the street where those particular crimes happen. So the cross street as well, like the street name and the cross street name. And if you look at it in detail, so we can look at the vehicle type. So which is going to be this one. The vehicle type here is very important. So, and we look at it based on the time of day. The time of day could actually be evening, afternoon, night. So maybe that column is not yet here. We can actually add the column to create something like that to see when most of this collision or accident normally happens. So this is going to be a different dashboard entirely. We can't fit that dashboard right in here. We have to create something separate from this one. So you get it right now, but over here we are 100% okay with what we have done right now. Everything is working so well. Then we can actually look at recommendation over here, and over here we have under recommendation. I presume, don't we have recommendation for this? I thought we do. So if you want to check it out now, I double click over here. So the recommendation is not right there. Let's check out this particular part. So we should have recommendation for this one. We don't have recommendation for this one. that means you have an assignment. So how can you actually add recommendation to this one? And what should the recommendation be like? But I thought we do have it. We never did. Let's find it. We should have recommendation for this, of course. Heat map. Oh no, we didn't have any recommendation for this. Okay, you are going to have recommendation for this one right now. We want to see what is the highest collision time of the day, and return how many numbers of collision we have, and profile your solution to it, like give a recommendation to it. So because we don't have much space, this could actually be hidden. It's only when somebody clicks on it, just like what we have done right here right now, before it appears. That should actually be right here. Is your assignment. If you have watched to this particular end, so you shouldn't actually go without saying thank you, like, subscribe. If you have not done that, share to your friends and family, and make sure you leave a comment. So see you in the next dashboard, which is the second dashboard of this same data. This second dashboard has nothing to do with the objectives we have right here, and as well the assignment plus the situation. But you know what? We just feel like there are more to the data than just doing something very basic. So we just want to take it a step further. If we look at the data right here, we want to actually draw something from this and draw insights from here and as well from here. And we want to actually add one more column that gives us some kind of time of day, like morning, afternoon, evening, and night, and see all the collision that happens within those days or those particular period, right? So which we don't actually have right now. We're going to add a column for that. So quickly, if you have not watched the previous videos or the first dashboard, you might want to do that, because it's very important for you to know how we got this particular data transformed. This is our main data right here. Over here, we do not have some columns like the time bucket we created. We don't have it. The season we created, we don't have it. So transform really some kind of relying on this particular data. So you need to know about that. So the first video would be an ideal, right? So let us quickly look at what we're gonna do next. So before I start creating, what is very important for me is for me to some kind of create a sketch of my dashboard. How do I want the dashboard to look? So over here, this is the previous one. We can add a new page and actually create a new draft or sketch of the dashboard we want to create. So I'm going to draw using this. So first of all, I'm going to just draw a rough sketch. So don't expect something good from me here. So because I'm not really good at drawing, so I can just do some kind of rough sketch. So here is our canvas. So we're going to have here just a mini header is important, and over here we're going to have something like this. You know, we don't have to even talk about it because we already have it, so just want to duplicate it. But the content we want to have inside our dashboard right now should be 6 KPIs. So one here, this is the second one, so we have the third one, we have I think we need just 5 of them. So we should have this one, and this one should be here. So we have to get to put 5 KPIs. So the previous KPIs will be repeated. That is the total collision here. So we're going to have the fatality and the injuries right here. And right now, what we need to do is to actually get the highest risk time slot, the highest risk time slot, right? Which is the time where we have more collision. And finally, over here, we're going to actually have the percentage of risk collision right in here. Among all the collision, how many, what is the percentage of the risk one? Okay, now we need to create a chart. This particular chart will capture for us the collision by location.
So over here, we're going to have in that chart here. And what this chart is going to capture is going to be based on the vehicle type. So we're going to have something right here that is going to be a scroll. That this scroll will help us to get more information because we have lots of vehicle type. We can't display everything on one single chart, right? So over here, we're going to have another chart here. Don't mind my rough sketching. So this particular chart, what is going to capture is going to be the top streets. Like we're going to do top 10 street with the highest numbers of collision. So we're going to have something right here that will actually help us to sort from ascending to descending, depends on what we want to use. Because over here, we're going to have a dimension here. The dimension should actually be street name, and we're going to have the total collision. So we're going to have the injury, and the casualty will be right in here. Okay, we want to have another chart here. And what this particular chart will contain, a box or an object here. This object will actually contain slicer for month, right? Slicer for month. And over here is going to be a chart. And this particular chart will actually capture the total collision by time of day. So time of the day. So can you see? Very simple. Just have something like this. It will make your life so easy. Do you see this right now? So we did before, and we check it out. This, and now is this. So how do we follow this? Let's quickly go through how we can actually make this to appear on our Excel. So over here on our previous dashboard, we just have to duplicate this one, drag it to this particular plus here, and you have this. No. So you want to hold your control key while dragging it. So we have a duplicate of it. So all I want to do right now, I can just do let's some kind of reduce this. Once we have done this, to give us room to actually remove some certain things we don't want, by going over to the top here and click over home. From home, let's click on find and select, then click on select objects. So we can just highlight this environment here and take off whatever is here. We don't want them. So you can see the portion I've taken off. So the reason why this particular part is still here was because I didn't select it up to the top right here. So this one can actually be manually removed, or you can actually select this environment as well. So exclude what you don't want, even if it is part of it is actually within your selection, but not whole of it. So it's not going to be included into what you're going to delete. So we'll take this off. This is what we want now. So we can now just go ahead and put this back to 100%. So here we go. Right. So we need 5 of these. So I'm just going to create one more, or 2 more rather. So keep this one over here and this one over here. So what I'm going to do right now is just to make sure I move this way. And right now, I want to make sure if I select, I will select these ones and bring it down to properly align it. Hold my control key, select this one, and I'm going to align this one to the top. Okay, now we have equal alignment now. But the problem we have right now is that this particular space here is not equal to the same space we have right here and the space we have right in here. Can you see? So how do we fix this? Because we already have something here, what I'm going to do now is just to go over to the same place to pick up this one. Right now, I'm just going to highlight this environment here. So once highlighted, right click and click on group to group it. So highlight this one, right click, click on group, to group it. So highlight this particular one, right click, click on group to group it. So if we had known, what would have done is just for it to get this one not created. So now we can just get this one here, duplicate it, move it, duplicate this one, now properly align it to suit the area you want to keep it. So once the white space you have here is okay, just hold your Control key and this one. Now you're going to do align top. Okay, so we want to just make sure we select all of them now, and we go to distribute horizontally. So if you look at it right away, we're gonna have equal space here, 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 and as well here. Then we just have to make sure the space, the white space here, is equal to this particular one. All right, this particular two here, we want to change the color. So what I'm going to do now is to right click and go ahead and ungroup these two, these last two, ungroup them. So the images or the icons are not what we want to have here. We have to take them off. Let's go ahead and pick up the icons, illustrations, then we go to this particular picture, this device. So go to your folder, which is Maven Analytics Guided Project. So click over here. And right now, we want to go with this one. And let's go with this. So one accident and one time. So we want to make it as small as possible. Okay, for this particular part here, I want to have this one right in here. And for this very one, I want to have this one here. You see that now? Oh no, I think this is gonna be a duplicate of this one. Let's see if we have another image. Insert, illustration, this picture, this device. Okay, we can go with this particular one. So this is going to be better. So move it, resize it to give you something that will fit right. So let's just take this off because it's a duplicate of the first one. So we cannot keep this one over here. So now here it's not going to be this. This is going to be percentage of risk collisions. So we just have to stretch it a little bit. So the value will come here. This particular one should be time. Oh, I can just call it risky time of day, or just risky time will be okay. Can put here collisions risk time, just something very short that is descriptive. Okay, we have this. It is time for us to look at how to actually get their values right in here. So this alone to calculate it is going to take us a little time. So we are going to add another analysis. This time around, we call this one analysis O2 here. So once we have this, we need to create a fresh pivot table, and that is going to be from this particular data here, right? So we can shift this one to make sure we look at this. So we go to insert and we use the existing. So we just want to pick up this one. Let's click here and click on OK. Now to have that KPI created, we need to create something huge before we can extract the kind of insight we want from it.
So quickly, we want to get in the time interval right in here, the week name right in here, and now we bring the collision ID right in here. Right. So if you look at it right now, it's giving us sum. So we're going to change it to count. So better. So once we have gotten this now, we just have to go all the way to the top ribbon. So and go to design. So we want to turn up the grand total. So we quickly need to change it to layout to show in tabular form. We have something like this. So first of all, what I want to do is to actually grab the max collisions for every single time. And after that, I'm going to return the max week for every single time. Okay, this is going to be a tough thing to do, but don't worry, it's simple. Okay, how do we go about that now? So over here, I'm going to type in max collisions. So to capture the max collision here, what you're going to do is to use the max function. So we are using the max function to capture the max collision for this particular time over here. We don't need to lock down because we're going to copy it down. So this now helps us to retrieve the max for every single time. 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. we have the max, right? So once we have the max now, the next thing we have to do is to retrieve the max week. Which particular week does it fall to? How can we get what week is this particular 5, 7, 10? So 5, 7, 10 falls to Sunday, but 8, 4, 5, 5 does not fall to the same Sunday. It's going to fall to something different. So we have to make it dynamic so that if the slider changes it, it will automatically change. Otherwise, we can trace it and actually put them right in here. It will be static. So now over here, I'm going to type a different header. So here is going to be max week name. Okay. So to retrieve the max week name right now, what function do you have in mind? We have done something similar to this in the previous dashboard we did create. Can somebody come up with what we can use? I'm waiting. HLOOKUP, no. Index and match, no. Oh, let's do this. We're going to use the XLOOKUP to get this done. The HLOOKUP will do this, but I just love using XLOOKUP because it's easy. So I'm going to do XLOOKUP here. So with my XLOOKUP, it's asking me for what I'm trying to look up is this particular one. So where can we find it? You can find it right in here. Can you see it now? So should there be cell locking? Yes, we have to lock cells. Then watch it. If your F4 key works, so click your F4 key, second click again, and the third click would actually help you to lock this. So we are locking the column, so the row should be free. So if I go ahead now and put a comma here, it will ask me what do I want to return. I want to return something from here. So we don't want the column. Should I call it a column? We don't want this to move. We want to make sure 1, 2, 3, then to lock it down and close. If I hit my enter key, I can explain this to you. So look at what happens if I move this right here. It gives me not working. Everything is moving now because I provided some kind of incorrect locking for one of them. So what is going on now is that over here, I freed the rows to move. I locked the column. So over here, I'm supposed to do absolute cell locking so that this particular part here shouldn't move, but I didn't do that. So let's do it. If I double click over here right now, on this particular one, I want to make sure I press F4 to release the lock. So if we press F4 again, it will give us this particular $sign around the column, which means we have locked the column down. Absolutely, it's not going to move. So look at what happens if I copy this down. So if I double click over here, this one stays here. We are allowing this row to move, but the column, so we have free the row to move, we have locked the column. I don't know if you get it right. It's a little bit complicated to understand, but just follow my lead. With time, you understand how this particular cell locking works. So we have retrieved the right value right now. So for Friday here, the value is this. For Tuesday here, the value is actually this, which means it's retrieving the correct one for us. Okay. We can rename this to, let me just say KPI 1. So once we have gotten this now, this is what we're going to use to retrieve the KPI we want to actually show up right here. So you might be thinking, what the heck are you doing? Is this not too much work? But don't worry, you understand it later after all. So I want to make sure my backend is clean. So I'll do comma separator. So here we go. We can actually have this place opened up. Double click here. Beautiful. Okay. So right in here, I want to dynamically return the max lookup. The max collision weekday and its time. So how do I do that? How do I do that? So I'm going to do here max week. So here we give me max time. So here we combine both. Okay. To retrieve the max week and max time and combine both, what we need to do over here, we can actually use the XLOOKUP. So the XLOOKUP is going to help us to retrieve the max, but the XLOOKUP cannot do it alone. So we have to provide the max value we want. So we can use the max function here. The max function here, we come and retrieve the max value from here. Then once we close, we can now do comma. This is now our lookup value. This particular part here is our lookup value. So for the lookup array right now, we can now say come over here and actually find it. It's very simple. You get it right now. So if I go ahead and click on OK, no, we've not done it all. So we have lookup array. Now what do we want to return? Let me make it easy for you to understand. So over here, I'm returning the max. The max is gonna be gotten from here. This is the max. So right now, I want to make sure I combine it together. So we now use the XLOOKUP. So the XLOOKUP right now is looking for lookup value. Here's our lookup value. So if I put up my comma here now, where can we find this? It's actually going to be within here. Comma again. So once that has been found, what do you want to return? You want to return something from here. So this is what I was trying to do. In the other way around, let's say this one does not exist. What you would have done is actually going to be XLOOKUP and use the max function here. Then you retrieve the max from here. So once you have retrieved that, comma, so find the max within this particular range again. This is complex, so that was what I showed you the first one. So once you have done that, return something from here for me. So if I go ahead and close now, it's going to give us the same exact thing. You get it right now. So either of these particular two could be used. So the next thing now is to return the max time over here. So to return the max time now, we are going to use the XLOOKUP and the match function just like what we have done. So let us do it again. XLOOKUP match, or we can use the same value here.
comma. So once you have done that, find it over here. Once found, what you can do, return array should actually be here. So when I return something from there, it gives us this, right? So this is just we referencing this to actually combine it together again, XLOOKUP. So we use the max function and we retrieve our max from here. So we close and we say, come and find the max within this particular range again. Once you have done that, go ahead and return something from here for me. So we're still going to have the same exact thing. Can you see it now? Just having duplicates. So which means two ways to actually have it done. So the next thing now is to actually have both of them combined. There is one function I've not actually taught you. That function is called, I think it's called text. What is the function? It's to combine two different things together. So over here, I have two ways to do this. I can do text to join. So text to join, I can define my delimiter, should be space. So put a comma, then ignore the empty by using that comma again. So I'm going to actually reference the first text is going to be Friday. So if I put a comma right now, it will know that, okay, it has to put some kind of space between. I'll reference this particular one. Then I am going to go ahead and close. So now it's Friday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. So another way to actually have this done is to actually do this, reference this, and over here you do %, double quotes with a space, then you reference this one. So it will give us the same thing. So this one here has to do with this particular 2 and % here, and over here we use a function, we define the delimiter in here. So whichever one you want to use, you are good to go. So we have gotten our result right now. Without this, there is no way we can get to know what time we have the highest collision and what week it is. Can you see this now? So this is not what is in the objective, but we feel like if we are working for this particular department to curb accidents, then we should actually be able to come up with something that will be able to actually allow the management to look into the data and feel like this is what should be done. So on this particular dashboard part here, it is time for me to feed up this. Let's go. Now I'm going to capture this environment. Let's do this by picking this or this. Any one of them would work. So here we go. We have this. If I click here, click on this one, you can just go ahead and. So here you go. So I want to make sure this one is smaller because it has more. So I can just reduce this. So let's do show everything. I can just have something like this. So Friday 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. is the risky time of the day. Okay, here we go. Now the next thing now is the percentage of collisions. So to get this particular percentage of risky collision right now, we just have to go back here. So once we are here, we can actually go ahead and copy this. So I'm going to paste this one over here. All right. So on this particular part here, what I'm going to do is to have this removed. So I want to bring in the check in here. And now we are going to get the week name removed as well. Then we need to actually bring in the contributor factor right in here. So we have brought everything. So we are only looking at the top 10 which we have used previously. If you forgot this, you have to go back to the first dashboard and watch what we have done there. So, but it's not really important. So what we're going to do right now is just to get a top 10, contributing factor to get the percentage of risky collision. So we right click here,
we just go by filter, we take top 10, and we're doing the top 10 by collision ID, which is this right here. So once we have gotten this done now, the next thing we have to do is to actually turn on here. Okay, I can just put here total manually. Total, this total should actually be the grand total. So I'm gonna do sum for this. So I'm gonna just go ahead and do this. So over here now will be a percentage of dangerous collision. Okay, we just go ahead and divide this by this. If I hit my enter key, I have this. I just have to convert this into a percentage. So here we go. Our interest is going to be on this particular part here, not on this particular one. So this is what we just want right here. So if we go over here now, so we're going to pick this one. So you see this now? So in the previous dashboard, we have this particular top 10 contributing factor by total collisions here. And those are the percentage of dangerous collision that we have. So you might not know what this means. What it means is this. The combination of the injured and the casualties together from the total accident that happened. When an accident happened, there will be people who are saved 100%, nothing happened to them. They are some kind of fine, they don't need to visit the hospital for anything. But those people who got injured or who died along the line, this particular percentage right here, which means out of 5,071, 66 people actually involved in either injury or lost their life. You get it right now. So now, out of 19,289 here, 39.7 people. So if we now go over to this particular KPI right now, so what we are looking at right now is this particular percentage here is all about the top 10. So let's say we don't want to base it on the top 10 just like what we have right here right now. Here is physical. We can look at it and we're able to actually draw the top 10. So let us make sense by not doing that over here. So which means I'm going to release this, get this one cleared off. So over here, let us release this particular slicer or filter rather. So I'm going to just copy this one down. You get it now. So I don't necessarily need to actually create this one over here. We can just create for grand total. So all I have to do right now is to do here collision. Sorry, it's a header. Total collision. Total check. So remember our total check here is actually on sum, but our total collision here is on count. So what I'm going to do right now is just to do the sum of this whole number. Control Shift down arrow to sum everything. So once we are done, we can just go ahead and do under sum again. So we sum this particular part here. So here we go. We have it. So now we can do percentage of dangerous collision. So to calculate that now, we're going to divide this particular number by this number. So here we go. We can go ahead and do percentage. So we have this. So which means out of this particular 238,421 collision that we have, 36.7% got involved in either injury or
actually, lost their life. So, which is this number here, divide by this number. So if we go over here right now, this one here, we just have to make sure we get the correct value. Now, it's going to be this one. So if you look at it now, we are not more looking at, how do I put this? Looking at the top 10, because if we base on the top 10, nobody will understand what we have done. So the only place we can do top 10 is on this particular first dashboard, because it's a physical, thing. But over here now, we are doing it based on holistic data that we have. So 36.7 people got involved in injury or some kind of loss to their life. All right, so we have this right here right now. We have just created our KPI, and this is actually beautiful. So if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please go ahead and do that right now. It's very important to make this particular channel grow. And don't forget to like and leave a comment. So let's keep going. All right, our first chart. If we go over to this particular transform data here, we are going to actually find the location. So here is our location here. So we want to see how many collision do we have for each location. So it's going to be something very swift. So let's quickly go ahead and duplicate this here. Copy. So I'm going to paste this one over here. So, what I always do. So over here now, we don't want to actually use the time interval in the logger. So this time around is going to be the location where this particular incident happened. Then we'll remove this. So we're only interested in this. You get it now. So we have something like this. So the next thing we have to do is to make sure we actually have a highlight there. So I want to make sure this is some kind of from the highest to the lowest. So if you right click, if yours is not from the highest to the lowest, you go to sort largest to smallest. It will really sort it this way for you. So the next thing I'm going to do right now is just to go ahead and reference the same thing over here to create the kind of chart I want to create. So once I've done this now, I will actually highlight the max 3. So I don't have to write any formula for that. So just reference the max 3 over here and hit your enter key. So this will be dynamic. Whenever it changes, it's going to actually update this dynamically. So once you have done this now, you know how to get it done. Let's go over to insert and let's do this here. We go. Okay, now I'm going to take this off. I don't want to keep this as well. Then the title, now to it. We can make this smaller. Open it up a bit. This chart will not, it's going to take a lot of space. Let's try it. If we go over to our current listing here and decide to use this particular kind of chart. So before it could show every single thing we have under the x-axis, we would have to expand it. So it's going to take way a lot of space. So what we can do is to change the chart type. Right click and go to change chart type. Then over here we select this particular bar chart. Then we go with this one. So by the way it is being sorted is not really cool. We have to change a certain orientation. So let's do Ctrl+1. So click over here and go over to where it says axis options. Then click on axis options here. Then category in reverse order. That's beautiful. So click on the bars. The very first thing you have to do is to make sure you use some kind of increase this. Then put this at 100%. You have this. Okay. So once this is done, over here, and I'm going to click on this particular blue. Let's go over here. So I'm going to select this particular color here. So once I have this particular color selected, I'm going to put it at 50%. So to create the kind of highlight I want. So it's now at 50%. This particular one here, I'm going to select the same color. So it actually makes this one to stand out
from the rest. So I'm going to take this off. So go over here. So let us do 3.09. So we do that by 3.79. So I'm going to keep this over here. Now we're going to use white. So if need be, we can go to the previous one here and copy this one. Ctrl C to copy it. We come over here, we Ctrl V to drop it down. So all we do is just to take this and we have something like this. That is all we need to do. So this one now is going behind it. Right click and bring to front. Can you see this now? You can stretch this way. And we'll bring it down a little bit. So if I want to do something now, I can select a different color. So let's see if I go with this color here. Then the transparency shouldn't be much. I'm going to use 25. So I'm going to use the same color for this particular part here. So nicely done. So we set the transparency. I still want to bring the transparency down a little bit. So yeah, here we go. We have this. I can just go ahead and do 60. So now for me to put the data label right on it, click over here and data label. So the value has no comma separator. We want to go quickly over here and add our comma separator right on it. So you see this now? Once we go back here, we have something like this. So we have some kind of border around it. No fill, no line. Quietly done. So if you look at this one, I don't know how it got disappeared. We have to bring it back. So we just have to go back. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Let's Ctrl Z. So we need to go to Insert, Illustration, Pictures, this device. We're taking the clock. Okay, now we need to actually get our title. So I want to be consistent. So I'm going to go with this particular one. So the font size should be consistently across the two dashboards. So I'm going to keep this over here. So right now, this one should be total collision by location. Okay, you know what we always do? We want to actually make sure we add some kind of insight and recommendation to this. So how do we go about that? It's something very easy. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to actually look at the data, the analysis part here, and see what this particular top 3 we selected represents. So to actually find that right now, max 3 percentage here. So to get the max 3 percentage right now, what you're going to do is just to do the sum, and sum this, you can just copy by the sum of this part here. So once I hit my enter key, I can do Control 1 and the percentage. So we have 76.09%. So this particular 3 location represents 73.09% out of the 6 locations that we actually have. Okay, now if we want to actually make sure with some kind of let's see. Okay, we want to add here captions and recommendation. So to add the caption and recommendation now, this is what we're gonna do. So I've actually taught you about the text join function. So we're going to use it. So first of all, we need the header. So I'm gonna do top 3 location, or I can use so over here inside open brackets, I want to close this and ampersand. So right now we want to actually use a text join to make sure we join all the locations that is within the top 3. So the text join is going to actually help us to create a delimiter of spacing. So we do text join. So text join is asking for the delimiter. The first thing here is delimiter. Our delimiter should be space. Open double quotes, space, close it, then comma. We have to ignore any empty, so we put in that comma again. So our first text should be this one, followed by comma, right? Then this one, and that comma, this one, right? So this is what it is that we need to do. What it does is just to list the names of the locations for us. So we want to have commas between them. So what I'm going to do to have that comma right now, if I double click, I can come over here where I have my delimiter to be just space. I want to have just a comma. So if I now hit my enter key, the comma appears here. This is the beauty of using the text join right here. So another way to actually have this done now, if I copy this particular part, Ctrl C, I can just put it over here. So on this one, I can double click, and instead of me to actually have this ones listed here, I can remove this particular part. So once I'm done removing it, I can use the filter function. So the filter function is looking for an array. My array is going to be this particular one here, right? So if I put a comma, it's asking me for the include. So you should actually include something from here. You get it right now? So we're going to do less than and greater than. So before then, we need to actually use true over here. Then comma. So what I'm going to do now is just to close this. So if you look at it right now, oh no, we flopped somewhere. This true shouldn't be part of it. It works to an extent, but that true. Okay, this true is when we want to, if you look at here right now, it's asking us to ignore. So the ignore is, you can use true or you can use comma. I use both of them. That was why I have true. If I just go ahead and hit my enter key right now, the true is gone. So over here, I manually listed this. Can you see? Select this one, select this one, select this one. But I just decided to use a function to get that done again. And the function is called the filter function. The filter function is actually going to get this value from here and ask you, what do you want to include? Only include where we have value present here. So look at what happens if I decide to some kind of put an equal sign and include this now. This one gets updated automatically, but this one wouldn't. So which means over here, I'm going to give this one a red flag, right? It's dynamic, but it's static to an extent whereby it's going to be limited to the one we manually selected, but this one will keep updating as soon as we have new data coming in. But we don't want that, we can remove it. If I come over here now and put an equal sign and reference this and hit OK, now unspecified is included here, but it's not going to be updated right here, because over here we hand code it. Until we actually come and include this one, it will not be added. So there are so many ways to make things dynamic. So this one is more dynamic than this particular one. So therefore, we are going to go with this one. So let us remove this one away from here. Okay, now that I've gotten this done now, so if I double click here, I can now say here, let's do under ampersand. So we have to close the bracket. Okay, we want to close this bracket. So once we close the bracket, what we want right now is that we want this particular listed locations to be inside a bracket, open parenthesis, open and close parenthesis. So to get that done right now, what we can do is to have here close. So now done. So once we double click on it again now, we're going to say, okay, over here, we actually want to have here account for space and under ampersand again. So we are going to actually reference the percentage, but you know what? If we reference this particular percentage and hit our enter key, we're going to have long list of numbers right here with huge decimal number. So it's going to give us 0.7609, and this is just what we want to retrieve. So how do we actually fix that? Double click, and over here, you're going to use the text function. The text function will help you to convert this to percentage. So 0.00, if you want the two decimal numbers, we just want one, you have one here. And the percentage here, you close and close this, hit the enter key. Now you have something like this. So top three, location, Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx there, and account for 76.1%. So here we go. So once we have done that, we're going to add under ampersand again. So of all collisions. So let us have a line break here. To have the line break, we go with this. Then we close and under ampersand. So over here, we are going to give our recommendation. So let's say our recommendation should be recommendation. So we're going to say prioritize. Road safety. Or location. So this is what we have here. So if I double click here now, at this particular part here, I can do Windows full stop. I don't know where we got that from the other time. There is something we've used for location. I always look for it. I don't know why. I think it's gonna be somewhere around here. Here we go. So let's see how it will look. I'm going to come over here and copy this one, the previous one, paste it down. So let us bring it over here and let's go ahead and pick it up. And we pick up this. So I can just go ahead and bring this down a little bit so that this one can come down. So how about this? So this is exactly what we want to have here. So it actually helps us to some kind of make sense with this particular one. So here we go. So you can try to actually create something like this as well. So let us go ahead and have this duplicated now. If you look at it quickly, we have achieved the KPI part right here. And right now, the location is down. We have done this. So let us look at the collision by vehicle type here. Okay, I've gotten this one duplicated. All I have to do is just to adjust the weight over here. So I think the weight should actually be the same thing. Let it be the same thing. So we can use the same thing. So I'm just going to keep it right here, bring it down a little bit, and now hold my control key to select this one. Then go over to the top and align it to the top. Then we have proper alignment. Here we go. So now let's go ahead and bring this down. So we copy this. So this one now should be by vehicle type. So over here, we're going to actually have a spin button here. Let me quickly go ahead and add a spin button. Go to developer, click over to insert, and we have the spin button over here. So you can insert the spin button very small here. So the spin button will be here. I want the spin button to actually be at the edge right here. Okay, now the spin button has no functionality right now, and nothing is on the chart, on the object or the card here. So let us quickly go back to our analysis page. Then we can copy this particular part now. So if I paste this over here, I just have to create a demarcation between them. So over here now, instead of us to show by location, we want to show by the vehicle type, which is this here. So as you can see, we have a little bit long list of vehicle. So this is going to create a long list of a longer chart for me. So to avoid this now, we want to make sure we add a scroll to it. Yes, you get me right. So you want to add a little scroll to this. So it's something very simple. At the time, we want to show just 5 vehicle type. So how do we do that? We already have this here. So what I'm going to do now is just to reference this header. So over here, Ctrl H, I will do here let's do double click on this one. So here we do total collisions. So that will update for our chart. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is to use the offset function. So before we can use the offset function, so I'm going to just say link spin button. So we're going to link our spin button inside here. So let's go over to here, right click and form control. So for this particular one, we'll come back to it, but for now, we just want to concern ourselves about the linking. So we are linking it to here, and now it should give us something like 0 because we have not actually scrolled. So it's giving us 0. So if I spin,
Should have something like, okay, we spin up. Should have 3. Yeah, I spinned 3 times. So now we're going to use this one now to control what we show over here. So what we're going to do right now is to show how many items at a time. We're going to show 5 items at a time. So we use this particular function called offset. With the offset is looking for reference. Here we go. So comma. Now for the row, we control it by this here. Then F4 key to lock it down to avoid it from moving. Now for the column, we skip it with the comma. And for the height, we skip with the comma. Weight, you can skip it to the comma. Then you close and hit the enter key. Now it's going to give you construction. So let us look at what happens here. 1, 2, 3. If I make this one 4 now, it will go for delivery vehicle. So let us try to do that. 4. Here we go. It's picking from here. So what I'm going to do right now is just to make sure with some kind of do this to give us the value. Now we have the 5 item we want to show. So which means it's going to start showing something from here. Let's do bold. So it's going to start showing something from the first row, which is here, down to the 5th. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then to the 5th row, and it shows the value as well. You get it right now? This is exactly what we want to show. So we have just created this. What we want to do right now is to only show the max or the top. So how do we do that? So here we go. We are going to do here top 1. For the top one, we're going to use if function. This value here, if it is equals max, so find the max within here, F4 key to lock it down, close. If that is true, I want to retrieve this for me, otherwise give me nothing. So it's going to give us false here, no problem. We can have false as a result, or if you want to make it clean, you can actually come over here, put a comma, and just say give me nothing to give you blank. So here we go, we have this. So I want to make sure I have a comma separator right on it. So this will actually help us to create our chart. So watch what happens if I go ahead and create my chart with this. So my chart now, this is not going to work. So what do? I can go with this one. This will work. So if I go with this now, here we go. This one works. So, but I want to go with this kind of chart. This here will look fine. But the thing is this, if you look at it, it's not actually sorted. So what we can do is to actually do our sorting. Let's do legend should be turned off. Title should be turned off. And the x-axis should actually be turned off. So now we can come over here and do the sorting from here. Right click and do sort, largest to smallest. So we do Control 1. We select this particular y-axis. So we go over to axis options. And here we go. So we can select this one now. Go over here, 100%. Then, beautiful. So we can Control X to cut it and take it to our dashboard environment over here. So this one is going to be somewhere around here. So we take off the fill and the line. We increase this. So don't forget what we have done here. If I click on this one now, you can see the color I have used, and it's giving me 38%. So click on it, use the same color, go for the same 38%. Then over here, choose the color without any transparency to give you the highlights. So let us take off the grid lines from here. So you have something like this. The next thing we have to do right now is to focus on the insights we want to actually add to it. Okay, so now if we go back here, we can actually say caption and recommendation. So for the action and recommendation, what we're going to do is for we to look at what does that particular top one represent as a percentage. So I have shown you how to calculate your percentage, so which I'm going to still show you again. Over here, if you want to calculate your percentage, you just do divide the sum of whatever you find here by the sum of what you have right here. So once you have done that, you can just go ahead and convert this to a percentage. So quick percent here. So can you see it now? So now we need to actually make sure this one is incorporated into our caption and recommendation right in here. So first of all, we want to find which particular vehicle type actually has this. So now to do that, now we just have to do here. So we're going to do highest collisions involve. So we do a line break. The next thing now is for me to use index here. This index is going to return the max where we have this, which is going to be bicycle here. You get it right now. So now we want to return the max. The max should actually be return this value for me. So when you get this value will determine what should be returned from here. Get this value and find the value inside here. So we can actually use match function to make it dynamic. So match function is going to actually get this. So once we have done that, so was it match? No, sorry. I think that should be max function. So we use match. Inside match, we use max function. Then to find the max function from here. And remember, the max function is going to be this particular value we have right in here. So if I add a comma, lookup array is going to be this particular part. You must have understood this by now. So we put 0 for the exact match. So if I hit my enter key right now, so highest collision involves bicycle. You get it now. That is it. So we want to add here and ampersand again. And this time around, so we want to actually make sure we add the max value as a percentage. So to actually add the max value as a percentage now, we want to do here ampersand. So there should be a space between this. So I'm going to do the max again to retrieve this particular value here from here. So once we have done that, we're going to divide it by the sum of this particular value we have right in here. Then we go ahead and close. So if I just close and hit my enter key right now, it's giving me this particular huge number again. So we want to control it. So we just have to do that by using the text function on it. So the text function will be used here. Text. So we come to this particular part here, comma, so 0.0%. We close. Once we hit our enter key, what happens? Text function. So something is not right. So what could that be? What could that be? We have the text function here, max, the sum function. So it's saying I have entered too few arguments. So too few arguments. Wow, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let me just quickly say over here, I'm going to take off this one and hit my int key. So the formula is missing an opening and closing parentheses. So what I'm going to do now is just to add an ampersand here and type of all collision. So we close this bracket here, we close this. Now we still have an issue. So this is gonna be solved. We just have to calmly look at where this issue is coming from. So it's actually talking about opening and closing of parentheses. Okay, based on my trace right now, we have not closed our max function here. The max function should be enclosed right in here. And now we have it solved. This is exactly what we want to actually achieve. So we have gotten this. So it says highest collisions involved bicycle, 32.5 of all collision. So now we can actually give our recommendation based on what we have right in here right now. So to do that here, we could actually add it up, have a full stop here. Now add it up here. So I'm going to type in here recommendation. So monitoring and safety rows on this vehicle type. That's a recommendation. So if you remember what we have done here, we added something, which is this particular icon here. So to add this same icon, double click here. Before your recommendation here, click on Windows, full stop. Let's scroll all the way down to grab the same icon. So make sure there is a space between them. So what do? You duplicate this one, Ctrl D, have this right here, right click, just highlight this environment and let's go and pick it up. So we have something like this. So look at what happens when the spin button is being used. So there will be issue once the spin button has actually scrolled to a particular end. So look at what happens. So now the spin button is returning this blank. This is where we have to configure what we have on the spin button. First of all, let's go over to our analysis. So we scroll and count how many items we have right in here. So once we highlight it now, so we can now take a look at this particular part. So it's given us 17 items. So with 17 items now, we want to tell what the spin button feels right on. So there should be a little match right here. So if we have 17 and we are showing 5, so we just have to come here and do 17 here. So we do 5. So total, then all
active. So all is 17, active is 17. So we actually take this particular 5 from 17 here. So what does it give us? Minus 12. Sorry, we should do 17 from 5. So it's giving us 12. So which means we have 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So once we have done this now, we can do plus 1. Plus 1, it gives us 13, right? So we can now go over here. I'm going to re-explain this again. Go over to our dashboard, right-click on this particular part, then format control, and over here on the maximum value here, I'm going to put 13 right here, right? 13 right here. So watch what happens. Under the minimum here, we want to show minimum of 1 if there is no scroll, minimum of 1. So if I click on OK right now, it will fix this for us. Automatically it has fixed. We can never scroll beyond here. Once we scroll and we get to the last, it's going to stop scrolling. If we scroll all the way down, so once it gets to the last at the bottom, so it stops scrolling. So what have we done? So right here, so we have 13 in here. This one here shows the first one, the first item we have on the list of our pivot table is what we are showing now on the current one, and the minimum is showing 1. 13 means we are showing 5. Let's go over here. So we are showing 5 items when we scroll. So we have how many items here? We have 17 items. So we now subtract 17 or 5 from 17, it gives us 12. We further add 1 to it and use that to tell that, okay, you know what? When you scroll to 17, you stop. Let's see what happens if I go ahead and start scrolling. So now it's going to stop and we'll check the number we have. So it has stopped scrolling now. There is nothing to scroll again. If we go over here, we have 13 here. So what is this? This is the 17th one. Order. So open passenger here. It stopped right here. It's not going any further because that is the 13 we actually defined inside our spin button. So it's something technical. You just have to practice to understand what this is. So successfully, we have just created this particular chart and it's functioning 100%. So let us quickly add our data label. Data label. Here we go. You see that now? So this percentage changes based on whichever one comes up. So among what we are seeing physically right now, so this particular one on the bright color has to do with the max, collision, which is construction. So if we scroll again, we have different one. Order, if we scroll, we have delivery vehicle, and we have our recommendation based on what we have right here. So does this make any sense? So if it does, please don't hesitate to actually leave a comment, subscribe if you have not done that, and just click on the like button. So let's keep moving. All right, so quickly we have achieved this here, and all of this has been achieved. So we need to actually go into time of the day. So is it morning, afternoon, evening, or night? So we don't have a column that supports that. So we need to actually add that. So over here, if you look at our transform data, there is no column that has to do with evening, afternoon, night, and wherever here. And over the main data here, we do not have it. So how do we add this? Let us go over to Power Query, click on data, and click on queries and connections. So we are here. Once we step in here, you can right click and click on edit, or you can double click it to actually activate the edit mode for you. So when we click on edit, it's going to take us to Power Query. So we are right here inside the Power Query environment. The very first thing we have to do is to click on this particular add column here, and we're going to actually add a custom column. So before we add a custom column, let us take a look at something here. Over here, we have what we call hour. So this particular hour was extracted from our time, which is coming over here. We add, so we actually click on this, and we are here. We go to time. We extracted the hour. Can you see? We have extracted the hour from here. That was what we have done. So now we're going to use that same hour to some kind of configure what we really want to actually have based on afternoon, evening, morning, and night. So we have to be on add column. Then we click on custom column here. So with the custom column, I'm going to rename this one to time of day. So once I've done that, over here I'm going to do let, then h. So what is h? H is our variable. So we want to store in the hour in here right now. So it's going to be equals. Then we have to reference the hour from this. So we have just stored this particular hour into h as our variable. So I'm going to say in we don't need to have this. So I'm trying to just, okay. Now, if you actually type it like in, and you're just trying to hit the enter key to go into the next line. So what happens is going to be, it will actually, once you type it in, so it gives you some suggestion. Once you hit enter, it's looking at it as if you're going to try to commit this particular info mix.database. So to actually avoid that, put a space before you hit enter to go into the next line. So what I'm going to do right now is to actually say if h. So what is h? H is hour. So if h is actually greater than or equal to 5, so this is going to be greater than or equal to 5, and h is actually less than 12. Then that means we are in the morning. You get it right now? So next is going to be else if h is greater than equals to 12 and h is less than 17, then that means we are in the afternoon. So here, else if h is greater than or equals 17 and less than 21, then that means we are in the evening. So now finally, we don't do else if again, just type in else. So this else would actually say categorize the remaining one into night. So what about this? So if we step off it right now, it seems that we have an error here. Let's see what the error is. So we have not specified h here. We have to specify h here. So correct. Can you see it now? This will actually create that for you. So time of day. So once you have this particular one checked, it's going to tell you no syntax error have been detected. But sometimes it will actually give you this. It will still give you an error, but plenty times it's fine. Let's click on OK. So already we have this, so we can just click on the drop down here to take a look at the whole results. So here we go. So we convert this one into the text data type. So this is the column we added. We want to rename the column rename the column to go after the column name. So why do I always do this? Whenever I want to actually make changes to this one right now, I will need to start searching for the column I added, which just gives me some kind of generic name. So for me to be able to some kind of get the actual column I want, I go ahead and rename it. So when I want to actually have something done here now, I'll just come over to time of day. So time interval, I'll just click on it and go to time interval, which is this particular one. So if I double click right now, it will actually show us the code we have written for our time interval right in here. We can edit it quickly. You see that now? So we don't have any other thing to do right in here. We are good to go. Let's go over to home. Now close and load. All right, 100% we have it right in here. So if we go straight up to this particular part right now, you can see here we have it. Can you see that? Let's go over to our analysis tool. So right now we need to actually do a copy of this. So right click and go to show field list. So the column will not be included yet over here, right? So what can we do? Let us take this off from here. Now we just have to right click and go to refresh. That will refresh our pivot table and include a new column for us. So it has been included. So let us scroll down. Time of day should be found here. So we can just search for it, time. So we drag this one into here. So this is what we have. So let me show you how to create a particular chart that to actually show this, in a very nice way. So this is a chart I've never created in this particular class before now. So let's do here, just gonna reference this particular part as just the header. So we just have to do this. So I'm going to create some kind of helper columns. So H1 is actually helper column 1. So I'm going to do that into 4 places. Helper column 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So after this now, let me insert Ctrl+Shift+ key. Then we just want to bring up any column in here. That will give us the same exact thing right here, right? So we make sure it's default to count. So this time around, we're going to convert this one to percentage. Let's do show value as percentage of grand total. This is what we want. So right now, the kind of chart we want to create, we need this particular helper column. So highlight this environment and do Ctrl+1. Then convert this into a percentage without no decimal number. So click on OK. All right, once we have done this now, we want to actually add 5 to everywhere. So hold Ctrl to hit the Enter key. So wipe off this particular part. So we only have 5% here. Do I have to do this? I think this is not really important. Maybe I'm thinking, should we do this? I think this might work, but I wouldn't use this. I think I'm going to show you in the next couple of dashboards coming. I'm going to show you how to create this chart, but for now, let's forget about this. So this time around, I want to make sure I use the percentage. So I am going to select here just the percentage, which is going to be this one here. Right. So once we have actually gotten this one created, the next thing we have to do now, I think we still have to configure this. Let us do Ctrl+Z to still use this particular kind of chart. So what I'm going to do right now is just for me to go ahead and take this number or this percentage, subtract 5% from it. Right. So once you are done, drag this down. So take this particular one and
100% subtracted from this particular percent and further subtract this particular one from it. So hit your enter key. Now you have this. Right? So once you have gotten this right now, I'm going to try to create my chart from here. If I select all of them and go to insert and click over here, I can create this particular kind of chart. But it's not giving me what I want. It's actually doing it the other way around. So this particular axis here should be on the y-axis, not on the x-axis. So how do we avoid this? I can delete this now. Go over to this particular insert and insert a blank chart, which is this chart I want to use. So now there is nothing here. So what I'm going to do for the first time is to right click and go to select data. So my first data now, click on add. So we add the H1. So we remove what we have in here and highlight the H1 here. You have this now. So once done, add H2. So remove whatever you have in here and highlight this particular portion here. Click on OK. So the next one now, add H3. Remove this and highlight this particular portion here. Then click on OK. So finally, on this particular part, H4, which is helper column 4. So we wipe off whatever we have in here and we select this environment here. So we click on OK. So now we have to update our y-axis. So now we select this automatically. Here we go. We have something like this. Then click on OK. All right. So this is exactly what we want to create. But to you, it's not making any damn sense right now. Don't worry, just bring it down. It's going to make a lot of sense. So now we are going to use shape to make sure we actually change the chart to this basic way to something much more better. So what I'm going to do now is to go over to this particular insert here, illustration, then shapes. Let's go over straight up to this particular arrow. No. On flowchart. So pick up this. Just here. Control 1. Then no line. So we're going to use this particular color. This one that has that color here. So duplicate it. So we choose to use this very color here. So you see this particular two colors. So on this particular one, go over to rotate and rotate this horizontally. So once you have done this now, the next thing we're going to do is just to go ahead and Ctrl C to copy. So click over this particular blue aspect and Ctrl V to paste. Now, over here, go ahead and Ctrl C to copy. Click on the yellow, Ctrl V to paste. So you have something like this. So we have to match this particular color to this very color here. So we click. You should know the color you have selected before now. So if you look at it, here we go. This particular color should actually match this very color here. So can you see this now? So once we have gotten this, the next thing I'm going to do is just to actually make sure I rank this. So I'm going to come over here, right click and go to sort, largest to smallest. So I want to click on this particular part, go over here and category in reverse order. So we have this. So now I'm going to remove this particular axis from here and take off this very one. So look at the magic. The higher the number in H1, which is helper 1 and helper 4, the more curve we have here. So let us put this at 10.
if I go ahead and actually copy this down, I'm going to have something like this. Can you see? So, but it doesn't really make any damn sense. So let us return this back to 5. So now, here we go. So once we have gotten this done now, we want to actually add the data label. So we're going to add it from the other end. I'm going to Control X, come over to my dashboard environment here. So let us do Control V to paste it down here. So I want to copy this particular one, Control D. So let us go over to View and hide this one for the time being. Then bring this one down here. So I'm going to just, you see that now? So now this one should actually come to the front. Let's move it to this part here. No fill, no line. So we take off the border, the grid line. So we have this. Can just go ahead and have something like this. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do right now is that I want to have the label right on it. If I click over here, I can just go ahead and have this particular this axis here and turn off this part here. So now you click over this particular part, this 5% here. I'm going to try this. I know it's not going to work, but I'm going to show you the other alternative. So we want to go ahead and turn on the data label for it. So we just have some values. If you want to take a look at the values we have, if I click on it right now, I can just go over here to text and put them on white. So now it appears. So what we need to do instead is for we to actually make sure when we select this now, we tell it to actually retrieve value from cell. I don't know how to put this. So we retrieve value from cell. Then we go over to this particular analysis and we say we want to update it with this one. Then we take off this. So now we can go ahead and delete this one from here. So this values does not really show up very well. We can just go ahead and say if there is anything we can do to push the label to the inside base. Oh, now this works. We can use this here. We don't necessarily need to actually do it otherwise. So this one looks good. So this is perfectly showing up well. The next thing we have to add right now is data label. So we're going to add data label to this one. So data label, this is not the correct data label we have. So we just have to do the same thing we have done before. So from cell, we go over to analysis here and we pick from here. Click on OK, we turn off the value. So here we go. We just go inside base. So we have something like this. So can you see this kind of chart? So now, for we to actually have room for other things, we are going to make sure we just bring it down a little bit for title's sake. So I'm going to have the title here. So over here, we're going to have total collision by time of day. Time of day. So now I'm going to actually do this. So if you want to take the same width
I'm using 5.74 here. So duplicate this one, reduce it, and keep this over here. Then resize it to fit this level. So you get it right now. So let us move this one up a little bit. So we now have something like this. So we can reduce this from here. So you just have to take your time to work on it. Okay, now we have to bring in the insight and the recommendation we want to actually add to this. It's something very simple. How can we go about this? So for the insight right now, we're going to do something a little bit different from what we have done before. So if we go to analysis now, there is need for we to actually recopy this again. And now we can actually go over here and paste this one right in here. With this one pasted in here now, we have to bring in the time. So which means we have to bring in the time interval into it. So it's going to create something like this for us. But this doesn't make any damn sense. Let's quickly go to the top ribbon here. So go to this particular design, and over here there should be no grand total. So over here the subtotal do not show. Now we click over this particular part, so this here, and we say repeat all. Then if I open it up right now, we see afternoon, all the time for afternoon, morning, the time for morning, night, the time for night, and evening. So this particular collapse here, we might not want it. How do we take it off? So we go over here and we click on it right here. So once done now, we can actually make use of this to actually create our caption. So, and recommendation. To create our caption and recommendation right now, what we first of all need to do is to actually look at, the time of day it happened and the time interval that that particular collision happened. So how do we go about that? It's easy. So we go over here. So pick collision alerts. So we want to actually use here a line break. So over here I'm going to just type in most collision happen in the, then we do this. So we want to actually extract the time of the day that it happened. So you must have known how we can do that by now. So with index we can do it. Index is asking for the array. The arrays mean what we want to retrieve. We want to retrieve something from here. So put a comma on it. And to get that done now, we are going to use match function. The match function is going to be looking for a lookup value. We select it by using max. So the max function is going to return the max value from here. So once it has done that, so the lookup array now should still be from here. So once found, we want to have the exact match. So we go ahead and close. Right? If I just hit my enter key right now, so I have, pick collision alert. Most collision happen in the afternoon, because afternoon has the highest value. That is 52,520. So that is not all. we want to actually look at what time it happened. So if I double click over here now, so it happened in the afternoon. So we do ampersand again over here inside brackets and the ampersand. So we're going to just do under index again. This index will actually capture for now the time interval. So something similar to what we have done before. So we're going to use max. The max to return the max value from here. So the lookup array for our match function from here. So exact match. Then go ahead and close this. If I hit my enter key now, so most collisions happen in the afternoon by 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. So if you look at it right now, this is the returned rows. Can you see it now? So it should be space between this open parentheses. So we're gonna put a space right in here. So you get that right now. So once we have done that, we are going to do here and ampersand again. No, yeah, under ampersand, and in here we're going to type wait. So we are trying to actually bring in the value, the max value that it returns. So with max, then we find the max value between this particular range here. So the max value should actually be formatted. So we're going to use the text, not format. I thought I was in Power BI. So text function. So with the text function now, we do comma here, hash, comma, hash, hash. So we close this. And if I go ahead and hit my enter key, now this is what we have. So this is the peak collision alert. Most collisions happen in the afternoon, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. with 52,520. So which means we have successfully returned this. Remember, this is not static. It's something very dynamic that changes based on whatever our filter, is. So once we have done this right now, we have to close this particular parenthesis we opened right here. To close that right now, we have to do here another ampersand. So we do collisions. So we can now close this now. Put a full stop on it, space, and so we need to actually add a line break. Then over here now, we're going to add space, just a delimiter of space. Or we don't need a delimiter of space. We want to add on that line break, which is multiple line break. So we just do. So we have added multiple line break now. So now it is time for recommendation. For recommendation, we are going to do Windows full stop. So we scroll down to get that particular icon for information, like this icon is for push pin, whatever. So here we go. So space now. Recommendation. So I want to actually add another line break again. I don't know if this will make sense, but I just feel like to add it. Maybe later after we can take it off if it doesn't make sense. So over here now, my recommendation should be prioritize visibility, traffic, control, and patrols. All right, let's take a look at what we have done. So I'm going to grab this here, have it over here. Then we go ahead and select it. Okay, that is nice. So you can now see the inside here now says peak collision alert. Most collision happen in the afternoon, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. with 52,520 collision. So we have to put a space right on it. So let's see here. We use max here. Where could that be? So now, recommendation, prioritize visibility, traffic control, and patrols during this high risk period. So this is exactly what you can actually add some kind of insight over here. And this is going to respond to whatever filter we actually place on this dashboard. Everything will definitely start shifting. So what about this? If you have not still hit the like button, you might want to do that right now quickly. Doesn't take you a lot of time. So just do that. So let's go over here and collapse this. So if I actually filter now, so this particular filter is not affecting those particular one. That was because we have not connected them, right? So what do we need to do? We need to make sure this particular pivot table has some kind of named. So we are going to come over here. This one now should be recommendation. This one should be time of day. So vehicle type, I'll just type V type here. So this one should be location. Location. So you're going to know the reason why I'm doing this later, after all. So C for contributing factor. So C factor. And over here, it's gonna be KPI. So let's see. If we go back to our dashboard now, right click over here, go to report connection. So expand this, and you can see here, C factor, KPI, then we skip location because we are using location slicer. We don't want to filter the location, right? That was why we have it named. So it will be very easy for us to identify which one to skip. So now it's going to change 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. here. So let's see. That's changed. Now, the value is changing, but the time still remains the same thing. The same afternoon is what is still leading. If you look at it right here, is the one leading. It's at 1.41% for every locations. I think most locations, they have almost the same time that those particular collision happens. So I think there should be a lot of focus on it. Okay, now this is actually filtering nicely. So which means everything here is actually good. So we don't have any issue. So the only thing we are not filtering now is this particular one. So which means we need to actually add a new slicer. And that slicer will actually help us to some kind of filter the whole dashboard. And the slicer should actually be our mount slicer.
right? So how do we do that? Let's go over here to analysis, click on any of the pivot table here, right click and show field list. So we have to scroll all the way down and right click here on the month and add it as a slicer. So we can Ctrl X to cut it away from here. So once we are here, we paste it down. So we're gonna bring it over here. And now we can some kind of make it small. So we want to show everything. So we can go ahead and do show in 3 rows like this. So you can actually go ahead and say slider settings and do not show item without data. So here we go. So what we're going to do right now is to some kind of use the same formatting we have right here, which is going to be this very one here. So now, so the next thing I'm going to do is just to go ahead and increase the height by 3 points. So we have something like this. So right now, no filter from month. So if we place a filter from month right now, it will not actually affect every part of it because we have not actually created any connection between our month and all other pivot table that we have right here. So what do? We have to create the connection, which you already know. So right click now and go to report connection. So now if you look at what we have here, this particular sheet is showing the sheet name. From this particular part here, it's actually our first dashboard. Then this particular ones here is our second dashboard, which is the current one we are actually on right now. So we are going to skip filtering anything that has to do with the first dashboard. So we concentrate on the second dashboard. So I'm going to actually check this, check this, check this, check this, check this. Okay. So why am I going to check my KPI on the first dashboard? Because the KPI shows up right here. So we did not create it newly here. So I'm going to just check this one from the first dashboard and click on OK. So if I click over here now, the whole dashboard gets some kind of filtered. Can you see it now? But the thing is this, if I go to the second dashboard, the filter affects this particular part here. You can see 14, and we have the same 14 here, right? And the filter is only affecting this particular one, not all this one, which wouldn't make any sense. So a little assignment for you. Let's go back to this dashboard. So make sure you disconnect this one, and this one from this particular analysis one, and create a fresh one for it. So create a fresh KPI on analysis 2 so that you can actually disconnect the slicer, this particular slicer, from this dashboard. I believe you understand what I'm trying to say right now. Look at what happens if I select May. So May returns 8 and it returns 3,953 here and 1,619 here. If we go over here, we have the same actual value right in here, but it does not affect other visuals except just this particular KPI. And we did connect that because of this particular ones we have right here. So to have it disconnected and still have this particular slicer applied to those particular KPIs right now, you have to desist from using the KPI coming from the first dashboard. So you have to create a fresh KPI pivot table right here and link it to this particular one. That is your little assignment. Please do that. Okay, we have successfully added this and this is actually looking beautiful already. All right, so we are going to be on the final part of this particular dashboard. So if you look at it over here, we have not actually achieved this. So we're going to be showing the top 10 straight with the highest number of collisions. solve the collisions. So how do we go about it? It's something very easy. Let's do it. So this particular space is going to be for this last analysis. So I'm just going to bring this down, hold my control key to select this one, and we go ahead and align it to the top like this. So we can now bring this oh no, Ctrl Z to now select this one alone. So we have to, can you see this now? So over here we need to actually have the title. So what I'm going to do now is going to be top 10 straight with the highest numbers of collision. So here we go. Now with this, we want to actually have some kind of what will help us to select option here. So let us go over to the top ribbon, this particular developer, then insert, and now we're going to actually select this particular list box. Can you see now? List box. So the list box is going to be dragged in here. So here is my list box. So on the list box now, there is nothing here, no problem. We just have blank inside our list box. Okay, the next thing we have to do right now is for we to actually go ahead and create our analysis. So over here now, we can actually use our previous pivot table. So I'm going to paste this over here. So name this particular pivot table to no. Yeah, we can, when we click on option, it's going to give us this. So we can still have it renamed over here. So I'm going to just say top 10 straight. So now it has renamed this. If you go back now, can you see it over here? So beautiful. So next again now is for me to some kind of get off this from here and this away from here. The next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and grab my streets and have it right in here. So what I want to show is to show the numbers of the total, accident or collision. And as well, if I scroll down, I want to grab the persons injured and the casualty right in here. So make sure what you have here should actually be sum, right? So once we are done, we can go ahead and take this. So if you look at it, wherever we have this particular dash writing, which means there is no casualty, over here there is no injury. We only have one person involved here, no injury and no casualty. So one person here, no injury, no casualty. Okay, now we need to actually get a top 10. So if I right click now, filter, and just get a top 10 straight. So we are doing this by the this column collision here. So just click on OK. Now we have this. All right, so we are going to actually create this as a table. So what can we do to actually have a fancy table created? So we want to go over to where we have this particular heat map right on. I can drag my heat map to here. So now I have heat map here. Under this particular heat map, I want to go over here. For me to take control of the height and the weight without affecting this particular one, I'm going to start it from below here. So which means I can move this right here. So I'm going to put an equal sign. So let's go back and show, and let me show you something. Over here, if I want to sort this by this column right now, I will have to do right click, sort, just right click here, sort largest to smallest. When this one is sort from largest to smallest, this one wouldn't be sorted like that. This one wouldn't be sorted. If I have to start I just double clicked it. So if I have to sort this one, I have to come over here and do sort again. So largest to smallest. So it will unsort those ones and sort those ones for me, right? So I might want to actually add some kind of conditional, number formatting to it. So number formatting now should be number and should have 0. So I click on OK. So we want to see 0 instead of dash right here. Okay, the next thing we want to have now is actually sorting. How do we actually sort this dynamically? So what I'm going to do right now is to come over here. I'll just put in a letter here. That will actually break it and make me to have access to this particular part to be used. So over here I'm going to create column sorting. So we want to sort by persons injured. We want to sort by so now here we go. So we're going to go over to here and right click here, go to form control, and this is the input. I'm going to actually grab this here. We have to link this somewhere. I'm going to link it to this particular part here. Then click on OK. So there is no selection. If we go back there now, we're going to see nothing but blank. So whenever we actually make a selection here, so we're going to have 2. Can you see now? So if we go back again and make selection, we're going to have 1. So this is the number we're going to use to control our sorting. So now let us call this one sorted, or we can call it dynamic sorted table. Okay, so for me to create this now, we're going to grab the header. So we don't want this to be this header. So I want to take some out from this one. So to do that now, just click Ctrl H and we already have it. Remove it. So now, so it's gonna just create something like this for us. So next again now is for me to actually do my dynamic sorting. So to do my dynamic sorting now, what I'm going to do is to use the sort function. So I'm going to be using the ifs can do it. So with the ifs now, I'm going to say if this one here is some kind of equals to 1. So because we're going to be copying this down, so F4 key to actually lock it. So if it is equals to 1, then what I want to do now is to sort. So I'm doing my sorting based on this whole array. Here's my table array. We sort this. So now, how do we want to sort this? Comma. So which particular column do we want to sort this with? 1, 2. This is the column we want to sort it with. So I'm going to do 2 over here. So how do we want to sort this? We want to sort this descending. So we do -1, right? Then under comma now. So now we close. So I'm thinking of something here. Okay, yeah, logical test 2 right now. We don't have to repeat the if again. We just say this particular one here, f4 is equals 2. Then what we want now, if it is true, is to use the sort again. The sort array is here, right? So I think we have to log this f4 key. We have not logged this one down, so we need to do under f4 key here. Then coming back here right now, if that is true, the sorting should actually be 3 this time around. So which means we are actually starting from 1, 2, 3. We want to sort with this particular person's injured here. That is the second one here. So -1 means descending. We close and comma again. Then if this is actually, this one here is equals 3, then we want to actually sort. Make sure F4 key to lock it down. Then if that is true, we yeah, so if it is equals to 3, then we want to actually do sort. So we sort, this is the array, F4 key. Then now use the fourth one, -1 for ascending. So we have to close this. So if I go ahead and hit my enter key right now, so it has been sorted by this. Let's go ahead and change from 1 to this particular one here. Before I do that, let us take a look at our results. So right here, right now, what we can say is 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1. So if I now go ahead and decide to sort by this particular one here and go back here right now, so we have issue here. I'm thinking of something. What could be the reason why we have this error? So let me sort by this. This is fine. So let us sort by the first one. This is still fine. Let's sort by this particular one here. This is bad. So we have to go ahead and take a look at what we entered here for the last time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, which is correct. So over here, let's see what's going on. So we did equals. So we actually locked it down. We provide for, we get this. And what could possibly be the reason why we are returning blank here? Equals 1 here equals 2. Oh no, sorry for that. Does it have to be? This should actually be equals, not using a comma right here. So it should be equals. So if I hit my enter key, no, it doesn't still work. Why is this? This is crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the last one. So I'm going to start all over again. So over here, please watch it again. So I am going to do here, if this particular one is going to be F4 equals 3, then what we want is to actually do sorts. Our array should be this part here, comma. Before we do comma, we just have to make sure this particular one is being locked down because it's going to actually copy down. So F4 key. Then we put a comma on it again. And now the index should actually be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it's 4. Then -1 to give us. So it works now. So my bad. So pardon me for that. So we have gotten exactly what we really wanted to have right now. The sorting is working very well. So we are going to go to heat map here. And I'm going to start my creation from here. So let's go down. So put an equal sign there. And let us go ahead and reference this. The reason why we're doing this is for we to be able to actually, some kind of formatted way we like. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and do this. So we can just open it up, open this up, open this up. So we want to go over to the top here and copy this particular header using Ctrl C. No, not that. So let's do this format painter here and use it over here. So once done now, I want to go over to this particular part and open up this particular place. So over here, just have to open it up a little bit. Okay, so now we need to actually add some kind of conditional formatting to this. So now let us go back to our dashboard to take a look at what kind of conditional formatting we want. So for this particular conditional formatting, this is the total collision here. This exact color should be used for that particular column. For the injured, this one. Then for the for the casualty, this one, and for the injuries, it's gonna be this one here. So if we don't have it any longer, we just want to go ahead and do Ctrl+1. No. We right click and go to format shape to pick the color from here. We want to use the exact color, which we already have right here. The same thing to this particular one. We already have it right in here. Right. So you can copy it by going through here if you don't have it any longer. So now going back here right now, we are going to go for this. So it might be difficult for we to get the color, but let us try it. So go over here, go here, and we use data bars. We can choose to have something from here. So I'm going to go ahead and use more rules. And over here, we can choose the color. So we have the color from here. So now, there you go. Can you see it now? So for this particular color for injuries, you have to match it up with this one. So what we need to do now is for we to go over to here again, highlight this particular portion here. Let's go. So I think it's gonna be this one. So now for this one here is deep red. So we go again. We choose to have it on this deep red here. This seems to be the same color with this one. Let's find out over here. This color, this color should actually be checked. So let me copy the color code to be 100% sure. That is going to be for this one. Then what I'm going to do right now is to click over here, then click over manage roles. Click over manage roles and make a change of this.
Okay, nicely done. So we have something like this. So it is time for me to copy this away from here. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, we are doing this at the wrong part, but no problem, no problem. What I'm going to do right now is just for me to some kind of highlight this environment here, go over here and use this particular format painter, and let's go quickly to this particular heat map area and have it on this particular part. Exactly, no problem. So we have gotten exactly what we want done right here. So the next thing we're going to do right now is just to copy. Control C. Now we head up to our dashboard environment. So we right click here. We go over to this and paste as link picture. So we can now move this and have it over here. This is cool. So here we go. Now this particular filter should actually affect it. If it doesn't, that means we have to connect it. So it doesn't, so we just have to connect it. So right click and go to report connection. Report connection now should be this particular. Oh no. So this one, straight. Why can't I find it here? Or do we have it connected? Oh, it's already connected. Let's filter again. 100 is connected. So now the filter here is working. So I'm filtering this by this particular person's injured right now. And you can see here, if I go by total collision, sorted, if I go by this particular one, so we'll have this particular two here, and this is perfectly done, right? Okay, what is left you already know is for we to actually add the insight to it. Is something very easy. By now you should know how to do it, but let me show you what I've done right in here. If we go back here now, so we're going to do it over here. So we want to find the max streets name for total collisions, persons injured, and persons killed here, right? Then we use that to actually write our caption and give a recommendation to it. How do we do that? So we can do it over here. Okay. Now, over here now, I am going to go ahead and start to let's do the header, high risk straight alert. Oh no, what did I do? So we need to have a line break here. So let us make sure we are looking at our table. It's very important. So a line break should be this, 10, close, and down percent again. Now, we are going to actually say, you know what? We want to actually get the name of the highest streets with the highest total collision. So index will do that for us. So with the index here, so for the index, it's asking for what we want to return. We want to return something from here. We don't have to lock it down because we're not going to copy down or to the across the column.
So that is the index. So for we to retrieve it now, we actually want to use the match function. The match function, so inside it we use the max function. The max function is going to actually look for the max value from this particular part here. So close and comma. So the match function is looking for the lookup value, or lookup array rather. So it's going to be this particular part here. You get it now? So comma 0 to give us exact match. So if we hit our enter key right now, we should have something that looks like this. If you want to see a quick result, you can always have this particular one over here. So let's go view, and we put it here. And so here is what we have right now. So Long Island Expressway, that is where we have the highest total accident rating, right? So we want to actually return the numbers of collision we have right there, which you already know, but we just want to actually add it. So because it's here, we just want to make sure we go double click here, and now we do an ampersand here. So we now say has the highest collisions count. So space. So inside here we just want to have the number in it. So we just do here ampersand. We use max function. What will the max function do? The max function here, we return the max value from here for us. Sorry. I'm thinking. Yes. So we have put this up. So space, close this. Now here we go. So we now type in the max function. So with the max function here, the max function is going to return the max value from here for us. So in case if it runs into 1000, we want to use text function. So close this max, comma. So we do. Can you see that now? So once we are done now, I'm going to put a comma here. So put a space on it. Then we now type in results, resulting in. So we want to actually check what is actually the numbers of injury that we have. So ampersand here to connect it. So without this ampersand, if I hit my enter key right now, I have an issue with this. So this should actually be some kind of ampersand here. So this is the number resulting in 158. 158. That 158 is this particular one here. It corresponds to this. So we need to actually have a space on it. So resulting this, there should be space here. Then resulting in, there should be space right in here as well. So now we have a space here. So we now come over here now and ampersand here. So we're going to use the index function to retrieve for retrieving the numbers of injuries. So we're going to do index, and that index is going to ask us for what we want to return. This time around, what we actually want to return should be this particular part right here where we specify the injury. Can you see it now? This is what we want to return. Then again, we just have to say match
And this match, we actually tell it to return marks. So the marks should be found here. Once the mark is found here, close, comma. Now the lookup array should actually still be the same place right here. You get it right now. So comma 0 for exact match. Then we can go ahead and actually have it closed. So we now close for the index. You get it right now. So we can go ahead and do enter. So if you look at it right now, we have a Long Island Expressway. So we need to have space between here. So we just have to put a so expressway has the highest collision count. So 158 resulting in 108 injuries. So we just have to go over here again. So now we have to do ampersand. And I will type here injuries and ampersand here again index. So this time around we are looking forward to returning the max persons or casualties. I just hate calling this word because of policy of YouTube. So now index, now the index should actually be this. We want to return something from here. So if I put a comma here now, we can actually use the match function. So it is not only the max function we can use to return the largest value from here. We can use a function called large. This large is going to take this particular part here to return the large for us. So we put a comma and we actually give it 1 to return the first large for us. So this time around it's going to return just 1 because we have 2 1. If we have 1 2 3 4, 4 will be the largest one. So once we have done this, we close and we put up our comma here. For the lookup array, we select this particular area and now comma 0 for exact match. So close and hit the enter key. So now it's just returning 1. So this particular one now can be from anywhere because we also have multiple, as we have 2 1 here. So it can return 0 because 0 is just 0. 0 means like nothing. So it's returning just 1 for us. So if we go back now here, so what we're going to do now, and over here is just for you to say, okay, now we want to say casualty or fatalities. So full stop here. So under ampersand. Now we have to create a line break. I want to create 2 line breaks. To create 2 line breaks, you do this. So close and ampersand here. You do this again. So which means you have 2 line breaks. So this particular 2 line breaks, what they do is just for we to have too much gap on it. So now it is time for we to actually write our recommendation. So what do you suggest based on what you have right here right now that we can actually suggest to, whoever is going to actually use this data to make sense? So here we just have to put space to allow space to be here. So now for recommendation, the very first thing I'm going to do is just to go over to here, Windows, and scroll all the way down to get this I used to use for my recommendations. So once I've done that, I'll type in here recommendation. So next again is going to be, let's say, install speed enforcement. So enforcement cameras, improve, let's say improve lane marks, or I think it's going to be lane markings, and lighting, and review signal timing to reduce what? Let's say risk on this corridor, whatever. So just try to come up with what you can actually write that will make a lot of sense. So now we have this here. So it is time for you to go over here right now. So pick up this. I'm going to keep it over here. So the next thing now is for me to actually expand it. So let's go ahead and pick it up. Okay, so once done, we can just go to home, click on this and apply it. So this is exactly what we can do to have this created. So it's going to respond to whatever filter we actually place on it. So if I actually unfilter the month right now, you can see, so here we have 10 because 10 is the maximum. This is the 10 right here. So the sorting is working 100%. I think this is all we actually want to create on this particular dashboard. We have just gotten this extra dashboard created out of what we were asked to do based on our recommendations here. First objective, second objective, third objective, and over here, our main objective, where we are supposed to identify seasonal patterns, visualize weekly trend, and analyze contributing factors. So we have actually done justification to our dashboard. So here we go, first and second dashboard. So if you want to actually, make this to look more like a dashboard that you can actually, click on and go into the next one without you coming over here to do that. So what you can do right now is to go all the way to the top here, insert, here we go. We go to shape, we just insert a text box here. Here you type in, so I'm gonna say maybe, or let's just do dashboard 01. So for dashboard 01, control 1, no fill, no outline. So the color now, let us put this over here. So this is the second dashboard. I'm gonna keep this over here at the top here, right? So now we duplicate this and we have this right here. So this particular one should be 2. Okay, so once we have gotten this now, this very one here is not the one we are currently on. We're going to actually make it not to show too much. So we make it this way. So this particular one now, we're going to actually make sure we show it on this particular color, which is the active one. So I'm going to go ahead and hold my Control key to select this one, and Control C to copy. Then we'll go over here to our first dashboard. So we paste this thing over here and move it and keep it somewhere around here. So now we're going to actually make sure this one here is just like this very one. Then over here on this particular one, we're going to make sure we use this. So this is the active one here. We're on dashboard 1 is active. So if you want to go to the second dashboard, just right click over here and go to link. Link. So once we're on link, we click on this particular place in this document. And we want to go to dashboard 2, click on dashboard 2, and we click on OK. So when we hover over it, we want to see a tooltip. So you can just say, click to go to dashboard 2, right? This is what you can do here as a tooltip. So, okay. So what happens if somebody comes here and hover over this before the person even clicks? There's a tooltip already showing up right here. Can you see? I don't know why it bounced to this particular end, but so good. How is it? So if I click on this one now, it bounced me here. I can just do the same thing to this particular one. And over here, I can go over to link. Then this one now should be dashboard 1, which is this one. So we do tooltip again. We just say take us to dashboard 1. So we click on OK. You understand? So once we are done now, we just go ahead and click on OK here. So if we hover over it now you can see on this particular one, it's showing, it should show, it's still showing it somewhere around here. So now what I'm going to do is just to hold my control key to select them again. And I'm going to make sure I properly align them at the same spot so that when I switch can you see it now? So we now have something like this. So I'm going to tell you 100% that we are done creating this particular dashboard. And if you have watched to this particular end, I want to say thank you very much for watching. So do well to subscribe to my YouTube channel. So leave a comment and let me know what you feel about this. And I'm going to be seeing you guys in the next, Mervin Analytics project again. So